good. I mean, certainly some of the things he does on the internet and some of the statements he make. I think just the other day he was calling the Supreme Court a disgrace to their own family. And that's what we're going to talk about. So, what up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. All platforms are up and running. Going to be live on Substack, Instagram, TikTok, and of course, YouTube. Glad to see you guys on here this Sunday. Hopefully, you guys are all having a decent, at least decent weekend. That's kind of my situation. It's not too bad. Not a bad weekend. So hopefully you guys are all having a good weekend as well. So we'll start out, as you see on the monitor behind me. President Trump does seem to be taking us on the cusp of war with Iran. War with Iran. Now, there is some things to discuss about this. Listen, a lot of folks believe that is a nation, a terrorist nation, or a nation of terror, or a terrorist state, however you want to pronounce that. A lot of folks do believe that and see that we should stop their ambition to obtain atomic weapons, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to play a couple of clips because this has been telling from the Trump administration. Just some of the things that came out. Remember this right here.
Believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast.
No one is in a position.
I want you to hear it again.
Assess.
I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast.
No one is.
So remember, he was talking about how we obliterated their nuclear program. Now, I just played a quick clip, but there's obviously, for you folks who want to hear the full conversation, there's plenty more on that because Pete Hegseth got in on the conversation, and before you know it, the entire Trump administration was saying that they had obliterated Iran's nuclear ambitions. That clip I played was from 7 months ago, and in recent times.
Strikes on Iran are possible. The president is pressuring Iran's government to dismantle its nuclear program. The warning comes as the United States ramps up its firepower in the Middle East. On Friday, the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier and 3 other warships entered the Mediterranean Sea. There are currently 13 U.S. Navy vessels in the Middle East, including another carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. It is the largest military buildup in the region since the Iraq War in 2003. For more, we're joined from Washington.
So did you hear that? The largest buildup, this is, what was it? Iraqi Shield? What was the name of the operation in 2003? Desert Storm is from the 90s. Desert Storm, was it Iraqi Freedom? Or I forgot, was it some of you folks that are military, some of my veterans. Blue One Banks, appreciate that. Galaxy Star, now thank you. And same thing with you, Gangster Grandma. Shout out to you, Gangster Grandma, appreciate that. So, largest U.S. military buildup since 2003. That's significant because obviously in 2003 we did invade Iraq. That was a buildup that was before an invasion. So for folks who may be wondering, are we really going to go through with this? It's the largest buildup since 2003. Now I played you this obliteration clip and I stopped it because I wanted you to, this is from 7 months ago. The reason I played this clip, and I don't normally play opinion pieces from commentators, but this one, and I don't know, this is Wall Street Journal. So you take your pick on whether they lean right or left. I believe there's some leaning to the Wall Street Journal, but I'll let you entertain that. But I do want you to hear the clip of him analyzing. This is from 7 months ago. This clip is 7 months old right after the day that we struck Iran and claimed that we had obliterated their nuclear program.
Total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast.
No one is in a position to fully assess the question of what was destroyed right now. What our reporting shows is that an initial assessment by the Defense Intelligence Agency, that's the intelligence arm of the Pentagon, found that these U.S. strikes on key Iranian nuclear facilities degraded those sites but did not destroy them, and likely only set back the Iranian nuclear program by a few months. The Trump administration is pushing back on those findings.
These leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are.
They are not denied.
So you see, they told them when this happened, you ain't thing. And the Trump administration didn't want to hear that. But you hear him say the analysis showed that at best, we probably set their nuclear program only back a few months. And now here we are 7 months later, about to go basically to war with that country using the same language that the program has to stop. So the whole obliterated thing has now come full circle to be inaccurate. And you heard a quick clip from, I believe that was Marco Rubio, angry that the information was leaked, that we didn't totally destroy the program.
These leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are.
They are not denying the existence of the report. They are pushing back on the characterization of the report that has been presented in the media.
It was preliminary. It was low confidence. All right, so this is you make assessments based on what you know. They
And it said it could be very devastating, very serious.
moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated.
President Trump this morning said that the Iranian nuclear program has been set back decades, and he also said that Iran would not enrich uranium anymore.
The last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. Can you imagine after all that, they're going to say, oh, let's go and do a bomb.
7 months, that's all it took for all of this to be inaccurate. This is just 7 months ago where they're talking about you set Iran's nuclear program back. Trump said decades. Only 7 months later, and here we are talking about we got to go back into Iran because wow. Now, what makes it noteworthy is that information was clearly present that showed what the Trump administration was saying was inaccurate about setting back their nuclear program, and they chose to publicly deny it. So this whole thing, this is aged really bad. It's aged really bad in a very short period of time. This hard to suggest this doesn't look like either willful dishonesty or incompetence. Something of this sort. We can debate how you view it, but it's pretty clear they were confronted with information that said what you guys are claiming didn't happen, and they're on the world stage denying it. And now here we are 7 months later, having to go back in because what they told us, according to them now, wasn't true. Because they're now back on the cusp. I believe there's a clip out there of the Trump administration saying just a few days ago that they're only months away from obtaining a nuclear weapon again. Wow, talk about full circle. So we are going to talk about that and how bad that looks, at least in my opinion, and I'd like to hear from you folks. Also want to discuss, we weren't on the last couple of days, but you guys are, I think everybody is aware that the Supreme Court shot down President Trump's tariffs, suggesting that his tariffs were illegal. Now, there is a backdoor, I don't want to say backdoor way, but there are other options for the Trump administration to impose tariffs. He's using all of these old pieces of legislation to bring back stuff. He's used legislation in regards to immigration and stuff going all the way back to the 1800s. So they're going through and finding loopholes in our laws that allow this stuff to be used again, such as how they're talking about when it comes to late night television and shows like The View, how they have to have both sides on. This is stuff they go dig up from back in the day, and then they're using it in modern times. So there are ways for him to do this. So the tariffs likely will continue, if only for a short time. But he will be challenged in court again. Apparently, it sounds like Brett Kavanaugh, or one of the Supreme Court justices, actually let him know in their opinion when they shot him down, like, you got other ways to do this. And, well, eureka, the light goes on and they figure out those other ways, and boom, President Trump reinstitutes 10% tariffs, and then less than 24 hours later, he's knocked it up to 15%. So he's still engaging in the tariffs. That's still happening. So we'll talk about them. And I want to ask the question, simply put, whether you agree with the tariffs or not. We'll talk about whether you favor them, whether you think they're good for America, good for the economy, good for fairness in trading, or perhaps you might actually believe that it's a disaster for our economy and that the citizens and corporations will pay the tariffs, which is what a lot of economic analysts are saying. But we'll talk about it. What I want to ask you guys is a simple question. Should one man, regardless if he's liberal, independent, or conservative, should one man be able to tariff the entire world unilaterally? Even if it's a good thing for the country, should one person have all of that power to be able to do that by themselves, unilaterally? Because that's what's happening. So we'll talk about that. Also, this one this story I thought was over with, but it's come back to provide a little bit more discussion. I didn't think I would be talking about Jesse Jackson anymore. You know, you guys all know Jesse Jackson passed away at the age of 84 last week. I didn't think this was something to be discussed, but remember the whole Joe Biden, whether we're talking about the crime bill or vote for me or you ain't black, and you know how this indicated that the Democrats, you know, party of the KKK, and how racist they were. I want you to this one here, I think is worthy of hearing.
Jesse Jackson will not lie in honor at the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office denied a request from Jackson's family, citing precedent that the rotunda is typically reserved for presidents, military leaders, and select officials. The civil rights icon died this week at 84. Jackson's daughter spoke about the decision.
Other people had that idea, and the speaker has authority over.
And I'm not going to go into her opinion too deep, but she is right. The Speaker of the House has the right to make that decision. The request was from the daughter and the Democrat Party to let Jesse Jackson lie in state. You heard the newscast state that Speaker of the House Mike Johnson denied it. Now, I wasn't going to bring this story up. This is, you know, for the most part, the guy's passed, so be it. And folks are going to say, well, listen, he shouldn't lie in state. Or they're going to say it's only for presidents or whatever. But keep in mind, some of the names of folks that have lied in state in the past: Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Supreme Court justice, known for her stance on women's rights and women's issues and things like that. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was allowed to lie in state. Former FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover was also allowed to lie in state. And Rosa Parks, not wanting to sit in the back of the bus, Rosa Parks was allowed to lie in state. So the idea that it's not just about, you know, because you heard the claim here that it's only for politicians, well, Rosa Parks was allowed to lie in state. So they could have done this for Jesse Jackson. Only reason why I brought this up is because of what I stated earlier. Vote for me, you ain't black, the crime bill of the 90s, and how Biden was racist and all of that. What I want to ask you guys in the comments, a simple yes or no answer. If the family of Jesse Jackson had have asked the Biden administration, could Jesse Jackson lie in state? Remember, Biden is the vote for me, you ain't black, the racist guy. Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House as opposed to Mike Johnson. Yes or no, what do you think the answer would have been? You've seen the Trump administration tell this family no. Yes or no, do you think that the Biden administration, with Nancy Pelosi having to answer that question, what do you think the answer would have been from the Biden administration? Let me know in the comments, yes or no. I see Denkel says they wouldn't even have had to ask. Wow. So I'm just curious, because remember, the Biden administration is the ones that are racist, and the Trump administration are the ones that, what did Trump say? I'm the least racist person you know. And by the way, Trump gave some really good statements when Jesse Jackson passed. He had some really good things to say about Jesse Jackson, but obviously, in regards to allowing him to lie in state, the answer was no. And I'll just say this real quick. You may have seen on the Black History Month honoring in the Oval Office, this grandma got up there with President Trump sitting in the Oval Office talking about, I don't want to hear about all that racist stuff and how great Trump was. Indicating that this African-American woman was indicating that obviously rumors of Trump being racist are flying around to the point where she's like, I don't want to hear about that. He's not like that. I'm just going to say, to allow Jesse Jackson a Lion State would have been just an easy thing to do to at least squelch. Let me just say it this way. People who think the guy is not racist are going to stick with that. People who think Trump is racist are going to stick with that as well. But this would have gave the folks who are adamant that Trump is not racist a little bit of ammunition. You know, he gave money to the HBCUs. He even allowed a Democrat African-American Lion State in the Capitol building. What racists would do? This is an easy one for the Trump administration. I can't believe that they would say no to that. I'm really surprised they would do it. This would have been an easy one. Wouldn't have cost anything at all to do that. So for him to say no, we'll discuss that in regards to the we'll take calls from the box and we'll certainly talk about that. A couple more brief topics before we start taking callers. This one here, Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico. James, I think it is James Tallarico. These two are going against each other. Who's the best candidate for Senate in Texas? Listen, I want to hear from you folks. I think you may know my answer based on things I've said in the past. But Jasmine Crockett and Taylor both running, obviously they're running for U.S. Senate for the same position. And they are friendly with each other. So this is not going to be a bash each other campaign. Because Tallarico has already publicly said if she wins, he's endorsing her. I don't know if Crockett said the same, but I believe that's her sentiment. She's not going to endorse a conservative. So they're running against each other, and they have a friendly atmosphere with each other. So which one is better for the position, for the constituents, for the race in Texas? I'll give you my opinions on it, but I certainly am here to hear yours as well. And we'll start taking callers. Last but not least, how many of you guys are going to watch the State of the Union on Tuesday? I want to just hear from you briefly in regards to what you expect. I'm going to be asking callers this. I'm going to be asking callers what you expect to hear and what do you want to hear? Because you may not hear what you want to hear discussed, but what do you expect to hear discussed? I guess at the top of the list, we can throw in the Supreme Court is going to get criticized and attacked for shooting down his tariffs. We know that's going to be in there because he's already made it clear that he don't even feel confident inviting all of them to the State of the Union. I think his words were, I don't even give a damn if they show up. So you're going to hear him probably compliment Kavanaugh, Alito, and Justice Thomas, but we'll see what happens. Where did they find Justice Thomas? Clarence Thomas. Where does a guy like that come from? Wow. Anyway, so this is the program. You guys know how we run this. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. We have been MAGA friendly since day one. We always will remain MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program. You know how it's done. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. And certainly when it comes to a lot of the Epstein stuff, Q is looking more and more like they actually knew what they were talking about. But you can be critical of anyone on this program, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. So looking in the comments, straight off the bat, bro, you know what we are going to hear. A baby knows this. Stop playing, dude. All right. Well, we don't know everything he's going to say. I mean, listen, Trump can surprise you. I'll tell you when he spoke and made the statement, look, I don't want these people in our country. Our country needs to stop taking in garbage. I didn't expect no shit like that. Trump can go further than you think he may go. So don't automatically assume you may know the direction he's going in, but you don't always know where he's going to go. That's what makes Trump a ratings bonanza, because you just never know he's going to say. His speeches, his statements, his time before the television is never boring. And that alone has made politics very interesting under the Trump administration. The way both respect one another is probably something that most politicians need to learn and take notes and do this in their primaries. Well, the problem is, it's kind of like when they go low, we go high thing. I don't think we're in an environment right now where people want the politicians to respect each other. They want what Trump is giving us. They want retribution. They want criticism. They want that. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that's what America wants. It might be what America needs, but it ain't what America wants. Thomas is always going to vote with Trump, says Maestro. I do tend to believe that. That does appear to be what we're looking at. So we'll go straight to the box. Not watch that Raven lunatic. Wow. Well, I see Chris is in here saying Trump 2028 as many times as he can type it. So some folks are going to watch it. We'll start off with the program with the one and only Gangster Grandma. Good evening, Gangster.
Hi, Buttercup, my little fluffy fucking little shithead you. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. That's a pleasant start.
No, because see, I'm the first one. I can't like go off on you, but do not fluff. Don't get on your knees today, fluffer.
Okay.
I promise you.
Okay, well, for you, we're gonna go straight in Jasmine Crockett versus Tallarico. What's your opinion on that?
Oh, hell yeah. They better listen to black women. They better add her ass back up in there because she's the only one that is fighting. He hasn't did nothing. That white man has not did nothing. And honestly, he's like an undercover Republican. He's being too nice to the Republicans.
Well,
so yes, I don't care. I don't think he's going to win because I swear the Dems are up high in this election. So I pray that somebody's listening to the God to let this woman go because I would vote for her if I lived in Texas because she has fought tooth and nail against Donald Trump.
I'm not arguing with the fact that she's fought against Trump. I mean, she is a fighter, but I gotta push back and say I believe that.
Oh, shut up!
We
you always gotta do that with a black fucking woman. But if we get a fucking snow roach like Melania Trump with her gapping legs wide open, you'll say, "Oh, here we go. Oh, she's so beautiful. Get the fuck out of here." That
is not where I'm going. I'm going to go right where. Hold on, Portia Mack has it right. He says he's going to say she's black. I've been saying this from day one, even when I was talking about Tim Walsh about how the Democrats need a straight white Christian male.
We don't need
yes, you do. In Texas?
White team, man. No, we do
in
not.
Texas?
You know what we need is education. Okay, because the half of Texas is beyond dumb. Okay, the half of population of the United States are dummies. Oh. Okay? Stop saying that we need white tea people. Okay, I'm so sick of your black ass saying we need white people. I know you like to cock up your ass and you're dripping uncooked protein. You know, I try to be nice to you, but you had to go there saying we need.
Okay, hang on a second. First of all, you can't get up there and say everybody's ignorant and uneducated.
They are.
But that ain't how you win fucking races. Jasmine Crockett. Wait, hold on. Let me respond to you. Let's have a conversation. Jasmine.
You can't have a conversation with your ugly ass.
Then what the fuck you call it?
Because I want to, because the bald-headed ass. I need to
there you go. Hold on. Okay. There'll be time to insult the host, but let me just say, Jasmine Crockett in a blood red state like Texas she's too far in the other direction. You need this guy. See there? Nice. This guy literally comes across like a damn priest. He knows how to talk to folks. He has a Christian background. I just thinking now, if this was in Chicago somewhere, I'm with you. But in the state of Texas for sitting,
Pookie and Ray, be quiet for a second. Do you realize there's more black and brown people in Texas than white people are? Do you realize that? And I listen to this, people. Get your asses up and go vote for her. She did her fight, and she's been doing her fight. That white tea man is too buttercupping up the white tea asses over there, the Republicans. And so I don't know. He's like a snake in the grass. I wouldn't vote for him. He's too damn nice. So he's like an undercover Republican. And people is knowing this. And that's why they said they think that she's going to take it. I pray she does, because she fought tooth and nail for Texas.
Listen,
And quit saying we need a white team.
I'm going to sing it from the heavens. Listen, if
I bet you do.
you know,
Get the white talk out your mouth.
leaning left, I do believe Texas, which that has been controlled by Republicans for like 30 straight years. Look, either one of them would be different than what they have. I'm just saying baby steps more than drastic steps. We've seen all of the wealthiest Americans mobilize to prevent Kamala Harris from winning. You don't think the same shit's going to happen in Texas?
I pray to God it doesn't, and I hope to God that the white liberals shut the F up this time and leave the black women and have her day, because you know what got us in this situation? The white tea liberals. No, I don't want to vote for her because she's not black enough, or even the one black people. Oh, she's not black, she's Indian, and all this bullshit. I hope to God this shit passes, because we're in a state that they caused us to be in. The non-voters, the I never heard voters, the anti-Palestine voters. I hope they come through and vote for her, because she has been day one fighting. And you know what? Donald Trump don't like her ass because she fights and stands her
Well,
damn
Donald Trump doesn't like anybody that criticizes. He appointed 3 people to the Supreme Court, and he don't fucking like them now. So Trump don't like anybody that criticizes him. I mean,
Trump don't like his damn self. I don't think he needs to go croak, and he couple.
That is not nice. That is not nice.
I'm not a nice Democrat. Like I said, I'm not a nice Democrat. I'm not like you. I don't have white cock in my ass and saying, "Oh yes, master." No, I want to take him to the pits of hell with they damn right deserve.
This has nothing to do with taking on cock or being nice.
Yes, we need people to stand up against these people and tell them the truth, what they're doing. They said that a black woman will put us in war. What is this white tea man doing right now? He wants to go to war. Why? But nothing, because the Epstein files is getting too damn good. They're digging up the ranch up in New Mexico. Why? Because they unalived 2 people.
Okay, wait. The war thing is either Netanyahu or Epstein. I don't disagree with you on that. But let me ask you folks that are watching. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe Gangster Grandma is hitting a home run. In terms of Fort Texas, I just want to hear from you. Crockett or what is it, Tallarico? I want to hear from you folks. What do you think for Texas with someone you think that has the best chance of winning, not who you want? Because hell, I might be with Gangster Grandma in terms of who I want, but in terms of who you want, take that out of it. We're talking about who could actually win. Who is more?
She's going to win.
You think Crockett is going to win Texas?
If the black voters get out and the Hispanic voters get out, she's going to win, because they know that she's been doing a damn good job.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't know what percentage of Texas.
I know.
I don't know what percentage of Texas voters.
On you very well. You know what I mean? It's all about being white tea to you. You know what? I'm so sick of you bending over to the white tea man. You know what? We need more color in the office. We need the people to represent who we are. There's more black and brown people in the United States than there is white tea people. And so we need more of them up in Congress to fight for us. And you know what? She's doing a good job. And I hope she wins it. And if people listen to black women, she will get in.
They're not going to do that. That's what you need to understand.
You know what? How do you know that, Timmy Tim? Get the white cock out your ass, Timmy Tim.
You're not. I'm going to tell you. You can talk about cock all you want. They're not. Listen. You keep talking about white and black. This country is always focused on race. For you to think that's not important.
We have to change.
You ain't changing it right now. This is not the time for that.
Tim, you know what? When she wins it, what you gonna say then, Tim? Oh, she's not gonna win it because you know why? Buttercup. Oh no, it's not the white tea man dripping for you, huh?
You sound like a liberal. You sound like a liberal before the 2024 election. Talking about we need to change the way they view LGBTQ. It ain't the time right now. This is right. They took Gangster Grandma down again. This is what happens. Somebody must really don't like her. I'll tell you that. I have a hard time having a full conversation with Gangster. Gangster, you're always welcome back on the program. You can try to appeal that. I don't know about that one. That one you shouldn't have went down, but we got haters out there. But I take flack from this, particularly from my flank, from the left. I take flack, particularly African Americans, when I say what I just said. I think for Texas, the best chance of winning is a straight white Christian male. I believe at the national level for the liberals, the best chance at putting on a competitive election is a straight white Christian male. Now, her response is, look, we need to change, the fact of how we viewed race, or, I brought up the 2024 election because that was the whole claim then. We need to change how we view trans and all of that. It turned out to be a disaster. And I think that, unfortunately, and I say this with the greatest of respect for Crockett being a congresswoman, say it with the greatest amount of respect for her, but unfortunately, she gives a lot of things to Target that will resonate with the right that has nothing to do with politics. Very similar to with Kamala Harris, her laugh, or whether or not it was her heritage being part, her ancestry being part Indian, part Jamaican. None of this has a damn thing to do with politics. With her, it's going to be, whether it's eyelashes or suggesting that she wears a weave, it's going to be some stuff like that. And it will resonate with some folks. It will resonate. It should not. This is what I was telling my last caller, who was adamant, you need to get past race and skin color. America's not there yet. If she runs as I want to say a determined, she's educated, but she is also passionate and outspoken, and an African-American woman doing that is going to take a significant amount of flack from white America. I get it on my goddamn lives. Anytime I have an African-American woman that is passionate about her topic, no different than MAGA or independents or other Democrats, but when it's an African-American woman, it brings out certain comments, ghetto, and all of this other crazy stuff. That's what's going to, I've seen her called that. She didn't grow up in the ghetto. She grew up middle class. I believe she rose pretty high up as an attorney. This woman, there's nothing ghetto about her. But because she's African-American, passionate and outspoken, she gets the ghetto label. Tallarico could do the same shit and never be called ghetto. Straight white Christian male. That's my take. Going back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 15,000. We can certainly make that happen. It wasn't the right time, says AG. Certainly not in Texas, a state that's been run by the right for 30 some odd years or 30 plus years. If we were talking about Maryland or New York somewhere, different story. I think she could probably go do well as a Senate candidate in New York. Texas, Tallarico, my opinion. So look, and Chopper, you say when is the right time? When you slide the rule over some. If this is far right and this is far left, Texas is about right here. If you get it close, if you get Texas right of center, not so far to the fucking, remember they were just trying to pass laws to force Christianity in schools and things like that. This ain't the state that's going to accept her, in my opinion. I don't see this as the state. I don't mind being wrong on this. Understand that. I'm giving you my opinion. I do not mind being wrong on this, but I don't think I am. Let me go back to the box. I think she is a Democrat in shoes, huh? You think she's a Democrat in shoes clothing? I don't know what that even means. Black women getting preachy and uppity in the Bible Belt is a sin. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't believe that, as outspoken as Jasmine Crockett is, I think she would not do well. I won't say she won't do well because she's a congresswoman. She's done well. I don't think that she would go as far as Tallarico, at least not right now. That's my opinion. Let me go back to the box. Chopper, and by the way, folks, help your boy out with the TikTok cap go. We're now in full swing. Chopper, I saw you in the comments. Get to the chopper.
Brother.
Correct me. What am I getting wrong?
Come on, man.
What am I getting wrong?
If you keep saying that, it'll never get to the point that it needs to get to.
So what should I do? Say what I don't feel? Thank you, Blue
I'm not
One.
saying that.
Huh?
Listen to what you're saying.
Yes.
If you drag that out for another 100 years, it'll still never be the time.
No, because you heard me say in New York, she would go far. I just think Texas ain't the place. Just like I don't
United States,
believe.
sir.
Just like I would
This is
say
the
this.
United States.
What?
This is the United States.
What the fuck that
You can't just
mean?
block one state.
What, yes, you're trying to tell me the whole United States thinks the same no matter where you're at?
I'm saying when you're trying to move forward, why are you blocking every opportunity?
Because I believe some states, certain rhetoric, certain ideals, certain ideology goes further than in other places.
Some of that 1940, 50, 60 stuff is over. It's time to move forward, sir.
They got goddamn sundown towns in Texas. What you talking about? They still have that.
Okay, but still, we still have to fight every day, right?
Right. So you make incremental steps. Jasmine Crockett is not incremental. She's all the way on the other side.
So we can't make giant steps?
Not successfully. I don't think you'll do it successfully.
We can't make
This
giant
is America, man. Like I
I've
said.
been here too.
Okay.
Bro, I've been here too. I've been here for 61 years, so I know what it is.
You got a couple of days on me, but let me make it clear.
Okay.
I want to be wrong. I want you to be right. I just don't think you are. I want you to be right.
Sir, come on. Come on. You got to give a little bit.
Jasmine Crockett ain't giving a little bit. She's an outright Democrat victory.
What I'm saying is to advance, you have to have this person move forward, not just shackle them to the ground and say, you got to stay here and wait your time. Well, the time been passed.
They literally love Texas Governor Greg Abbott. They're celebrating putting drowning machines in the Rio Grande. Jasmine Crockett, not that state. New York wouldn't favor that kind of stuff. Texas does.
I'm not trying to get cut off like Gangster Grandma.
You're doing good. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to say this like she said it. In my own words, their numbers as the YT people are going down. Are we all right with that? No. Are we all right with that?
What are you preaching? Replacement theory?
I'm preaching that their numbers are going down, so they got to fight to still try to stay above, and they can't because this country. Hold on, this country from the beginning was say, bring your tired, bring your hungry.
They didn't mean that shit.
Hold on. This is where the numbers are, bringing all these different immigrants from everywhere to this place. It's already started. You can't shut it down now. You can't do it in every state. The numbers that he tried to take people out of here, they're not even close to the presidents before him.
Okay,
right?
okay. Let me tell you something. When you talked about the statute, hold on. Now you want to hear my rebuttal. When you talked about the Statue of Liberty quote, bring us your territory report.
Yes.
I say this on the program all the time. There are 3 well-known slogans in America that are kind of like when you tell somebody at a funeral, if you need something, man, just give me a call. I know you're going through something. You don't really want that motherfucker to call you. You just say that to make them feel better. These 3 slogans are those 3 slogans: separation of church and state, all men are created equal, in the one you just said, bring us your territory report. They never meant any of that shit. They just like you tell somebody at a funeral, give me a call if you need. They didn't actually want people to come. They didn't want all men to think they were equal either. And clearly they didn't want to separate church and state. So yeah, they said it, but it ain't legit. It never and I'm gonna tell you, not just with Hispanics or Japanese, every fucking group of immigrants that came to this country faced significant racism and resistance. Even the white groups. The Irish, the Italian, obviously the Asian groups, they didn't never mean that.
But all those people, out of the many that have come, because I can't count them, some have survived. True?
All of them survived, but they were treated like shit. They had survived in spite of how they were treated.
And that's true. But the bigger picture is the numbers that they're trying to get to, they're never going to see because we've always opened our doors to people from across the water from everywhere.
Okay,
from the beginning.
So what? Give me the point you're trying to make. I'm clueless on this. Help me out. What am I?
The numbers that they want to see for just being them is impossible.
What numbers are you saying they want to see?
Being all white tea, everything.
No, that ain't gonna happen because somebody got to do the labor, and they don't want to do it.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So in their head, it's impossible.
Yeah.
That is impossible.
But that's the same as the 3 slogans I just gave you. This is another one that they're saying, and it's not well thought out. Because I say this all the time. is that once Americans defeated, or the settlers or colonizers or whatever you want to call them, once they defeated the Native Americans and purchased and took what they could from Mexico, America could have been as Christian and white as they wanted, but they refused to do their own labor. And that's been the whole fuel for immigration from day one, is that white America has never wanted to do their labor. They brought us to do it first for free. They brought immigrants to do it for as cheap as possible. The Chinese building the railroads. They've never wanted to do their own labor. And even if they are able to make America almost completely white again, that problem is still going to be out there. They're going to be still trying to find other people to exploit for labor. So you're right. Based on that alone, it'll never be all white. What am I getting wrong?
I didn't say you got wrong.
I heard the sigh.
We're fighting back and forth the same fight, but the bigger picture is people that want this, it's just not going to be there. It's not. We're years, generations too far down the line. Now, if they'd have done it way back when, there is a possibility. Okay. But why? How could you come off as a slave owner to say we can't have race mixing? That made no sense to me from the begin. How is that possible for you to part your lips to say that when all that was going on for however long? And you want everything for free, and all of a sudden you want to get money for us for what we did?
But it's just like the three slogans. We are known for saying things that we don't genuinely mean. I mean, yeah, you got folks, like you say, a slave owner saying no race mixing, knowing damn well he like that black you-know-what that's out in the field. He's banging them and creating them himself while he's telling you no race mixing.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
it's horrible that you're still trying to cover up stuff that has been going on for generations, and now, we can do this now. No, you can't. It's not going to happen. It's just not.
But am I wrong? Because I see in the comments, I think it says you tattoo or something says, Tim, the previous caller before you said, what that individual, what Gangster Grandma was trying to tell you is don't tell people Jasmine Crockett can't win and don't vote for her. So should I say what I don't actually believe? I'm asking you that there, Chopper.
Bruh, you do what you want and do as you please. But the bigger picture is hopefully the masses will make the right decision of which direction we should go.
What's so wrong with Tallarico?
I don't know enough. So I'm not going to step
That's a good answer. And I don't know enough about him either. I would agree with you. I don't know enough about him either. But I just feel like, just like I said about Tim Walz, I thought Tim Walz would have did better at the top of the ticket than Kamala Harris. I just think America's not ready. I even get liberals that say a woman shouldn't be in power. It's just a lot of people in this country that do not think women should lead. Okay. And that's going to be an issue for Jasmine Crockett.
Let me ask you this. This just came off the top of my head. I'm just thinking. They had to believe in a woman getting us to freedom, right?
African Americans did. And by the way, Harriet Tubman had Harriet Tubman, according to the movies.
Hold on a second. They had to believe for a woman to get us free, right?
Okay.
So in another country, in England, they let a woman lead a country.
We're not England. Yeah, we're not England.
Well, understand what I'm saying. I understand what I'm saying. So there is a possibility that could happen. I'm not saying it is. It can happen.
Yeah. I mean, you could have a blizzard start tonight where you're at. I'll just say this, because according to the Tubman movie, because you're talking about they had to trust a woman, she had a hell of a lot of time convincing people to escape with her. And when she was successful, she was getting people out. She was getting people out, coming back, trying to get more, and they still were scared. Martin Luther King had a hell of a time getting people to march with him. So they had to trust him, but they didn't do it very easily.
Tim, think about what you just said. You know that's going to be rough.
I get it. But you're going to
say that. You know it's going to be rough.
You can stay here and get killed, or you can try to escape and get killed. I mean, it's going to happen anyway.
Right. Pick your poison.
Right. So, but I'm just saying that it ain't like people just fled and ran off with her. That's how.
Exactly.
So I really think Tallarico, though. I think right now, right now, I just don't think Texas is where you or maybe even I believe they should be. I don't think they're there. Real quick, hang on a second. Handsome Conservative says, support your local liberal. Just got on running late. All I heard was white people. What's up? You heard Gangster Grandma. Thank you, Barry Davis, for your support. Gangster Grandma going to point out white people on every show. But
real quick, I got to get out of here. But to backtrack with Ms. Harris, I think she should have picked a dude from Pennsylvania, but that's just me.
Oh, Kamala Harris should have picked the Shapiro, I think his name is, or whatever. Them with the governor.
I can't remember his name. I know he's from Pennsylvania. Yeah. I think she should have chose him, but that's me.
Fair enough.
And I'm just running with the scene.
And they were nervous about him because he has a Jewish ancestry. That's what I'm talking about. America's not ready for this shit. You got to throw a white guy at them. They like to eat white guys. You don't feed oatmeal to a lion. You can't feed lions. Don't like oatmeal. You got to give them some meat. This is what America wants right now is white guy. What you do, just like let's say with Martin Luther King, he knew to succeed at what he wanted to do. He needed a find a white guy that's going to be more favorable to black guys. That's what you start out, but you got to start out with a white guy. So I hate to say it like this, but this is what you got to do.
It's terrible.
Yes, I agree with that part.
You got to do this to get over the hump.
Yeah, that's how it's always happened. I mean, every step of the way, it involves first finding a white guy that's going to be friendly to your cause, and then it goes. So you think Abraham Lincoln could have did it if he was black? No, all of these are white dudes.
They say he is.
Abraham Lincoln?
They say he is.
Anytime you help out a black man, you become an N-word lover. So he probably did turn a little dark skinned after doing that.
I'm just saying. Well, what's my man that got the Weather Channel? They say he used a white guy to get that. The comedian that got the Weather Channel?
Weather Channel. I'm clueless on that.
I can't think of his name. Anyway, black comedian used a white guy to front. He got the money, $1 trillion.
Somebody send Byron Allen in the comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that is how America has always. America's obviously dominated at every level by white males, and yes. So for you to get in,
you know our three worst things in this country: greed, money, and power. Yeah. The worst. Yeah. That's our foundation.
But it's also why you live a comfortable life compared to most other people in the world, because we are at the top of the pyramid in those areas. So there's some negatives to it. There's some positives to it.
Exactly. That's why we can go back and forth without cutting each other's heads off.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
So Tallarico it is then. We've come to a conclusion. Tallarico it is, right?
I don't know him, brother. I don't know him. I'm running with the sister right now till we make another change.
All right. Fair enough.
Man, be safe. Have a great week.
All right, Chopper. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. By the way, folks, tap the screen. You know what I always ask after the caller. Get the likes on up. We should have been around 30,000. THOU. Tap the screen. Get the likes on. If you're watching us on YouTube, certainly smash that like button. It helps out with the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA, as you know we always say. This is a MAGA friendly program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. That's BS, Tim. What did I say that was BS in the comments? Ronaldo Daniel says that's bullshit. Let me know. State what you're talking about. We'll tackle it. Follow the money, and it always leads to answers to what's important. A lot of truth to that. 3 more years, MAGA says Snowboard. What Snowbird? Well, at least you ain't saying 7. I mean, Trump is entitled to 3 more years in office. He won. But at least you're not. Trump 2028 means you want 7 more years of Trump. So at least what you're saying is what he earned. He earned 3 more years. Well, a little bit less than 3 years now. He's been in over a year. He's not saying anything about her skin color. He's actually talking about her biological makeup. She's a woman, and he doesn't want to see women in power. He is one of those people that think. And I'm not one who is against a woman being in power. I believe America is. I believe enough Americans are against a woman at the helm that it will cause problems for Jasmine Crockett. And then being African-American is another thing that some folks are against. I think possibly there are more Americans that do not favor a woman in leadership versus a black person. I believe the woman thing, I believe, is even worse for somebody like Jasmine Crockett than being black. Because there's a lot of black people that don't believe a woman should lead either. A lot of Hispanics believe that. It's real prevalent in the Christian community. So I just think Tallarico would be, what do you mean they blocked you from coming back? That doesn't make any sense. We'll go back to the box. I don't know why that would have happened, but we'll continue on with the program. Handsome Conservative. We saw what happened to the last two female candidates, right? Y'all thinking the third time is going to be the charm. Well, first of all, she's running for Senate, so she's not running for the presidency. If Jasmine Crockett was running for Senate in any blue state, she would be incredibly competitive. She's going to be competitive in Texas as well, but if it was in New York somewhere or Illinois, I would be expecting her to win. So she's not running at the presidential level, but in Texas, she's running against people I would see more likely to be similar to the presidential level. Handsome conservative, good evening.
Okay, first of all, I'm really pissed off I missed Gangster Grandma. That sucks. You're a good guy. Don't misunderstand me, but you know everybody comes in here for Gangster Grandma.
You know, everybody comes, there's a lot of people that like her, and there's also a significant amount of people that hate her, because for some reason, every time she comes in here, she gets kicked out. She gets clipped by the app, and I don't like that. Look, I'm about free speech.
I do not like that either, but I gotta tell you, she kind of does bring it on herself. I mean,
well, we elected that. Wait. We elected that type of shit. I mean, so what's wrong with Gangster Grandma? We literally put a guy in the White House that does that.
No, I'm not saying she should be kicked out. I'm saying the things that she says gets her kicked out. I mean, like how she talks to you and shit. You know?
Yeah. I mean, she's talking to me like.
But anyhow, man, I just came up because I didn't know what I missed. What's going on today? What are we talking about?
In fact, we got several topics. First of all, I played the clip during the monologue. Remember, I think it's from 7 months ago. In fact, I'll let you hear it again, because we're about to go to war with Iran. The buildup makes it pretty obvious that war with Iran is on the menu.
I'm glad we're talking about this. That's great. Yeah.
Well, I want you to. This is Trump. My computer's slow as hell, but this is Trump 7 months ago.
I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast.
No one is in a position.
Remember, this is the obliterated clip. It's really quick on here, but remember we obliterated their nuclear. What happened with that?
Oh, come on, man. We didn't obliterate anything. We hit a couple of spots, called it a day, and told the people what they wanted to hear.
So
we didn't obliterate anything.
So if we lied about the outcome of the first time we blew him up under Trump, why would you support him going back in if you can't trust what he gave you from the first time?
Well, first of all, I don't support him going back in. As a matter of fact, I heard we are doing it to liberate the people from their government.
Do you believe that?
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. But
Right.
That's the excuse that they're using right now. We're freeing the people. This is probably just about Israel wants us to go to war with them, or this is probably about oil or some crazy shit like that.
So you gotta fight. I mean, you also tend to see it the way I do. That they're lying about the reason for this.
I'm a conservative. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, we agree on a lot of things. I mean, obviously, we disagree on some things, but yeah, no. Dude, this is all about it's either about Israel, in my opinion, because we're always fighting their wars, or it's about oil. There's the only two things I can think of. Yeah. But I heard something about a woman running for.
We're talking about before we can talk about Jasmine and Tallarico, but before we do. Yeah, this seems to be the method of operation for the Trump administration, is to kind of like a shell game, have you look over here when they're actually, because everybody believes Venezuela was not about fentanyl and all of that kind of stuff. It was about him getting access to that. Everybody believes that the Qatar jet, was not a free gift. It was, it was a quid pro quo. They now got training facilities in Idaho and they gave us a jet. I mean, so it's getting to the point where you can't necessarily believe what he is telling you is the reason for what's happening. Just like with the ballroom, the taxpayer. Hold on.
American land. He's selling American land to other countries to get gifts, is what you're saying.
I mean, And I was going to continue by saying, just like with the ballroom, it's not coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. It's coming from donors. Why the hell would they give you hundreds of millions of dollars? I mean, just like with the Qatar jet, that was the question we asked why would they just give you a $400 million jet? And then boom, you hear about what's going on in Idaho. This ballroom that is supposedly paid for by all these, what are they getting in return for it?
I'm not so worried about the ballroom, but as far as the jet goes, dude, I have no idea. I would actually like to know what that's all about, because like you said, we're not stupid. People aren't just going to give us a jet, an expensive jet that we're going to have to tear apart and redo because it's going to be for a president.
Well, but when you say
that's what they got to do, right? They're going to have to tear it apart and then redo.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing now, and that's being done at our expense. But just like when you say you're not really worried about the ballroom, but you're more focused on that jet because of what you just said, because we don't know where the money came from to build that ballroom. It may end up being just like the jet. We don't know who the players are. Who gave you all this money to do that? He didn't tell us. I mean, he didn't explain who did it, so you don't know where the money came from.
I'm a little slow on this one. Can you give me a little explanation on the what you mean about the ballroom? I mean, can you break it down for me?
Yeah, they're building a big, huge ballroom onto the White House. You haven't heard about that?
No, I've heard about it, but I don't know what you mean by...
Okay, well, they're building a ballroom, and one of the biggest complaints, in addition to suggesting that you never told anybody, never asked Congress for permission, never showed any plans or anything, you just started tearing down part of the White House. The other complaint you're at a time when the economy sucks, this ballroom is costing the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars to build. So Trump came forward and said, it ain't costing you a damn thing. We got private donors that are paying for this ballroom to be built. We don't know who the donors are. It could be Bill Gates and somebody, Jeff Bezos, or it could be somebody from Saudi Arabia. You don't know where the money's coming from.
Don't take this as gospel, because this is just my opinion, okay? But it's just my opinion. He's being paid. He's a little more open about it than most presidents are. They do it in the dark, they keep it to themselves. He's more out there and open, but I gotta say, in my opinion, he's being paid for probably tax cuts and tax breaks and shit like that for the rich. So they're giving him money to do the things that he wants to do. That's just my opinion.
How about this one? How about this one? Deleted WQWO on Instagram says those donors are the list of pedos he's protecting.
Okay, first of all, they're all wealthy and rich, so I'd be surprised if they're not all pedos. Okay, Democrat and Republican alike.
Wow.
They run the country and they think they can do whatever they want and get away with it. And so far, they're right on both sides. So I'm not disagreeing with whoever you just read off. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the guilt goes. The guilt goes.
Well, how about this? Snowbird, I know you didn't hear this, but some of the other folks watching may have seen or heard this. Snowbird7 in the comments is saying the donors that donated money to the ballroom are listed. Go look them up. So he's saying that the Trump administration released a list of who's donating to the ballroom. I haven't heard this, but I will. Go ahead.
Here's my problem with that. You're talking about that. Jeffrey Epstein list?
No. The folks who donated money to build the ballroom, apparently the Trump administration has listed who the donors are, is what the viewer is saying.
Oh, I don't know.
And here's the point I want to make on that. A lot of the stuff that Trump tells you, he just told us Iran was obliterated. He told us how much money Doge saved us. So just because he put something on a list and prints it out, some of the stuff he's told us in relations to ICE about how many folks they've deported and the type of folks they deported, the stuff ain't accurate. So if he tells you who's donated the money, it's pretty easy to imagine maybe somebody who looks like a nefarious character not being on the list. So the stuff he puts out is not always accurate.
Well, I'm going to agree with you on that, but the problem is I've been watching this shit for years, and I'm not just talking about Trump. The shit that we get told half the time by Congress, the Senate, by the presidency, it's usually not true. It's usually a cover up for something else. There's always something going on in the back that they're trying to keep quiet. I mean,
but do you think, because you said they all get paid and stuff, like, do you think what Trump is doing is just par for the course? Do you see him as not getting, like you said, he's doing it out in the open compared to everybody else? They may have been doing it behind the scenes, but do you believe Trump is just doing it the same as everybody else, not any greater or any less than any other president?
I think Trump's biggest problem, and I'll be honest with you, is he's doing it out in the open. If he was like Clinton or Obama or Reagan, or just take your pick. I mean, just it doesn't matter. If he was like them, he'd be doing it quietly while getting bribed, like the rest of the politicians do. But people don't like him because he's doing it out in the open. He's making it obvious. He's admitting it. He doesn't have that switch. You think
Obama was getting paid to the same level as Trump?
I don't know if Obama was getting paid to the same level as Trump, but I would remind you that they did pass a law many years ago that it was okay to get paid not by their paycheck but by their donors. That used to be illegal. They passed a law that said it was okay to get paid by their donors. And when that took place, things started going wrong. Things started not getting done. Yeah. And that's Democrats and Republicans. That's AOC, and that's the Mod Squad, and that's the Republicans and the Democrats. The only difference is Trump's doing it out in the open.
I think not only is him doing it out in the open a big issue, but he also, just like with the Epstein stuff, when you run on something and you don't do it, you don't get to say, well, the last guy didn't do it. When you ran, you made a big deal. You made a big deal. You was going to drain the swamp. So when you come in there and you getting paid just like everybody else, you shouldn't have ran on that. At least these other folks didn't run on doing that.
Do you want the swamp drained, or do you want to find out about the UFOs that he's going to release?
I don't give a shit about the UFOs.
I know. Come on, man.
Listen, I want things that are going to. I want things. Well, look, in the era of Trump, we're loaded with bad jokes. I was just told if you post a picture of me looking like a monkey, I'm supposed to laugh. I don't know what bad jokes are anymore under the Trump administration.
Here's the problem with the Epstein files. The Epstein files are like this. There are going to be a lot of people that are on them, like Whoopi Goldberg. Okay? But just because you're on it doesn't mean you're guilty of something.
True.
So I think that they have to be very careful. And I'm not accusing anybody of it, but I mean, like, even Whoopi Goldberg is on there for some reason. But
she was trying to go somewhere, and they were fish. She's covered it on The View several times. I mean, she's not afraid to mention it. She put the page and everything up. Said they were looking for a private jet. But here's the crazy thing. Right. Have you noticed that out of everybody that might be on the Epstein list, when you listen to the right, it's all Whoopi Goldberg. Like, out of everybody that could be doing this with these young girls, Whoopi Goldberg's name keeps coming up.
Well, that's because she got on television and showed the page and admitted she was on there.
Yeah.
That would be proof to me that there are going to be a lot of people on there that are not guilty of crazy shit.
Yeah, but that's also transparency. That's also, she could have wanted her name to be redacted
about it. And I don't even like the woman. I mean, she did a couple of good movies back in the 80s, but I think she also was on Star Trek
Well,
Next Generation.
Ghost with Patrick Swayze is, I think, 1990. That's a 90s movie. She's done a lot of shit.
That was a chick movie, dude. I'm talking.
And Titanic was a chick movie. I mean, that doesn't mean it's not a good movie.
Okay.
You don't think Titanic was a good movie?
I hated Titanic, but
okay,
listen. To be fair, I had to see Titanic like 6 times because it was my girlfriend's favorite movie.
It's a fucking great movie.
It's one of those things when you see it over and over.
It's a great, yeah. I mean, every chick is not going to be wanting to take in to see Saving Private Ryan on a date.
At the end of the last time I saw it, I just wished he would have jumped up through her in the water and grabbed the board. Be like, dude, you haven't learned nothing.
Real quick, I want to give you something. One of the viewers is saying about you. Denkel said, sounds like you should offer handsome conservative a Kamala Harris hat. He has converted. You're starting to sound like a liberal, according to one of my guests.
I can't. I told you a long time ago. There's only one reason I'm not a Democrat. There's only one reason I'm not a Democrat. Well,
pro-choice, pro-life.
Two reasons. One, AOC, I can't be on her team. And 2, I don't like that girl.
I get it, but she's one person. You gonna denounce a whole party because of one individual?
No. Abortion. I can't be on any party. Now, yes, I know there's Republicans that believe in abortion too, but as a party stance, that's the only reason I can't be on the party, dude. I mean, I can't do it. There's more deaths than the Holocaust. I just can't do it, dude.
You know something? Listen, I can't take away your reason, maybe religious or whatever reason. I understand that. However, what I don't understand is why the right makes statements like that. More deaths than the Holocaust. You guys are against universal health care. You realize how many people are dying due to lack of health care? I bet you it's more than what the pro-life, pro-choice issue is. You get stuff like that is killing people.
When I lived with my mom before I went into social services, okay? When I lived with my mom and I was very young, she was on assisted programs like food stamps and help like that. I am not against giving women
your party.
Your
party, just like you mentioned, AOC is part of the party. You mentioned AOC is part of the party. Your party is against universal health care. I guarantee you that is killing thousands of Americans every year.
The Republican Party is against it. I am not. I don't know how to explain that any further. I am all for supporting people that need the help. Make sure that they need the help. Make sure it's legit.
If it's health care, God damn it, just help them out. Before I give you this surgery, let me make sure you're not frauding the system. This is health care. I could see giving people cash money or something. Health care. It should just be a right for being a citizen of the country. It's health care. Quit focusing on pride.
Here's a thought on health care. Let me toss this out to you. Here's a thought. How about we make it a tax? Look, we already got taxes on everything else. So let's make a healthcare tax. Everybody that works pays the healthcare tax, and everybody gets a universal healthcare. It's not free, but everybody gets it, and you don't get a big bill at the end.
I'd agree with that. I think your party would disagree with it, but you and I would agree on that one. Your party wants healthcare to be optional. I've actually talked to MAGA that say it should be optional. It shouldn't be a right and all of this stuff. I mean, your party does not favor that.
Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about just giving it away, though. I'm talking about like people paying for it.
That's still we're talking the same thing. Just like 911 services are free. Yes, taxes are what funds it, but you could be dirt poor and homeless. If you're down 911, somebody's going to come out and provide the service. That's how healthcare should be. It should be taken out of your taxes for the working class, and anybody that gets sick should be treated just like they are 911.
Okay, but you forgot one thing with the healthcare thing. they'll come out there for free. But if you got to go somewhere, that's like $900 or such just to ride in the ambulance to the hospital.
Well, take the ambulances away from capitalists. Put that as part of the system. The cops, listen, if somebody come to your house or whatever and break in and you call the cops are going to get that criminal a free ride to jail. Why are they charging sick people a fortune to get to the hospital? Get rid of that.
Tim, honestly, I don't know. Like I said, we don't disagree on a lot of these things. You say my party, but being a conservative to me is like being a progressive for the Democrats. They like to think, or an independent. Usually, I like to think on my own. I don't do what my party says. Well, I make my own mind up, and that's what a conservative is to me. I would just call myself a Republican if I believed everything.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but when somebody says Republican, the term you just used, and conservative, which is part of your name, I don't think of folks who want to give folks health care. If I hear Republican or conservative, I usually think universal health care is something they don't want. You're one of the very few that I hear talk like this.
Okay, well, I don't want to hold you up or anything, but I will tell you this. I'm glad that we got to talk, because I don't want you to think all conservatives are like that. There's a lot of us that think for ourselves. We don't just vote blue no matter who, or vote red no matter who. You know what I'm saying? We don't just tote the party line all the time.
It ain't enough of you, though.
I agree with a lot of shit.
Yeah, you're more like the Mitt Romneys, the John McCain's. You're a dying breed, man. I got to move it on, but you are not the majority of the party anymore. It's a MAGA party, and they don't think like you do. Last word to you.
All right, can you tell me one thing before you go? You said there was something about a woman running for office. I didn't hear about that.
I just said there's a majority of the country that don't believe a woman, not majority, but there's a significant amount of folks in the country that don't believe a woman should be at the helm. They don't believe a woman should lead.
In Texas, there's somebody running in Texas?
Yeah.
Maybe I misheard.
Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, I got to move it on, but Jasmine Crockett. Okay. We'll talk about it on the next one. Thank you.
All right, later.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Real quick in the comments, removal of USAID is his party. That is true too, Denkel. That is true too. That's what I said, is that he's pro-life, which a lot of conservatives, a lot of Republicans, and a lot of MAGA are. And I understand that. Look, I'm pro-choice, 100% pro-choice. I think if a person says they're not ready to be a parent, it doesn't make much sense to force them to do it. But I understand religion plays a part, so I'm not taking away from what he's saying. But I do counter with saying that the Republican Party, which he said he's an independent, Republican Party and conservatives claim to be pro-life, but they do a lot of things that cost lives, such as supporting this Iran war right now. All of that shit, blowing up boats off the coast of it. You're killing people. Now, you can come up with reason. Well, he was going to bring fentanyl to the country and do all this stuff. I haven't seen evidence of that. But certainly when it comes to being against universal health care, and goddamn, Charlie Kirk was against giving kids free lunch in schools. Tell me how that's pro-life. To actually say, he was literally asked at one of those debates, do you think children should get free lunch in schools? And he said, no, get a job. What the fuck? I don't hear anything pro-life about that. Nothing whatsoever. Thank you for the hat and mustache there, Blue One Banks. Thank you for helping me. For you folks that are watching, yeah, help your boy out with the TikTok cap go for my viewers out there. Thank you, Blue One Banks. Real quick in the comments, moving on with, was it Sheila?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you got an echo in the background there.
Okay, I'm trying to get it out. It's a speaker.
Okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, that's great. Because
Okay.
I can hear you too.
All right.
Yeah, that it's all crazy. It's unbelievable. I'm living in a world like this.
What part of the country are you in, may I ask?
Arkansas.
Oh shit. Well, politics in Arkansas is fairly conservative. Now, are you a liberal in Arkansas?
No, sir, I'm an independent.
Who'd you vote for last national
I'm a
election?
free thinker.
Okay.
I use my own brain.
Nothing wrong with that. That's what you should do. 2024, who'd you vote for?
None of them, because I don't vote for the rest of the. I don't pick evil. They were both evil to me, so I would not participate in it.
2020, who'd you vote for?
I actually, well, see, I live in Arkansas, and I know how evil Hillary is, and I had.
That's 2016. Hillary is in 2016. We're in 2020. Biden and Trump.
Oh, Biden. Neither, because they were both evil.
2016. Okay, let's go to 2016. Hillary and Trump.
Okay, actually, I tried to go vote for Trump.
When is the last time you voted?
It's been a while.
Did you vote for Clinton?
But see, I went, like you said, when it was Hillary against Trump, I ran my butt up there and I was going to vote for Trump because I didn't want Hillary in there because personal reasons. The boys on the track. I don't know if you know about that.
I've heard
drug
some stories.
smuggling.
Yeah.
You know about
let me ask you something more local to you. What do you think of Sarah Huckabee Sanders?
She's evil too.
Give me a politician that's your favorite that's not evil.
Eric Snowden. But
He's not a politician. Snowden is not a politician.
I know, but they won't let her. They won't let a normal.
Give me an actual politician that's your favorite.
That's still alive.
God damn! Yes, that's still alive. Wow. So let me, before you do that, how do you respond to folks like in the comments? Some folks are saying no vote, no voice. How do you respond to folks who say if you ain't voting, you don't have a right to say shit?
I say, I think I don't have to answer that one. I don't have to. All of this stuff going on with the Epstein and all that stuff, that's just horrible. And I don't want to be involved with some people that would do that to children. Whether be friends with them or not, or whether he did or not, I don't, And plus, nobody was prosecuted.
Yeah, but okay, let me ask it to you this way. Now, you mentioned you didn't vote in the last election with Kamala and Trump because you believed both were evil. Trump's been in office now for a little bit over a year. If you had to give him a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F like we got in school, what letter grade would you give him so far, even though you didn't vote for him?
F.
So you don't like what he's doing. You think Kamala Harris would have done equally as bad?
I'm not sure. But she was doing no salad. She was like talking circles and not making no sense, salad.
I think you listen to a lot of right-wing media, which was certainly saying that about her. But I know you're giving Trump an F, so obviously you're not a Trump fan.
She surely she might have done better.
Might have. Okay. I mean, so obviously you didn't think Biden did very well either.
Biden did very well.
No, he didn't know where he was at.
Okay. I mean, you're consistent, but I'm trying to figure out, because if everybody has your mindset, we would never have, nobody would ever vote. You got some kind of delay, Sheila. I don't know.
I just want.
Yeah, Sheila, you can come back.
Somebody that's fair, that's not trying to, that will uphold. Somebody that will uphold the law, like these Epstein files. Nobody has been prosecuted. This is the most horrendous thing in my lifetime that's ever, that's ever happened in my history. I'm 60. I ain't never seen no stuff like this. And there's not one arrest, and they're all billionaires.
Yeah.
And all of them, they walked in there with daggum.
Well, we may never get to the bottom of that, at least certainly under the Trump administration, because it's clear he wants to hide it. But I got to move it on because you got a delay. But before I do, I want to ask you just one quick question. Who won the 2020 election in your opinion?
$5,000 they'll take away from us. You know. Okay, I missed it, sir.
Okay, I'm about to go ahead and drop. Yeah, I'm about to go ahead and drop you, unfortunately, because there's a big delay there. So it just, I don't know. It wasn't letting us communicate because there was a huge delay. Hanson Conservative says my father was from Arkansas. Here's so thank you, Conservative. Appreciate the support. Rich says Biden cheated to win. Okay, right. Like I said, show me some proof, and I'm with you. I think anyone should be taxed the same percent straight across the board. So you know, somebody working at, you know, let's say a high schooler or somebody who is, you know, part-time working for, you know, working while they're attending college or whatever, struggling. You think they should pay percentage-wise the same taxes as Elon Musk? Really? I don't agree with that. I don't think that it should be the same. You know, I know what they call it, a straight tax or whatever. I don't think somebody who is struggling where they barely make enough money to pay any taxes should pay this. Because listen, let's say it's 30%. I think our tax rate's around there. So for somebody who's barely getting by, 30% is a large amount of their money. For somebody who is rich, 30% is a large amount of their money as well, but it's not stopping them from being rich. So I don't know if I agree totally with the flat tax. I mean, I've heard the argument for it, but the problem is the average W-2 employee paying the same flat tax as some corporate billionaire or whatever the case may be. So you guys are both paying 20, 30%, but this person is claiming all kinds of shit. I mean, do you take that away from them? I mean, because they're going to be doing all kinds of tricks. The more money you make, the more ability you have to play all kinds of games with the tax system. So you could actually be making it, you could actually be living very, very wealthy, and on paper, you're losing money every year. I mean, you can play a lot of games once you start making that kind of money. Let me go back to the box, though. Continuing on and tap the screen. Get your boy on up to 50,000. 50, if you will. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache go. I certainly have to ask that. Yep, my friend is rich and he can write off damn near everything. Yeah, that's the point I'm making. I know I've never been rich, but I've been comfortable in terms of middle class levels. I owned a bunch of properties in Chicago for a while. You know, I had about 20, 30 tenants, and I was doing all right. And I did notice that when I went from just working in a union, putting in tons of overtime, still making good money, and, you know, willing to work for, 60, 80 hours a week because I was making time and a half. Then you make double time after 8 hours of overtime. I was making really good money. But when I started buying properties, if you're making overtime, let's say you're in a union job, you work for the railroads or something, you're getting really good pay, but when you start making overtime, the tax bracket on that shit is outrageous. But when I started buying properties, suddenly I could claim any damn thing. Anything. I mean, hell, I could damn near go stop off at a restaurant, and if my tenant was with one of my tenants or something was with me discussing something about the property, give me the receipt, and I can claim that off as a bill. I mean, there was so many things you could claim. I think the Trump administration has changed some of the tax laws. So this was back in the early 2000s. I was doing it, but I noticed that right off the bat that the more money I was making, the more stuff I could claim. And there was a few years, not lying, it's because it's past the statute of limitations, but there were a few years where I made good money and was able to, on paper, look like I was losing money. So I'm guilty of it too. But I do believe that the flat tax system is unfair to the people at the bottom because all of that shit exists for the people at the top. And the higher up you go, the more and more stuff you can claim. So I don't like that. I don't favor the flat tax system for that purpose. I like what he's talking about. Let me listen a minute. Thank you, Robert Perkins. That's why you plan a tax strategy. No, I actually think that the system is totally unfair for the people at the bottom because it's literally written and lobbied to by the people at the top. So the system works much better for folks at the top. People at the bottom ain't getting no laws passed in their favor. Let me go back to the box. What does that says? Lowe's Good evening, Lowe's. Welcome to the program.
Hey, handsome. Hey, can you do me a favor? I apologize. You want a really good debater? My friend Alex MD88. If you can accept him before me, just trust me.
Well, if I accept him, it may be a minute before I come back to you because I got other folks. I can't.
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Who is this? Who is this? I'll drop you. Who is this individual?
Alex MD88. He is a Charlie Kirk conservative.
All right.
Trust me.
All right, I'll drop you. All right, I'll give it a go. I don't mind speaking to Charlie Kirk. You know, maybe he'll finally come around to the notion that I'm not DEI. I don't see him in here though. What did he say? I don't see that person in the. Was it Alex MD88? Okay, let's make it happen. Good evening.
All right, how we doing today?
I'm doing good. You were requested. What am I getting wrong?
I was requested. So let me get this straight. We have had a lot of healthy debates today. Some of them were positive. I've seen a lot of negative, false information. Let's look at Hakeem Jeffries.
Wait. First of all, what did you hear that was false? Give me an example.
False information, slurring words. Different information that I've received in the last probably 7 minutes that I've been on your live. And thank you for inviting me in. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your candor. I love, your background out there.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
But what do you mean by you said false information, slurring words? I don't understand that.
No, not you. Another individual that was on your live just recently.
Give me something I can work with. What was said?
Okay, well, what was said is she can't even make up, anything about, Trump, this and that. And the problem that I have is we're talking about the Epstein files. We're talking about this and that. Everybody wants to have this conversation. But the problem is if you actually look back in 2006, you'd actually realize that Trump was the main one actually putting a voice out and saying, hey, I don't really agree with this type of candor. I don't want to deal with it. He called the local sheriffs. He called the police. He called everybody.
Yeah, I heard the sheriff testify to that or state that. The problem is, though, instead of saying that, he made it sound like he has had no contact with the guy. He could have just came on and said, this guy's a piece of shit and I got away from him. Also, Marjorie Taylor Greene has even admitted that. He said, my friends will be hurt. He's on record saying, stop talking about Epstein. He called it a Democrat hoax. Where is all that coming from?
Well, so let me ask you a question. When you speak about that, are you talking about the DOJ or are you talking specifically intentionally about him?
I'm saying he took to social media and said, stop talking about Epstein. Why would he do that?
So, again, we're going to go back in history.
No,
we go back to
you went all the way back to 2006. I'm going back to the beginning of his term this time. He said, stop talking about Epstein. Why would he do that?
That was before even his term began.
No, he just said that a little bit over a year ago. Why would he do that?
Why would he do what?
Why would he go on social media?
What do you mean?
Why would he go on social media and type out, stop talking about Epstein? This is when he was in office.
Okay, so when you say that, I totally agree. I understand where you're coming from, and it's questionable. It's
very questionable.
It's a questionable behavior, and you're concerned. I totally understand. But let me ask you a specific question here. Is when you go back to 2006, go back to 2011, go back to 2013, and you do that before he even ran, and things like that. He had done everything legally perspective in his mind, which, imagine a billionaire. I would imagine he has lots of legal power. He did everything that he could possibly do to make sure that he was not involved in any way, shape, or form. But when I see these posts of, release the photos, release everything, release this and that. Well, the DOJ, Pamela Bondi, did it. What else do you want?
Well,
yes, excuse me. They had to censor things for other individuals because of their privacy.
Yeah, that doesn't make none of this making any sense. The fact is, when he said stop talking about Epstein, we had not gotten to the bottom of this stuff. This was still one of the biggest talks of the town. Why would he say stop talking about it?
But what do you want to know? Because it's 3,000 pages. It's a lot of information, and trust me, I've gone through it all. What do you want to know?
Well, first of all, we want to know why there has not been any justice. You guys are crying about illegal immigrants not getting punished. All of these men were involved in this. And why would he jump up? Wait, hold on. Let me respond. Why would he jump up in the middle of this when nothing has been solved, nobody's been held accountable, and say stop talking about it?
Because he doesn't want to be involved in the actual candor or the verbatim of what is going on with that actual file, because he wasn't involved.
So just screw all of the victims and everything. I don't want him to be involved, so I want everybody to stop talking about it.
Well, to be honest with you, that's your own personal feelings if that's what you think. But he actually wants justice, and he's citing Pam Bondi to make justice happen. But we don't receive that on the other end of the spectrum. What we receive is basically, we can go through X. I've gone through X, about 8 hours today. I've gone through TikTok about 3 hours. I've done everything I possibly can to make sure that, I'm up to date as far as everything. But anyway.
You really believe President Trump's actions show you a man who wants justice for the victims? That's what you see in this.
So let me ask you another question.
You didn't answer that one. You can ask me. You can ask me, but you didn't answer that one. He comes across as somebody who really wants justice for. You mentioned Pam Bondi. The victims were right behind her. She didn't even. Wait, hold on. Let me. No. Okay, I am giving you the question. First of all, I wanted you to explain to me, because you said he wants justice. Give me examples of what's making you say that. And you also mentioned Pam Bondi. The victims were standing literally right behind her. They made it clear she ain't even contacted us. And not only has she not contacted us, we contacted her trying to get her to talk to us, and she's ignored us. And you're telling me that administration wants justice? Explain that.
So I would love to first start off with the first one. The first question that you had. I'm going to just make it quick for you.
Sure.
It's a very simple process with the DOJ. Okay, like he's not going to talk about his entanglements with Epstein. He's not going to talk about this. He's not going to talk about that because he wasn't involved in any way, shape, or form. The DOJ is going to find out that Hakeem Jeffries, for instance, that was on the news just this morning, doing a Fox engagement, like he's doing everything he possibly can, but at the same time, you have to understand that there's a process. There's a legality.
What does Hakeem Jeffries have to do?
Courts that you have to go through before you can actually release the information, before you can release all this information.
It's been over a year. It's been over a year. What are you trying to tell me?
What I'm trying to tell you is look at that hat behind you right now.
What about it? I got one in front of me. What are you talking about?
Make America. I'm saying make America great again.
Yeah.
I see Trump. You and I are on the same team. The only thing that I'm trying to divulge in here right now.
I'm listening.
When we actually engage into what is actually transpiring, when we saw Hakeem Jeffries on the actual screen today, and he's talking about, day one, the Trump administration promised, prices.
Was he wrong?
He was definitely wrong, because what are you supposed to do from the last administration?
Well, first of all, you don't make a promise, and then when you fail to deliver, say what a last administration. Then what makes you make the promise?
But let me ask you a question then, since you want to debate that.
No, I want to debate. Well, we can certainly move off. Wait, hold on. We can certainly move off of what you said about Epstein, because that's crazy. But where are you now? Give me where you want to go now.
So where I want to go now is let's just move off Epstein, because it's so stupid. Like,
no,
it's
ain't
so
stupid.
I see it all over the place. It's dumb.
You came highly recommended, man. Go ahead. Where you want to go?
I came highly recommended. I promise you, I'm very highly recommended.
I know you are. Go ahead. Give me your next one.
We're on the same team. It's like we're on the same team.
I'm listening. What you got?
What you got? For everything.
Okay, what you got?
We're fighting for the same prospects. We're fighting for the same venture. But at the same time, we look at the Democratic Party, and we can't even get funding. We can't get anything. Everybody wants to put their feet in the sand and push back. I get it. I get it. Everybody has their own opinion.
Why do you keep saying the Democrat Party,
I love that type of debate.
Why do you keep saying the Democrat Party? Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a Democrat now? Bobart?
I'm sorry, who?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, when it comes to Epstein stuff, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bobart is saying Lauren Bobart was just on Bill Maher this weekend, Friday, and she even said his handling of Epstein stuff looks terrible. I mean, you got people on the right that are not seeing this pursuit of justice that you're talking about.
I would love a healthy debate on that one. But, when you look at C-SPAN and things like that, when you actually go through actual other realms of, outside of CNN, outside of Fox,
outside of Marjorie Taylor Greene,
ABC.
So what's wrong? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene lying when she says that he is the reason why the files ain't been released? She's lying about that?
Okay, well, let me ask you another question on top of that. You had a whole entire administration in the past for 4 years. You had an administration outside of that, which was, Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had an administration outside of that, which was Obama.
Okay.
And nobody did anything. So you're trying to impose that it's Trump's fault.
Well,
am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, listen, what you're saying about Biden and Obama, there may be legitimate points to that because I do believe they knew. However, when Trump is in office and you bring up something he's done, saying that guys before me did it too is not a defense for him. That's a deflection. Yeah, Biden and Obama probably knew and didn't do what they should have done either, but that don't make Trump look any better.
And let me agree with you here. Let me agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. I honestly do. I don't agree with some of the things that are happening. I don't agree with some of the files. I don't agree with, some of the aspects of the administration. I really don't.
But you do believe he's trying to get the victims justice, is what you said.
He's trying to get, as far as him, no. As far as the DOJ, yes.
So you believe Pam Bondi is trying to get justice for the victims?
When we look at yes, I do. I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
When we actually look at the last 4 years, we're also on the track of, we've only been in, the Republican Party has only been in power for over a year, maybe a year and a half. And there's so many different things that they have to disclose. They have to, open up files. They have to do all this and that. But there's so much that you can only do. It's like me saying, hey, the wind's going to blow left to right tomorrow. Let me control it. How can you control the wind?
I'm not disagreeing with you on how can you control the wind. The problem with Trump, though, is he campaigned on controlling the wind. So you made these wild promises, and then when you get in office, your response, but you should have knew I couldn't do that. That's what is basically being told. Same thing with him talking about lowering groceries on day one, ending wars in 24 hours. You should have been smart enough to know I was lying to you is what we're hearing now. Because he made those promises.
And promises, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. When you say promises, I totally understand. Everybody thought on day one what he proposed.
Why did they think that?
As on day one. But it takes time because you had the Biden administration that had over, 9% inflation. You had eggs prospect at, down in the West.
If all of that exists, I think I agree with you. All of those problems did exist. Then why the hell are you promising to do stuff on day one?
And that's my thing, is where I agree with you. I will actually agree with you on this one is, yes, it's a little uncanny, isn't it?
It's a little dishonest. I don't know about uncanny. You got a better dictionary than I got. Mine don't say uncanny. It says dishonest. You're fucking lying. You can't do this. That's what it was. It was lying. It wasn't uncanny. It was dishonest.
Dishonest, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I call it uncanny because it's, I haven't seen, even in the market, looking at the market, looking at the Dow, looking at NASDAQ, looking at the SAP, looking at all those different things within, when the tariffs went off.
Well, I just want to
look at that.
Yeah, the point I'm making, this is something.
Look at that.
that stuff doesn't.
It's uncanny. It's weird. It's like, okay, well, the tariffs went off. Cool, great. But there's other powers behind the tariffs that he's actually doing.
Well, the average person that is buying groceries and trying to get by, telling them about the Dow or the stock market is irrelevant to them. They want to know, when I go to Walmart or when I go to the grocery store, how much does it cost to get a pound of beef? I don't want to know what the stock market is doing. That's for most Americans. They don't fuck with the stock market until they look at their 401ks and it's time to retire. That is meaningless for them right now.
In order to have everybody have an actual realm where they can go and get to the market, get to their local grocery store, and do everything, is you have to switch everything that Biden just did and make sure that people can go get their gas for $2, $2.90, $3 maybe max, or go to the grocery store and get the eggs for maybe $1. Maybe.
So do you agree with Trump? Now, Trump has recently said. Now I'm going to take what you said.
It's an economic issue.
Okay,
it's not Trump.
So why is he? Well, it is Trump, because he recently said our economy is the best it's ever been. Do you agree with that?
It's only been a year and 6 months.
Okay, he said currently, right now, when he was talking, our economy is the best it's ever been. Do you agree with him?
Yes, I do.
So America's never had a better economy than it is right now.
It's had a better economy under Trump. It's had a better economy under George Bush. It's had a better economy under even Obama. It's had a better economy.
Okay.
Biden destroyed everything.
I don't.
He let illegal aliens in.
Well, we're talking now you're in a different. Now you're on a different topic, but I'll just tell you this. Look, I was around just like you were a couple years ago under the Biden economy. I don't look at Biden's economy as being the worst we've had in a long time, and all of a sudden Trump, who is saying it's the best in American history, I don't see a big difference from then.
Let me ask you then. So when you talk about Biden, you say that you don't see a big difference.
No.
So let me ask you, when you filled up gas 2 years ago, how much did it cost you?
I'll be lucky if my vehicle, Expedition, 20 gallons, I think I hold. I might have saved.
It's a simple question.
I'm trying to think. Well, it's a simple question, but I'm trying to do the math. I'm saving probably about 30 cents a gallon than I was under Biden. So 20 gallons, that's about $6. $6 per fill up. That's what I'm saving.
Okay. How much does it cost today?
It's in the mid to low twos, 240 to 260, somewhere around there.
Do you see the actual economic prospect that I'm trying to say?
No.
I deal with accounts. I'm a CPA. Like, when you talk about these things and when you actually give me the information, that's where I'm going to a little bit dive into, like, okay, so like, what was the issue then?
I'm saying that if you
do you want Biden to come back in?
No. Here's what the issue is. If I'm being told Biden has given us the worst economy in recent history and Trump has gave us the best, I expect to save $20 per fill up. I expect it to be a significant difference. If a steak was $20 under Biden, it should be like $6 under Trump. It should be significantly different, and it's not.
And I totally understand.
So it ain't the best it's ever been.
I respect you. Hey, hold on. I respect you. I respect you for saying those things. That's totally fine. But you have to imagine, when you come to an administration that had over 7% inflation, there's only so much you can do within a year. But
the time frame is irrelevant when you're saying we now are the best it's ever been. I don't care if it's a day. You're saying right now it's the best it's ever been, and you said it was the worst under him. It should be a significant difference, and that is not true. When you go buy the same groceries at Walmart right now under Trump that you bought under Biden, you ain't saving no real money to brag about. It ain't different like that. I don't get where we're making it sound like it's the best it's ever been. If it's the best it's ever been under Trump right now, then it wasn't that far off under Biden.
You also have to understand that there's rhetoric. There's things that I don't agree with. I promise you, I don't agree with rhetoric. Where we talk about everything's great. It's still recovering.
What's the difference between rhetoric and lies?
Rhetoric is lies.
Okay. So he's lying then.
Rhetoric is lies.
So what you're saying is,
view,
so
as
what
far
you're
as-
saying is Trump is currently lying about stuff.
No. I'm not saying he's lying about everything. I'm
Is
just
he
saying
lying about anything?
The only thing he would be lying on right now is the UFO files that he's about to release from the Department of
So
War.
he is being honest about the economy there.
To be honest with you, I would rather have him in my pocket.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you. Is he being truthful about the economy? Best it's ever been. Is he being truthful about
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to
Because
hear.
you're in a moment of actual recovery. And there's only so much you can do. When somebody destroyed and let over millions of illegal aliens from insane asylums, everything else, come into the United States, and we're trying to get them out through ICE.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
talking about a whole entire deprivation of funds. You're talking about everything else. But at the same time, you know, what we saw on the news is him going through, you know, him going through the actual, you know, Supreme Court. And then outside of that, what'd you find out? You found out that basically he's not doing the tariffs the way he should, which is fine. It's totally fine. He did it on a
It ain't totally fine. It's not totally fine when you say okay. It's not totally fine when you say all kinds of insults about the Supreme Court. That ain't fine. I gotta move it on. I give you plenty of time. You're welcome back anytime, by the way. Spirited debate. Unfortunately, for time purposes, I gotta bring on other guests, but you can come on back anytime, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Came highly recommended. I appreciate that. Tap the screen. Get your boy on up to. I can't even see what the fucking screen says. See, somebody says thank you. What am I looking at here? 50. Get us up to 60,000. Thank you, folks. This guy was a waste of time looking for some. What did I say? Some friendship. Glory. Like the song by Laura Branigan. That was painful. You guys are mean. Don't be mean to my guest, Lisa. Show your boy some love. Help out with the hat, mustache, and the TikTok cap goal. Show your boy some love. Get the likes on up to 60,000, by the way, as well. That was the uneducated. Wow, the comments are horrible. Lord have mercy. Who said that, Miss Mobile? You guys are awful. Thank you for that hat mustache there. Who said that? I want to make sure I acknowledge you. Rich the King. Thank you very much. These comments are crazy. All right, how much cool? Oh, you guys are still going. Oh my God. No tax on overtime is a deduction up to $12,500. Yeah. And that's what Trump, the no tax on overtime thing, no tax on tips. So you guys are still going in the comments. Somebody said he was pitiful. Let me just say this in regards to no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It's one that has more bark than bite. It's one that has more bark than bite. Like I know even when I was working for AT&T as an International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Union employee, no tax on overtime up to 12.5 wasn't much. I mean, look, I'll take it. It's a gift, but it ain't significant. I mean, there were some years I made like 50, 60K in overtime. And we're talking back in the late 90s, early 2000s. 12.5, if you work in an overtime position, you probably make a lot more than that. So most of your overtime, the point I'm making is most of your overtime is not going to be tax-free. 12.5 is a very low bar for 2026. I mean, even somebody working at Olive Garden, that ain't I mean, when you getting, $20, $15, $20 tips per person you serve. I mean, two people eating at Olive Garden, you're talking probably about $30 a person, the entree and then something to drink or what. I mean, probably about almost $30 a person. So $60, what is 20% on that? What is that, about $12, I think it is, whatever it is. But that ain't a lot. That's not a lot. You're gonna have a chunk of your money that is not tax-free. 12.5 ain't much. It's not much at all. So like I said, it sounds good, but you could expand that 12.5 number way the fuck out. You got a job paying you 60, 70,000 a year, which is kind of almost average for a union job now. If you got overtime on that gig, you're probably making a lot more than 12.5 on that. Certainly if you're somebody who is willing to go to work and actually put in the hours. That ain't a lot. And I see the comments, Pizza Lover says, don't claim it then. No, you can claim it, but you can also admit this ain't shit. I mean, I'm sure the Democrats have done things that the right said, yeah, but that ain't much. You ain't giving us much. That ain't much. When you compare what he's doing for the upper class, that ain't much. It really ain't. There's always something to do. It's just a matter of what it is. I don't know what you're saying there. Oh, he's definitely the debate president. I didn't see what that comment was. Well, we had one of my viewers come highly recommended. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 70,000 or 60,000? Thank you, Darius Davis. Don't know why this YouTube didn't scroll up. And real quick in the comments, Jermaine 75 says Congress and the Senate passed a law that all the e-files comes out unredacted. That don't mean shit in the era of Trump. We actually didn't lose TikTok because Trump ignored that. Congress passed a law that TikTok was supposed to be sold or taken off by a certain day. And Trump, well, we're still working on a deal and just went around Congress. So under Trump, probably one of the reasons why Congress ain't been doing shit to begin with is because, I mean, he may or may not listen to it. He may or may not listen to what Congress says. But yeah, the law was that the e-files were supposed to come out in their completion by December. December came and went. Trump, well, we're still working on it. They passed this law a few months ago. Why are you still working on it? You should have been doing this already. So you can't be guaranteed that President Trump is going to adhere to the wishes of Congress, because if he doesn't listen to Congress, who's going to enforce it? Pam Bondi? You think she's going to send the Justice Department after Trump? You don't have any enforcement for him. So he pretty much is free to do whatever he wants. Even if he breaks the law, the Department of Justice is him too. They're not going to do anything to him. Netanyahu and Putin had all the negative files. Well, they still have them. Let me go back to the box. Miss Mo Betta, were you the one that said, good Lord?
Lord have mercy. What the fuck was that, Tim?
Listen, I like to give my guests respect. Certainly my MAGA. You know we love our MAGA guests. He was a Charlie Kirk MAGA, so I gave him plenty of time. You know, what's what you do?
Jesus. Oh my God, that was hard, Tim. That was tough. That was tough.
Normally I take that as a compliment when a woman says this. This time was a little bit different this time. So
they must have had some free minutes or something today. Then his friend had the nerve to fucking to recommend him, talk about he's a great debater. That's the funniest shit I heard all day. I was in this bitch crying.
Well,
oh my God. Pizza Lover, shut up. Go somewhere and scratch and sniff. Ain't got time for your bullshit today.
I'm going to ask you what we talked about earlier. If my computer works right.
Hey, folks.
And thank you for the hat and mustache, Mike in the balls. Appreciate that. Oh shit! I wanted to, before we get into it, I gotta bring my other computer.
Hey, Mike, boo.
Yeah, I see that. So, best economy in U.S. history, not something you see, huh?
What?
That's what Trump says.
Not according to my taxes. Not according to my receipts from the grocery store. What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah. My question is, what are you going to do about those tariffs that were illegal, that the Supreme Court ruled illegal? What is he going to do for those businesses that went under because of those?
Well, the businesses are just going to be asked out, but I believe there are backdoor ways for him to still continue the tariffs, because he put them back on at 10%, then the next day he went up to 15%. I think there's a time limit, though. Like, he can only have them on for, 3 months or 6 months or something like that, but the tariffs are still there.
I think people are going to start filing lawsuits and shit against the United States.
That's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to have to happen. In order for them to claim any losses that they suffered under those tariffs, they're going to have to sue the states. Yeah, they're going to have to sue us. So, he keeps saying he winning. He's only winning to MAGA.
Yeah, and I see in the comments.
Winning it with his mouth.
Well, the man knows how to talk. I see in the comments people are saying 150 days, so that's like 5 months. Well, after the 5 months is up, then I guess that's when you would put in the lawsuit, and that's going to take several months as well. So the tariffs could be in effect for the rest of this year easily. What I want to ask you something else though, Mr. Mobetta. During the Biden's administration, you remember the whole vote for me, you ain't black, and the crime bill of the 90s. Many folks suggested that was a clear-cut sign that Biden was a racist commander-in-chief. I want you to hear this because you probably have heard it, but I want to discuss this with you.
Reverend Jesse Jackson will not lie in honor at the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office denied a request from Jackson's family, citing precedent that the rotunda is typically reserved for presidents, military leaders, and select officials. The civil rights icon died this week at 84.
Now, Rosa Parks was allowed to lie in state. So was J. Edgar Hoover, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So people that are not politicians have lied in state. But what I want to ask, with Biden being a vote for me, you ain't black, the crime bill, the racist president, and Trump, the least racist person we know is what he often says. If Biden was president during the time of Jackson's death, Nancy Pelosi is in place as opposed to Speaker Johnson. Do you think the request would have went the same way?
Absolutely.
So
no. They would have allowed him to lie in state. They would have, on the strength of him. He ran for president twice, even if he did, but he was a big name when it came to the civil rights and stuff like that. Jesse Jackson was world known. You know what I mean?
But I'm being told that Biden is vote for me, you ain't. But he the racist dude. Trump is the guy that loves African Americans.
Even if Biden explained to them what he meant by that, they still would say, "Oh, that was racist." That was not a racist. That wasn't a racist statement. He, in so many words, he said everything. But my colleagues on the other side are racist. You understand what I'm saying? And that they don't like you.
Well,
that's what that said to me. They don't like you.
Yeah, and thank you, Jackson, for the hat mustache. Yeah. Snowbird in the comments though says this has nothing to do with color. You guys always make it about color. So why do you?
Shut your ass up, Snowbird. Shut up.
Why do you think they?
Matter of fact, go join them. Them two that was on the spectrum that just got off. Go hang out with them.
On the spectrum.
That's when you hear grown people talking.
On the spectrum. If it ain't about color, and I guess that's a possibility, why do you think they denied the guy?
That's because they're in denial when it said people that say, "Oh, you always bring up race and always bring up color," because they never had to experience anything as far as their color goes. So they're gonna say that. They're gonna say, "Oh, it's not about race." You ain't gonna call that out because it's your people that's doing it. Shut up.
Well, I guess the thing is, because like you're right, he's world renowned, and this is an easy way because one of the defenses for President Trump, the suggestion that he's racist, no, because he donated money to HBCU, so there was a defense. This would be an easy one. Why would a racist let Jesse Jackson lie in state? Like this is an easy one that he could have done. I'm like, I don't understand why he wouldn't do this.
That's because they believe anything that comes out of his mouth. That's how he won, because they believed everything he said. And the other 75 million that didn't, we saw through him. We saw through him. Thanks for the bubble.
Well,
and he is. I don't. For the life of me, I don't understand how people keep saying, "Oh, he's for America, he's about America," but you start this border peace and donate $10 billion, and yet here your country is on the brinks of starvation.
Ooh. Wait! Are you saying America? Where does that money come from? America is on the brink of starvation. Thank you, Teddy P.
I'm just speaking metaphorically, Tim.
Okay,
we're not really starving like that. However, we still are in a financial mess here. We are in a financial mess, and you're going to start this border peace where you're the chair, your son-in-law is the treasury or the secretary or whatever, and $10 billion he's been given to everybody but us. But you don't want to give free lunch in school. You don't want to do anything with student loans. You don't want to do anything to help out American people. That's America first.
Well, Well, I mean, he says we have the best economy that's happening. Our economy right now is better than it's ever been. So wouldn't that be helping out Americans?
He said everything. He said he didn't know Stormy Daniels. He said he didn't do this.
He did say that.
You was cheating on all your wives. Like, get the fuck out of here.
You make Trump sound like a bad guy.
He's not a nice one.
Well, let me ask you this other. We talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were on here or not. I got hammered, as always, by my African American viewers. My black, my what do you say? My colored Gangster Grandma. I don't like that.
Of course.
But
of course.
But I do have to say this again. I want to run it by you. You know, Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate down in Texas, and she's running against another Democrat, James Tallarico, pictured here.
Yes.
In Texas, which one of these individuals you think would be a better candidate for the Democrat Party to try and win?
Jasmine is actually a whole better candidate. Yeah, he's better to them because he has the look, the complexion. He has all the complexion and he's a male. So in their eyes, he would win that way. As far as anything, as far as challenging, standing up for the people and all of that stuff, Jasmine hands down.
So you
hands down.
So listening to what you're saying, though, the complexion and the visuals, you would either agree with me or not see any problem with what I said by saying that I believe for the Democrat Party in a blood red state like Texas that's been controlled by the right for like 30 years, they need to propel a candidate that's straight, white, Christian, and male.
Absolutely not. They need to choose who's better for them people, for all people.
Yeah, but
what's happening is they're not looking at and seeing what Jasmine Crockett is doing for Texas now.
Yeah, but I think I'm not disagreeing with the choose who's better. But I'm talking about choose who. I think it's a difference between choosing who is better versus who could win. I think somebody like Nikki Haley would have been better for the future of the Republican Party compared to Trump. But Trump can win, and I think that Tallarico in a state like Texas, while we can negotiate, we can debate whether or not he'll be better for Texas. I think he is better for picking a candidate that you want to win. The person that might win may not always be the best, but I believe he has a better chance of winning.
Well, we see that with the president we have now. But let's be truthful of why they're not being chosen. And I don't know if we go into those lists. We know. Again, I believe Jasmine will beat him. And they done dug up some shit on him where he was taking stuff from a playbook from somebody from Pennsylvania. So it's like, she has more of a smarts. I think she has bigger balls than he does. So he's trying to, metaphorically speaking, for the people who don't like the rainbow. And she doesn't mind getting her hands dirty when it comes to stuff like that, and she comes with receipts. I'm not disagreeing with any of the intelligence of Crockett or what she stands for or her convictions. What I'm saying in a blood red state like Texas is exactly what you just said. I mentioned this earlier. Anytime you get a strong, passionate, outspoken African-American woman, they start talking about stuff like ghetto. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about her eyelashes, stuff that has nothing to do with politics. Just like with Kamala Harris, her laugh. That just shows you how horrible people are.
But that's votes.
It just shows you how awful people are, and regardless, even if they don't choose her, she's gonna fight to the end. And which, again, it's horrible. So they keep saying, "Oh, a woman shouldn't run this. A woman shouldn't run the country. A woman shouldn't be in position of power." Now, in the history of this country, we've had nothing. Majority, we had one black president. Everybody else has been white, and this country is fucked up. His country has been fucked up. We've been in recessions. We've been in WARs. We've been in all kind of shit, and men has been in control of all that shit.
It's still
damage could a woman do? What
it's still
damage could a woman do that a man can't?
well, when you say the country is fucked up, I mean, we're still the wealthiest, most powerful nation on earth. I mean, we have our issues. We have our issues.
They steal good. I don't know what to tell you. They steal good. They know how to steal well and hide shit. They stealing it right from us. They stealing that shit right from us. And hey, what's happening? And we don't have any women in charge.
Yeah, and I got one viewer, and I'm curious for this viewer because one of the viewers said, "Fucked up is putting it mildly. Your country is done." Nadiac 6960. I would like to know what country you're from. And there's a lot of folks. Hold on, I'm sure there's a lot of folks who think like you, but Nadiac, I would love to know what country you're from. He says, "Fucked up is putting it mildly. Your country is done." I don't think America is done. I don't see that, but I get your sentiment. But
I mean, he's just. He gets up there, he flip-flops, he lies, he takes our money and does what he wants to with it, and MAGA still believes he's the greatest while picking their damn pockets. And for the life of me, I don't understand how they support some shit like that.
Well, Melissa K gives an answer. Melissa K says because the stock market is at an all-time high right now.
Not everybody deal with the stock market. That's for the people who can afford to deal with the stock market. Not the majority of the Americans do not deal in the stock market. So stop saying that.
Yeah. What about what I said though? A lot of folks do not foresee or desire, and I see somebody in the comments even mentioned, a lot of folks don't want a woman at the helm. We don't have that problem with Tallarico.
That's because they if they feel a woman, they start questioning their masculinity or something. I don't know why they feel. And 9 out of 10 times, the people that are saying that, the women are running their households. But you get out in public and say, "Oh well, we don't need a woman." Bitch, shut up. A woman is running your fucking household. Well, I'll tell you what. You go home and not give your wife that check, and you watch what happens.
And she responded to you by exactly what I said could probably end up being thrown at at Jasmine Crockett. She says you buy nails. So
I do what?
Nails, because even Trump talked about
nails. Ask her, can she see this one? Ask her, can she see this nail?
No, she can, but that's funny. She threw up the middle finger.
Can she see this nail?
Well, but
sit and spin.
But
shut up. You mad because your mother should have swallowed your ass. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Jesus. Well, anyway.
Ghetto that. Y'all, they get mad. They see when black women are not afraid to speak up, when they're intelligent and can call their fucking bluff, they want to say it's ghetto.
That happens. And I will say in regards
to your trailer park with that shit. Now ghetto that, bitch.
I'm gonna get out the way of that, but I will say that even when it comes to that nails comment, even President Trump, who is now favorable to Nicki Minaj after the recent support he mentioned that. Man, you should see her nails. He was talking about that. He was talking about that.
He's a nasty ass pervert. He sexualized his own daughter. Like, I can't really. How could you stand behind some shit like that? That shit is nasty.
Bro, because
he's nasty.
Because the stock market is putting money in people's pockets. I guess that's what they think. So, folks.
Yeah, okay. I have a 401k too. And what? It's still, again, they see, gas is down, but groceries are up. So that little $20, $30 that you think you're saving in gas, you're going to spend it in the grocery stores.
But let me ask you this, because you haven't mispronunciated any word. Your grammar seems to be fine. Snowbird says, "Speak like you're from the ghetto, lady. We hear you." I'm trying to figure out what about your conversation denotes ghetto.
What is their obsession with the ghetto? I don't live in the ghetto. I live in the great parts of Long Island. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Is that not ghetto enough for you?
I'm just telling you.
Shut your ass up. Again, I said what I said and I meant it. I can say it quietly or I can say it loudly. Either way, my stance is shut the fuck up.
Well, I got a good question for you. I think it's legitimate coming from the conservative side of the aisle, but I think this is legitimate. Here is the question. Do you want women to run or do you want your party to win? If you're faced with that question coming from a Democrat, maybe coming from somebody like me, how do you respond to that?
Listen, if we want who's best for the job, Whether it's a black woman, white woman, black male.
It doesn't make any. If they lose,
we want to win.
No.
Huh?
If the best, if I got two people I want you to look at. One, everybody loves this motherfucker. He didn't graduate from high school or anything, but everybody that votes is friends with him. I'm sure we can get him back. Here's another person that's a PhD. Everybody sees him as bougie and they think he's sold out and all. You gonna go with the educated person over the dropout? Do you want to win or not?
You want to win. What are you talking about, Tim?
We talking about Crockett and Tallarico. You're saying that Crockett may be more.
You're asking the wrong person that question, though. You're asking me. You should ask the opposition.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Of course, I want who's gonna. I want the best person for the job.
Which one is more? Which one is more important for you as a liberal? The person that can win, or the person that's the best for the job if they win?
That's a whole condescending question. Tim.
How?
It's a loaded question. Simply because if I go with the Jasmine Crockett, which I would anyway, you would say I'm only choosing her because she's
I just want your opinion. I don't think you just choose.
I would choose her because she is simply qualified. She's qualified and she has the nerve.
But
like you said,
I understand that.
Play fair. MAGA doesn't play fair. We know that. You're going to need somebody who can get dirty with them.
I mean, I understand all that, but you're focusing on the best person for the job, which is what you should do. But I'm asking if a person who is not as suitable for the job has a higher chance of winning, because politics is about selling yourself. I don't think out of all 9 of the folks that were running for Republicans, I don't think Trump was the best person for that job, but he's far better at selling himself. He's far better at selling himself than Ron DeSantis or Chris Christie or any of them. So he is the best person to win, but I think some of them other folks would have been better for the job. So I'm saying.
Well, see, and the thing about that is, though, Tim, because you can choose him. Oh, he sold himself. Well, guess what? And then all the interest that were for our party went somewhere else, like we're experiencing now.
Well, you could be doing that, going with Kamala Harris. Jasmine Crockett over Tallarico. I mean, you could be putting your best person for the job over somebody that may have a better chance to win.
Well, listen, win or lose, I would go with her.
All right, fair enough.
And that's my thing. I don't really even know too much about him either.
Same.
I know a lot. I follow her. So I see what she's done with this, with all the money and stuff that she actually just got for Texas and all. And I'm not even from Texas. Yeah. I wish she was in a political race, even as a vice president. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That when Kamala ran, I would have chose her over Kamala. That's hands down.
And listen, I think Kamala Harris' issue was she was not as authentic, particularly to the black community.
She just didn't have enough time, Tim. I'm sorry.
That's
your story in mind, that she didn't have enough time. If she would have had a little more time, I believe she would have won. Because for her to have such little time, she was very close in numbers. You're talking about 1.5 million people is not a lot when you're only dealing with 2/3 of the country voting. You understand what I'm saying? So if she would have had a lot more time, she would have beat him. He got 77 million and she got 75.5 million, or something like that. That's very close when you're talking about numbers. And 1/3 of the country not voting.
I don't totally. I don't totally agree with that, but I don't totally disagree with either. Ms. Mobetta, I gotta move on. As always.
I know your stance on that. I get it. I'm hoping you're not a part of the He-Man woman hating club. I'm just asking.
No. Well, I voted for her, so no.
All right, because then I would have to go Gangster Grandma on your ass.
Oh, we don't want that. We don't want that. But we got love for Gangster Grandma.
Bring my boo up next, because he got some shit to say.
All right.
Being that we nominated people, bring Mike up. But thanks for the gifts, folks. Tap that screen, get the numbers up.
Hell yeah, thank you. By the way, she is right. Show your boy some love. Get the program up. We can cross that 100,000 mark. Forever C10 says, Tim, did you see where they killed the 21? Yes. I was going to cover it because I saw it came in. I got my the big screen on playing. Well, right now I got the Fox affiliate, not Fox News, but if you get the Samsung, any television with the Samsung TVs, they give you a bunch of free channels as well. So when I turn mine on, it's set to go straight to, it's a Fox affiliate. It's a national network, and that's what it's on. So sometimes I watch that or News Nation or whatever. But yeah, I did hear that there was a 21-year-old wielding a shotgun at Mar-a-Lago, refused to put it down. I believe they said he even pointed it at officers and they took his life. Apparently his parents had notified authorities that he was missing about an hour or so before they took his life. So to me, kind of sounds like he was on a suicide mission. You gonna go to the president's home with just a shotgun and you think you're gonna be successful? You kind of asking for it at that point. So to me, it almost sounds like he literally was just on a suicide mission or something like that. I mean, you go out there like Rambo and still not have any guaranteed level of success, but a shotgun? You definitely about to be from my cold dead hand Charleston Heston style. I mean, that's what's going to happen to you. But I did hear about it. He says, man, people are angry. Shake my head. Well, people are going to be, look, if they were trying to take out Obama the way they've been trying to take out Trump, you certainly have a lot of anger in the Liberal Party. The African Americans will be going ape shit about it. But as I point out all the time, Trump makes enemies for breakfast. I get that they want to suggest it's always a liberal trying to hit Trump, but fact is, nobody, I believe, has ever made as many enemies in the White House as President Trump. And I'm even comparing him to the likes of George W. Bush, who started a whole fucking war unnecessarily. Because the idea that it has to be a liberal, no, it could be a farmer that's pissed off with the tariffs that you keep trying to shove down people's throats and you're hurting farmers. It could be a federal employee that got fired that actually voted for you. It could be one of those, we voted for Donald Trump. Could be one of them folks who thought you was going to get in there and prevent them from going back to a socialist country, and now you're deporting them back to Cuba. It could be any damn body. So the whole notion that every hit at Trump is all going to be a liberal, no. There's a whole lot of people on the right you're pissing off. How many fans does Marjorie Taylor Greene have? Now she's gone, and now they're hoping they can get somebody that they may have thought was as good as she was in their district. I mean, it could literally be anybody. Haitians you're deporting. It could be people on the left. It could be people on the right. It could be some mom that don't want her son sent to Iran to go to war. I mean, it could be anybody. The guy makes enemies for breakfast. It's just as simple as that. So I don't buy into the notion that anybody that takes a hit out on Trump has to be a liberal. No, you pissed off a whole lot of folks on your own party. Whole lot of folks that are no longer even considered Republicans anymore because of him. I mean, I'm assuming Liz Cheney had fans. Mike Pence had fans. You got rid of all them people, all the Bush fans, the Romney fans. I mean, there's enemies everywhere. We see ill tariffs. Now we'll refund corpse prices. I don't quite get what you're saying there, Mr. G. Well, G, I don't quite understand what you were saying there. I don't even know any African Americans or black people. Can we be engines? Don't know what that means either. And a goddamn grown-ass man like your age still got that Make America Great Again hat of Donald Trump. And you did say in the fireplace and set it on fire. Okay, I'm assuming you're demanding I put this product in the nearest incendiary device and set it on fire. Wow, we don't do that here. We don't want to burn anything. Is News Nation another right wing of nutcase ownership on that and only want to make a paint on Republican in better light and what they're... News Nation is looking like they're leaning right. I went to News Nation because I'm a big Chris Cuomo fan, but I also like Bill O'Reilly. I was a big fan of his at Fox for years. I was a big fan of Chris Cuomo at CNN for years. I was a big fan of Geraldo Rivera. And News Nation got all of them folks on there. But the network is starting to look more and more like it's leaning to the right. I would agree with that. It's starting to look more and more like Cuomo is liberal. And because both of the programs that surround him are kind of, well, at least the program before his is not, but all the stuff after, yeah, it's looking more like a right-wing network. I get it. Everybody has their own choice, though. I'll just say that. And I don't watch those other programs. I like Cuomo because he puts on people from both sides. The rest of the programs, to me, seem a little bit further to the right. But I do like News Nation. Let me go back to the box. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal. We're getting pretty close. Show the program some love. We'll go to Mike DeBoss. It's looking more like a general news station that is not biased. Well, I would tell you this. Look at the people that host the programs. You know, like CNN had what was his name? Anderson Cooper. I guess they got the other girl now. What is her name? Caitlin Collins. You look at the political leanings of the people. Now, obviously on Fox, you got Lori Ingram and Hannity and Jesse Waters. I mean, all of them lean right. I don't think Fox has any host that leans left. But News Nation does have one in Chris Cuomo. So I think it's better than the other stuff. Mike, good evening.
What's happening, Tim? This is the first time I've been back since it locked up the other day.
Since what? Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other page. That's the other page. I believe it's still maybe having me. I don't know if normally they do it for a few days, a week or something. So I don't know, but I mean, yeah, they took the ability to take live callers off of it.
That was his fault. That was Straight Talk fault. His ass in the comment. That was his damn fault with all that bullshit he was spewing. But listen, I didn't know that your live turned DEI. I didn't know that somebody could come up and request for someone else to come up that's really good at debating and sucks donkey ass. I didn't realize that I didn't realize that, Tim. Is that what we're doing now?
Well,
people out there?
It was kind of like the House floor when you say I yield back my time. The guy came up and said, no, I would rather you talk to such and such instead of me. So he yielded back his time. He gave the other individual high marks. He was a Charlie Kirk MAGA, which is certainly somebody I would love to talk. I like my MAGA. And a Charlie Kirk MAGA, that was irresistible.
And you didn't ask him one CK question at all.
Well,
not one.
No, I didn't. And that would have been interesting too.
Now, being fair, he didn't say a word of substance at all. Literally.
Well,
you know what? It was so bad. I didn't hear one thing that I was going to push a button and say, let me up to debate it. I just sat here and was like, there's nothing to say here. So anyway, let's move on past that, shall we?
Yes.
Because that was a cluster.
Well, he'll be back, I'm sure. We'll talk to him again. I welcome all my guests back. We don't always have to agree.
No, you got to put him on the pregame show or some shit. Don't put him on the.
Oh, come on. I mean, listen, the next time he may be far, far stronger and I may look far, far weaker.
No, you got to talk to him via text or some shit. Don't bring him up on the show. Bring him up before the show starts. Like when you're brushing your teeth or something, setting your other programs up. But anyway, yeah, or even after the show. I can't even believe that I disagree with Straight Talk. Even after the show was better than that shit. But anyway, let's.
Oh, Straight Talk didn't like him? He was trying.
No, he didn't like him either.
Really? I didn't know that.
He didn't say nothing.
He gave Trump's economy credit for being the best in history.
And when you asked him, then he turned around and said it wasn't.
He said, Straight Talk said, I would rather listen to Gangster Grandma. Holy shit. That's wild. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Anyway, listen.
All right, go ahead.
Jasmine has an opportunity to win in Texas. She does have an opportunity.
I don't deny she has an opportunity, but do you not? Am I totally getting it wrong by saying I think in a blood-red state like Texas, he actually presents a better image of what they're looking for?
No, I don't agree with that. I agree with I would have this election again, Tim. When you add Trump into the mix in this administration, all the norms we've seen before go out the window.
True.
They just go out the window. I think there's so much fuckery going on right now that I think Texas is starting to say we got to do something different. They're not getting any of the things that they're asking for.
If it wasn't, I don't disagree with you, but Texas to me is a big hill to climb. Before we continue, though, Will G says Trump ain't shit. He says he paid illegal tariffs. Now we'll have to refund corporations and prices will remain high. I don't think they're gonna get that tariff money back. Do you think that's gonna happen?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen some way. It ain't gonna come back to us as consumers, but it's gonna get back to the corporations. And some of the corporations are already laughing because they're double dipping. Because they're going to get it back, but how do you get it back to the consumers, right? They're going to
lower. You can give it back to the consumer by lowering the price of shit significantly.
Yeah, but what I mean is directly, because every consumer, you can't track every consumer spend.
No, but you can't just, it would be like if you really wanted to give reparations, as opposed to just trying to track every individual, just do something that is blanket beneficial to all or to that group as a whole. I would just say, whatever your percentage of profit over, let's say you sell a steak for $20 and the steak only costs you 16, so $4 of that price is profit. Okay, well, sell a steak for 18 instead of 20. Something like that. Something like that.
Listen, well, I believe like Costco might do something like that, because Costco never bought into the DEI and all of that. And by the way, straight talk, there's dozens of companies already suing. So there's that part. I mean, there were companies suing about these tariffs even before the ruling came out.
Yeah.
Right.
But you really believe that even though you really believe they're going to ultimately end up getting money back?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So let me, yes, I do. And let me pose a question to you. The Supreme Court has ruled that it was illegal.
Yeah.
So once they make that ruling, there's no other recourse for this. It's over.
Well, so, there are a few other acts I'm hearing from the past that allow him. I mean, obviously, one says he can keep the tariffs on for 150 days, and then what happens if he's finally able to convince Congress to vote in favor of the tariffs? You think could that happen?
Well, they would have to vote for what he's doing now, and by the way, for any of you conservatives try to respond, he admitted he should have done this to begin with.
Yep.
What he did with the tariffs, well, that was Peter Navarro in his ear, because Bessett was telling him not to do it this way.
Here's what I don't get: why would a nation of 360 million people believe one dude should be able to tariff the whole world any number he wants to come up with? I bring up all the time that the country of Brazil was trying to prosecute a former prime minister or president or whatever they call it down there because he tried to stage a coup, and they did end up prosecuting him and giving him like 20 some odd years in prison or whatever. But anyway, when they were trying to do it, Trump was favorable to this guy from his first term. So Trump is telling Brazil, if you continue trying to prosecute this guy, we're going to raise your tariffs up to like 50%. So he's using tariffs in a manner that has absolutely nothing to do with trade imbalance or just using it as a weapon. And MAGA was pretty much on the sideline. Like, okay, I don't understand why we would as a nation allow one dude to tax the whole world at whatever number he deemed fit and allow him to move the numbers around and anything anytime he wants. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly, but they're sycophants and cult members, right?
Blue one,
and so they're sycophants and cult members, and because of that, we're here today. Now, let's be clear. And by the way, there are over 1,000. You can look this up right now. There's over 1,000 companies that have filed lawsuits against Trump buying tariffs.
Well, it's money. Yeah, it's money. I mean, that's probably if there was ever going to be a downfall of President Trump. That's how when people start piling on, when you get everybody to finally get behind something like the Epstein files. If everybody would actually pile on, you can get to the bottom of that shit. I mean, but it's money. So yeah, you can probably get a bunch of them. Well, shit, if you filed, I'm gonna file too.
Yeah, and those are the companies, let alone the class action lawsuits that are gonna come, because consumers are gonna feel like they're getting cheated. Now, before people push back on me about that, that's what, and here's the thing, people. This is why Donald Trump was trying to get rid of oversight and regulations to begin with. This is why he was trying to get all the FCC, SEC, FTC, all of them to report directly to him and strip out all of these oversight, because he wants to be able to control it. Now, these whistleblowers and these people are going to file class action lawsuits.
Yeah. Look, MAGA and certainly the Republican Party have been adamantly against big government controlling everything my whole life that I can remember. I don't understand how that's taken such a backseat in the Trump administration. I mean, he can go into cities and states and tell them to do anything he wants, and suddenly MAGA's like, hey, he's lowering crime or he's stopping drugs. Like all of a sudden, it's okay to go around the states for any reason you deem fit. They didn't normally used to agree with that. Mike, did I lose you?
Yeah, I got a call real quick.
Okay.
Sycophants and cult members. Sycophants and cult members. Tim, it's not even fun. It's getting so hard to support it, and I'm watching it because I've watched people spaz out since the ruling, the Supreme Court ruling, and now Roberts is a traitor. Comey Barrett is a traitor. All of a sudden, it's like, where is your line? Where was your line? Yeah, Billy Buckeye, you can say I'm delusional all you want, but you could never debate what I'm saying because these are facts. These aren't even my feelings. If you want to know my feelings, I will tell you, but I typically keep that to myself. But these are just facts. We're dealing with, we're in a moment right now in this country where the Supreme Court, it was one ruling, and you know there's dozens of rulings coming up that could still impact this administration. But this one in particular, even if he uses this new, I think it's the fair, what was it called? I forgot the name of the act that he's using, where you can go up to 15% for 150 days.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it. But yeah, I mean, apparently there's a few of those, so he might be able to stair step them. Do one after the 150 days expired, and go to the next one. I think there's about 2 or 3 of them he can use.
And again, he might do that, but it's not 50% MAGA reacts, it's 15. It maxes out at 15%, not 50. You motherfuckers don't read shit. Y'all drive me crazy because you get up here and you come in the comments and you say all this shit about what I'm saying and you don't read. Tim, what is the max, Tim? Maybe they'll believe
I mean, well, he did 10, then he knocked it up to 15.
And that's the max.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he knocked it up to 15 24 hours later. So
you motherfuckers don't read shit. This stuff is so easy to go fact check. and then
well, but hold on. We are talking about President Trump. He has a way of being told the law says you can't do that, and he's saying, fuck the law, I'm gonna do it anyway. So I get it's only 15, but I don't think before Trump, I don't know if we've ever had a president in our lifetime that just simply said, fuck what the judge said, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Listen, at the end of the day, well, again, he's going to continue to do that because they understand, the people around him understand that the legal process takes a while, and they can continue to operate. They can continue to operate under the tariffs while the legal process plays out.
Right.
So they understand that.
And just delay.
Yeah, and that's what he did with all the trials. They delayed.
So even though they've deemed his tariffs illegal, shit, how long before they actually remove them? I mean, with the delay process.
Well, that I would imagine that has to end, because here's the thing. The companies, they don't have to, Trump can't say anything. Whenever that ruling came out, I would imagine the companies are starting that now. Because you got to remember, now the liability would be on the companies if they continue to take in tariffs underneath that ruling.
Well, I guess they could pass. I guess they could just simply to make waves pass 100% of those tariffs on to the consumer. I mean, they could do that. That way, it would force the public to know what's going on. I mean, if you're not going to let us out of it, the corporations could say, if you're not going to let us out of it, then from this point on, we pass it 100% of that stuff down. Maybe even make up some of because they've been eating some of it. So we're going to pass 100% down and some of what we've been eating.
Well, based on reports, they had only been eating 10% of it. You saw that report?
Wow, no, I didn't. I know that they had been eating some. I didn't know it was that low.
Yeah, a report came out maybe 2 or 3 weeks now that said they did a report and said that 10% of it, 90% was passed on to the
Well, shit, then let's give MAGA some credit, because Trump is saying the economy is the best it's ever been. In other words, based on what you're saying, the citizens or the consumers are paying 90% of his tariffs. That's what you sound like you're saying now.
That's what the report said.
If Trump had not imposed those tariffs, that means that groceries really would have went down significantly in this country.
Again, Tim, if he would have just left shit alone from when he did this his first term too. This is why we've always said that a president's economy, he's inheriting his predecessors' first 12 to 18 months. If you do nothing, you can say that economy was your predecessors. Mm-hmm. But what Trump always does is comes in, he starts throwing all these executive orders, and this time he went apeshit with the tariffs and the whole liberation.
But I mean,
the minute he did that, Tim, it was all his.
So without the tariffs, then Trump would have a really good economy right now.
And again, we still don't know. We still don't know. Here's what we do know. If he didn't stop the tariffs, like he was playing this tariff hokey pokey, this shit would have imploded months ago.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, Billy Buckeye says, y'all are just against everything. Is it a possibility that just the liberals hate Trump so damn much that they just gonna vote against it just because it's coming from Trump?
Well, let me tell you where I'm coming from. I'm going to always vote against white supremacy and white Christian nationalist agenda. That's just me.
But you don't believe that tariffs are a product of white supremacy, do you?
I believe that everything that they're doing is a part of this white supremacy.
Tariffs? How are tariffs white supremacy?
Because here's the thing, Tim. Here's the part that you guys are missing about this. We're dealing with a felon. We're dealing with somebody. Do you think that this money is sitting in the treasury and that deals going on with
no,
right
no,
now?
I don't.
I'm asking you.
No, I don't.
Okay.
They getting paid.
I was listening to you earlier. And Tim, you owned your own business. Did any one of your business partners or vendors or did they ever give you something to a significant magnitude without asking for something in return? Did that ever happen?
Never.
Because it's not a fucking thing, Tim. Nobody ever gives you the things they're giving Trump without expecting something in return.
Yeah, but you know something. It's interesting you would say that because I brought up earlier how Charlie Kirk said that kids shouldn't get a free lunch in school, get a job, and in fact they say that about the liberals all the time. You guys just want free shit, and they always say there's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything. I don't know why when it comes to Trump, they don't have the same. They throw it out the window. Trump says, "Well, somebody just gave me a free jet," and MAGA don't ask any questions at all. Somebody's going to pay for the ballroom so that taxpayers don't have to pay. Why are they just giving you shit? MAGA never asks questions on that. They only feel like you should ask questions when it's a regular citizen asking for something. Then all of a sudden, well, that money's got to come from somewhere. But I agree with you 100%. Why all of a sudden are people just giving you money?
They don't, again, because listen, their privilege is showing. You're right. It's like a skirt. It's like their slip. Your white privilege is showing. They're not asking. Look, let me think about this, Tim. We have a hole in the fucking White House right now. We have a hole in the White House.
It's being renovated. It's being renovated.
Tim, we have a fucking hole in the White House as we speak. And these motherfuckers haven't said a word about that in over a month.
Well, because they believe the end result is going to be a beautiful addition to the White House.
90,000 square foot ballroom for somebody that, and they think he's planning to leave. This is crazy. Do you realize that they never went to the city to get permits on that shit? They never did any of that.
They didn't get permits for the January 6th protest either. I mean, it's worked well for him.
You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make it. Listen, they talked about waste, fraud, and abuse, but he's added $3 trillion to the deficit.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to complain about that because we're being told the tariffs are bringing in $1 trillion. So, okay, we're going to make it out on the back end.
They say that we're bringing, and again, why is he panicking then about these tariffs? This is damn near $200 billion they're going to have to pay back in tariffs.
Well, not only that, but Trump has been able to successfully use tariffs as a weapon on a host of countries. So the Supreme Court has literally disarmed him from using his biggest, most powerful weapon. I mean, so yeah, he's going to be upset about that because he has a meeting. He has a meeting coming up with China. Was it next week or whenever it's coming up soon? And now these other nations know the shit you threatening us with ain't no bullets in the gun. You can't use that. That don't even work. So he got a reason to be pissed off.
Hey, it is what it is. You should have, like he said, I should have done this. I should have done it this way to begin with. Those were his words. Yeah. So any of you Trump supporters, you go back and watch his press conference when he conceded. He should have. Now he's always ready to throw that. What he was setting up is throwing someone else under the bus for that shit. When he said I should have done it this way to begin with, he's throwing Peter Navarro underneath the bus. Y'all can book that shit. You can clock that shit because that's what he does.
Well, listen, I don't blame Navarro. I look at it like this. You knew. I'm talking. This is how I would be talking to the president. You knew when you came in office, you had the power to just tear apart all of the agenda of Biden and Obama because they got it through by executive order. So why would you pass all this stuff through only via executive order, leaving yourself exposed to the next man doing the same thing to you? Wouldn't you want to get some more, make a more solid effort to lock in your legislation? You've shown how weak it is by what you did to the last two guys. So why would you not, solidify your efforts? So he knew that he didn't need Navarro to tell, or he don't need to talk about Navarro. He know that shit can come tearing down with the next guy.
I get it. I'm not saying, I'm just telling you what they're fucking gonna do. Because to your point, when they were running, this is how inept this administration is. You got a 922-page document that you're following, Project 2025, but you had none of your policies ready to go to Congress to be put on the Congress floor. They still haven't put forward any immigration policy, zero. The only thing they passed was a big, beautiful bill. That was it. And if you Google right now, Tim, the impact of the big, beautiful bill, you're going to see all of these hospitals closing, all of this shit that's happening.
But some of that may be coming from sources that are not favorable to Trump. Because if you ask the Trump administration, hold on. If you ask the Trump administration to list the impacts of the big, beautiful bill, it's going to all be positive. So the sites you're talking about, do they detail anything positive coming from it?
I'm literally focusing on the impact of the big, beautiful bill on the medical industry. If you just look at that, I haven't seen anything positive. You got hospitals closing, you got services going away. The rural community, like we talked about before they passed it, was going to be decimated, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Well,
I was debating somebody yesterday, and the guy was from Georgia, and I said, "Are you in such and such county?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "That St. Mary's, that hospital, that motherfucker's out of there. Did you know that?" I was schooling him on what's going on in his backyard.
Well, it could be one of those things where seeing is believing. Where to me, it's almost like when we told Zelensky that Russia was building up troops near their border and they were going to attack. Zelensky originally of the Ukraine did not believe us, but once they attacked, now you believe us, huh? So it could be where you're telling folks in rural areas you're about to lose a lot of your facilities because of what he did. You liberals are just making up shit. Did you hear that on CNN or MSNBC? And then when it starts happening, that may be what opens their eyes.
It's not, you know what? What's going to open their eyes right now is when it takes them an hour and 45 minutes to get to the nearest hospital because the rural hospital is closed. And for those that are telling me that I'm lying, Tim doesn't do what I do. I would just Google this shit and put it on the screen and y'all shut the fuck up.
Well, you got to keep in mind, a lot of times when you bring up shit, people don't trust the source either. So
I know they don't, but again, you pick a source. You got to remember this: before they passed the big beautiful bill, you couldn't find an economist that said it was going to be good.
True. Yeah, same thing with the Doge cuts. Or the Doge.
You can find
the tariffs. The tariffs.
Economist that said the tariffs or the big beautiful bill was going to be good. Nobody. Maybe one or two. And those were outliers. The other 35 sources were saying this isn't going to be good. Now they're telling us we're full of shit because it's happening. Well, are you kidding me? Listen, I'm going to say this and land my plane here. You remember that video that came out when the Cubans or the Dominican people were singing the song, "We love Donald Trump."
Yes.
We love Donald Trump.
I remember. In fact, I reposted it. Yes.
Yeah. Where are they now, Tim?
Probably in Cuba. I don't know. But that ain't a hit record in Cuba. I can tell you that much.
Listen, fat meat and grease go together, and y'all can keep acting like it doesn't. They don't know what I'm talking about when I said that, most of them. Yeah, they have to understand. What's up, Takesha? They have to understand to just read. We love Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump.
Mike, I gotta go.
And they asses is not here no more.
Yeah, they probably in Cuba.
They crying and shit.
Yeah.
Man, please. All right, Tim.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 135. In fact, I posted a picture on my page of a guy who was I think he was Cuban. He was so much in favor of President Trump that he actually has Trump's face tattooed on his neck. He's currently being detained and up for deportation. And he has a picture of Trump on him. Because I posted the question of, this guy has got a picture of a man that's so unpopular in Cuba right now that having that tattoo on him may make him open for violence. I mean, shit. I mean, that's like me getting a tattoo of a Klan member on my body. I mean, like, who the fuck are you? I mean, he has a picture that is clear as day of President Trump on his neck. I mean, I guess they're gonna have to really black out that. I wish I could find it because I actually posted it on my account. But yeah, because the Cubans, they vote conservative because the Democrat Party, they believe the Democrats are socialists. The right is, certainly with the Bernie Sanders era and all that shit, the right has convinced them that the Democrat Party is socialist, and they had TPS status, temporary protected status. As a Cuban, all you had to do was make it to America's shores and you could stay. Trump has gotten rid of that. So in addition to him sending Cubans home, which a lot of folks on the right agree with, we're also, what do you want to call it? We have also reduced the fuel imports into Cuba, with the whole Venezuelan thing. So right now, Cuba is not getting any fuel. So that country is experiencing widespread blackouts and everything else that comes along with not having any energy in your country. A few people have solar panels, but for the most part, they're saying that most of the citizens have power about 3 hours a day. So that's going to make it a challenge to keep food, meat and stuff. I mean, 3 hours. Cuba's a very, that's on the equator. That's a very warm climate, warm tropical climate. So not having power to run refrigerators and things like that, they've, pretty much gotten to the point of closing the airports, telling folks that, do not land in Cuba. We don't even have gas to refill the aircraft and stuff like that. So to do that to a country and then deport the people back to it, that is crazy. I was trying to see if I could find that actual video of the guy with the tattoo on his neck. But to do that, and then, so we're destroying Cuba and deporting people back into that, literally creating what I want to call it, a humanitarian crisis. Makes no sense to me. But the Cubans, they did vote for President Trump, and it is what it is. I don't know if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it while we're talking to the next call. Anyway, tell your lies says mind, what does I say? Mind your own. I guess mind your own business. Tell your lies. As long as there's a Satan, you'll have listeners. Yikes. Well, isn't Satan with us all the time? I mean, he's going to be, he was here long before I came along, right? He's going to be here long after I'm gone. So there will always be a Satan, apparently. Trump took a bullet for our country, and Charlie Kirk sacrificed his life. You will respect and love them. Wow. Yikes. I mean, first of all, Trump didn't take a bullet. At best, he was grazed. And some folks even question whether the grazing happened, but he didn't take, they didn't dig any bullets out of his body. Ronald Reagan took a bullet. Trump didn't take a bullet. At best, he got his ear pierced. Who the hell gets shot in the face and gets up and says, fight, 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 and walks away? He didn't take a bullet. I think you're overstating that. Charlie Kirk did take one, but he didn't take one for the country. I mean, I don't feel like Charlie Kirk did anything to benefit me or anybody like me. So I don't know where that one came from. So he hasn't done anything that I respect. I mean, he debates, I debate. He was better at it because he drew tens of thousands of people. But so does Bill Maher, Bill O'Reilly, and a host of others. I mean, Sean Hannity gets people to debate. That ain't saying shit. So I don't know where all this love and respect for Charlie Kirk is coming from, at least for me. Thank you, Mr. G says, bootlick central. Yeah, some of that for sure. So anyway, let me go back to the box. Charlie Kirk, respect and love him. He didn't respect or love me. I don't see anything from Charlie Kirk's language whatsoever to lead me to believe that he would respect or love me at all. So how about that? Charlie Kirk was a pseudo-intellectual. I'd have to get your definition of what you mean by pseudo. That's what they do to one another. It's been happening since slavery. You know, Obama is gay and not born in America. He admitted he was born in Kenya, Africa. Well, if Obama admitted he was born in Kenya, Africa, then President Trump, I guess I'd have to ask you about this. If Obama admitted he was born in Kenya, Africa, how do you explain this?
Hillary Clinton and her campaign of 2008 started the birther controversy. I finished it. You know what I mean. President Barack Obama was born in the United States, period. Now we all want to get back to making America strong and great again.
So if Obama was born in Kenya, then he's flat out lying to you, right? Somebody's not telling the truth. So that means he just flat out lied on national TV. Make it make sense, folks. Make it make sense. Okay? You got to explain that one if you're going to go with the other one. Anyway, let me go back to the box. I'll give you time to make that make sense while your president is telling a lie on national TV if the guy's born in Kenya. Going back to the box, Jeremy, good evening or welcome to the program. Larry Trumpet said Trump never lies. Is that true, Jeremy? Trump never lies?
No. That in itself is a bigger lie than the idea that Mike doesn't dodge debates with me.
Mike isn't dodging debates. What do you mean he's dodging?
Yeah, he fucking is. I've actually had to follow him. It's just so that way I can actually get at him in the same live as me. And I invite him to lives all the time, telling him like, "Come on, let's fucking do this," and he ducks it.
I would love to see you too, because Mike brings more receipts than the return department in Walmart. I would love to see you debate Mike. That would be interesting. I don't know.
Cowards never do it.
Huh?
I would love it too, but cowards always run.
Damn, you being harsh to the man. We'll have to see. And by the way, folks, if you guys favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask you, if you're watching us on Substack, Instagram, or TikTok, feel free to follow the program. How many of you watching us on YouTube? Several hundred of you are. Follow, better yet, give us a sub. We're here most weekdays. We are MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. We preserve your free speech rights as long as the app allows us. We don't block, ban, or censor for any damn thing. So if you enjoy that type of dialogue, give us a sub. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. I haven't asked that today. Smash that like button. Half of gay men have house in Virginia. Don't know what that means. So I guess I would ask you. You heard we're building up assets to potentially attack Iran. What's your opinion on that?
I have mixed feelings on it. Now, we'll move on from talking about Michael the employee for a while. But anyway.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
But anyway, I had to get that one in. Okay, so here's the thing. I would prefer that the Iranian people, which I'm just going to call them Persian from now on because that's what they really are. They're Persians. Okay. I'd rather the Persian people rise up and overthrow their own government on their own. So this way, they don't have to worry about someone saying like, oh, when you replaced replaced the Ayatollah Khomeini with whoever they're going to replace him with, more than likely the Shah, that it was a government, it was a U.S. government intervention. You didn't really overthrow your own people or your own person.
Well, but let me ask you, Jeremy, because that's the whole notion Trump is talking about. That they're potentially executing protesters and things like that, and we want to go say yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I believe that's happening, but since when has America cared about Iranian citizens? Do you really think that that's what we're trying to do is save Iranians?
I don't see why not. I don't see it. And here's the thing. Oh, historically we haven't. I don't care if historically we haven't. We always should have. We have to. We should. Now here's the thing. I believe
appreciate
in America
it, big blue one.
I've said this on your program before. I believe in America first, not America only. So if there's a bigger issue in America going on, Yeah, let's focus on that before we help out somebody else.
I hear you. I mean, to me, that sounds more liberal like. I don't believe Trump gives a fuck about the average Iranian. I don't believe it. And I had one of my conservatives on earlier said something similar. Same thing with the Venezuelans and taking Maduro out. Now it turns out it's clearly about oil. If we end up going into Iran, notice all of the countries we're dealing with have a hell of a lot of resources. People are.
I don't care.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, you say we should. You're not America. You're America first, but not America only. So we should care about the Iranian citizens. What about all the people that are starving to death and not getting medical assistance because we cut out USAID? USAID. How does that make sense?
Oh, this is such a stupid argument. Just because we don't allow for a corrupt organization that was used by the CIA and has been proven many times over to have been in cahoots with the CIA to overthrow other governments and to subvert them in order to give subpar aid, doesn't mean we have to stop caring about the world.
But why not go? Okay, whether or not USAID was corrupt, as you're pointing out, we know there are people that they claim to be helping that genuinely need help. Wouldn't it be a lot easier to deal with the corruption of USAID as opposed to taking on a whole nation of Iran to save protesters?
Well, like I said, first off, I have mixed feelings about whether we should invade Iran, but it has nothing to do with whether or not they deserve our help. It has everything to do with whether or not it discredits the overthrowing of the Ayatollah. Because a credible version would be if they overthrew the Ayatollah and installed the Shah on their own, then nobody can say, oh, this was just a U.S. op. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. When it comes to helping out other people, you gotta be pragmatic about how you help other people. You know that old phrase, feed a man an official eat for a day, teach a man how to officially eat for a lifetime?
Right.
The idea behind that phrase is that you give people the means to do stuff.
You want them to be self-reliant. I get that.
Yes.
But the point.
Now, do you mind if I finish my point, Tim?
Go ahead.
My point is, when it comes to helping out places around the world, you have to give aid the correct way. And there are correct ways of doing it and incorrect ways of doing it. USAID, it would just give a lot of aid out without really thinking about it. But if you help out the Iranian people overthrow their governments, the Iranian people will be able to have a much more capitalistic government, which has been proven over and over again to be more effective than any kind of socialist government.
That's the same argument.
More allied with the United States.
You sound like Dick Cheney suggesting that when we go get rid of Saddam Hussein, they'll think of us as liberators. Just because you helped them get rid of the Shah of Iran, they've been hating America.
No, not the Shah, the Ayatollah.
Oh, my fault, the Ayatollah. Just because you helped them get rid of their government don't mean they're going to become a westernized capitalist. They've been hating America since the late 70s. So
that's not even completely true.
Yeah, it is.
That's not even completely true. You know, you want to know something? This is propaganda that you've been fed. Here's the truth. When it comes to the way the Persian people have thought about America, most of them have actually been in favor of America for a long time. And it's only grown even stronger with the Ayatollah's power. Because the Ayatollah is a corrupt,
are you kidding me? All of the shit we're doing for Israel, which that whole region believes is wrong. America is the only reason Israel is able to do that stuff. Yet you think the citizens of Iran like Americans? They want to be like us?
They do. They sometimes wave the royal Persian flag right next to the American flag.
Right.
They do that.
Right. Just like
lion.
That's propaganda that you hear. Just like they said Greenland wanted us to take over Greenland. You guys are talking about Canada wants to be the 51st. You can find a few idiots in any country to say that. But the end result is the Iranian people don't favor the United States. They do not like us. And they have a good reason why. We've been against their interests for years.
Huh? They favor us a lot more than the Ayatollah by a long distance. They do. You see, let me ask you something, Tim. Even if you didn't like everything that the United States did, okay, let's say you lived under the Ayatollah. Do you know what that's like? There's a huge Christian minority that was around way before the Muslims.
Okay, so maybe the Christian minority like Americans better, but the country is majority non-Christian.
But even the Muslim majority hates the Ayatollah because they believe that he makes Islam look bad because of his oppressive behavior. Right? A lot of Christians and a lot of Muslims actually hate the Ayatollah. They think that he's one of the worst leaders that has ever existed.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. But America has you can dislike two motherfuckers at once, to be honest with you.
That's true.
You can talk about the Ayatollah, but America has a history of interfering with the operations in that region, the entire Middle East, not to mention what we did to their neighboring country, being Iraq, how we destroyed. We ain't made Iraq better. They're not looking at Iraq and saying, wow, thank God. No, we got rid of it, just like you're talking about what you suggested we do to the Ayatollah. We did the same thing to Saddam Hussein. That region don't view Iraq as a significantly better country now that America's been there. Afghanistan is not significantly better now that we went there. I don't see why the Iranians would think that.
Apples and oranges.
How? How?
Let me explain how. Okay, so first off, if you actually look at the difference between Iran and Iraq, Iran does not have the same problems that Iraq had, that Saddam was suppressing. Number one, Saddam suppressed the Shiite Sunni fighting that was happening in the area. Okay, there was a lot of internal conflict, and his dictatorship suppressed that. That was a huge problem, and he was a stabilizing force there. Number two, there was also the Kurds that were also conflicting with Iraq, and he suppressed them as well. That was something that the second that he was gone,
that ain't what I'm saying.
Exploded.
What I'm saying is America went into a country where there was a significant amount of people that were unhappy, and now that America's left, that country is not better off. That's the point I'm making. Same thing in Afghanistan. That country is not better off now that we've been there and left.
Again, Iran is not the same as Afghanistan, and that's even.
They're not bettering the countries. You can give me whatever reason. The fact is, America comes and goes, and the people are not left in a better situation.
That's such basic thinking.
Is it true though? Is it true?
It's not true.
So people in Iraq are doing better now than before we came.
We didn't come yet. Like, we came way back into like the 70s.
Iraq?
No. Actually, it's
are the people in we spent
40s, right?
We spent damn near 20 years in Iraq. Are they doing better now that we've came and went?
No, are you talking about Iran or Iraq?
I'm talking about other countries in the region. We were in Afghanistan for years. Are they doing better now that we came and went?
Yeah, but they're not the same kind. They don't have the same issues that Iran has. So
Afghanistan did not have the same issues as Iraq. Iraq don't have the same issues as Iran. The point I'm making is
actually Iraq and Afghanistan have very similar issues.
The point I'm making is America is not bettering these countries. I don't know why Iran would think, well, because our issue is different, they're going to make us better.
Because this is like if I tell you that, you have a completely different truck. You have a completely different vehicle to Miss Nancy over there, so I have to work on it differently. And you just said, well, Miss Nancy's car doesn't run anymore. It's like, yeah, because Miss Nancy has a beat down car that hasn't been like fixed up for the last 20 years, and it's got like ridiculous amounts of miles on it. You've got a brand new Ford. You don't have the same issues. Of course, her car is beat up and broke down and probably won't work for 2 more years. It's completely apples and oranges.
That's like me going to, let me use your example. I go to the mechanic because my transmission's fucked up. You don't fix my car. The next guy goes because his engine's not working. You don't fix his car. But now this other guy, because the computer's bad thing, well, he might fix mine, and it's a different problem. That's what you basically are saying. Well, it ain't the same problem.
Have you ever thought that maybe he looked at both cars? There's both of the first 2 cars and said, I can't fix this even if I wanted to. But then he looks at the other guys and he looks like, oh, he's got a different issue.
I think that maybe he might be a fucked up mechanic and you should avoid him is what I would think. America is not fixing these people's problems, but because yours is different, well, it may fix mine. I mean, like I said, just look at what America's doing on the world stage. We are helping, in quotes, we are helping countries that have a whole lot of resources. That's the only reason we're there. Iran got a lot of resources.
I know that's why President Trump wants to go there, but that's not the reason why I want to go there. I want to go there because it's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do, but we're not going there to do the right thing.
I would rather arm the Iranian people, or the Persian people, I should say. I'd rather arm the Persian people and let them do it themselves.
Yeah, I think it may be the right thing to do, but we're not going there to do the right thing. We're going there to get their resources.
I don't care whether that's the motive of President Trump or not. Is it the right thing to do? Yes.
No, but if they go there, and the primary goal is not to do the right thing, but to get the resources, they're going to get the resources and leave. That country's going to be just like Iraq is. America went to Iraq to topple Saddam. We didn't give a damn about how the people were living. We toppled them and left. Now they all fighting to be Saddam. That ain't positive. Even though you may have said Saddam's a bad leader, so taking him out is the right thing to do. If you don't have a follow-up, then it ain't gonna leave him in any better condition.
We do. We have the we have the Prince of Iran. We have the Prince of Persia. Okay, the Shah. The Shah's son is still alive. He can take over. He can be a good leader. He was back in the 70s and the 80s.
It ain't our job.
Tehran was a paradise back in the 70s and the 80s. And then all of a sudden, the Islamic Revolution.
So was Havana.
Everything got fucked up.
Yeah, so was Havana. That's because America's involved. A lot of these countries were really nice to visit. Havana, Cuba was also a paradise before America gets involved and these countries collapse. I mean, that's what it is.
It was a paradise before. It was a paradise until the Castro brothers took over.
No, the Castro brothers took over. I get that, and they installed socialism and oppression. But America came in and said, well, we're going to make it so you can't trade. You can't even feed yourselves. You can't get modern-day cars and parts and shit. We're going to make it so you guys so whatever Castro...
in all forms of socialism
No. I do not believe that if Castro he did take over. If America didn't do to Cuba with all of those trade embargoes, that country would still be oppressive under Castro, but it would be far better off than it is with American intervention. We made it worse, a lot worse, by preventing them from trading with anybody on the world stage. They can't get shit. We made that country a lot worse.
Then how come every other socialist nation and in the world has had the same effects, even when we didn't put the same trade embargoes on them?
I don't know any other socialist nation that is still using 1950s cars and shit. Like, give me some examples? I mean,
well, that's because as all the nations you're talking about. So Vietnam was just as bad until they got rid of their socialist governments. They got rid of them.
I don't.
They're socialist in name only.
I mean, to be honest with you, isn't Russia considered socialist?
No, they're not. No, they're capitalist, just like China.
Isn't China considered? Well, then look, I know when Obama was trying to pass universal health care, you folks in the right was calling everybody socialist. You guys were saying that Canada was a socialist country. So when people say socialist, I don't fucking know what they mean, because y'all slapped us, just like y'all said about the Democrats with racism. Y'all slapped socialism on everything.
Tim, am I every pundit in the world that's on the right?
You're doing it now. You're certainly being.
What are you talking about? How can I at any given time be a Paul Joseph Watson, whatever his name was, Hannity, Bill
well, you're not as far to the right as Hannity, and I see Will G says MAGA ain't shit. Says we're all about to get birthed. Now, what do you think? What are you saying? They gonna tell all black people they're not born in America? Oh, shit.
I don't care about that. That's just
you ain't black. Of course you don't care about it. I care about it.
It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. Like it's like not on like any kind of real policy level.
I don't look. I'll tell you this. I want to agree with you. I want to be wrong. But if there's one thing I will say, I feel confident saying under the Trump administration from now on, don't ever say the word nothing is going to happen. He's done so many things that if I had told you 2 years ago, I wouldn't have believed it either. He's done so many things over the last year and a half that if you had said what's going to happen if Trump gets elected, you'd have been called a Democrat fearmonger. Don't ever say nothing is going to happen. He's doing all sorts of things that nobody believed would ever happen.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I don't even think people would have believed his handling of the Epstein list would have been like this. I don't think anybody believed he was going to be evasive with that.
I don't think Trump's a racist, just like I don't think Charlie Kirk's a racist.
I don't think that, I don't look, particularly Charlie Kirk, at least in Trump's case, despite all the horrible shit he's doing, you can show pictures of him hanging around blacks. He's done this or that. Charlie Kirk ain't did shit. All of his quotes are negative. Like, I don't, what is he? He hung around Candace Owens and he hung around Candace Owens and fucking Kanye West when Kanye West was hating everybody but black people. I mean, like, what the hell?
Well, hold on a minute. Okay, so let me ask you something. So if someone's just not sucking your dick, does that mean that they don't care about black people?
No, he ain't sucking my dick. He's kicking me in the balls.
He's not.
Bullshit. Charlie Kirk, I don't see any evidence of him hanging around blacks, doing anything for. All of his comments are negative. Now, if he didn't say nothing about blacks at all, we would have a conversation. But why is everything you say about black people negative? Everything. And you don't seem to hang around none of them or anything. Why do you have so much negativity towards this community?
He never said anything that said that blacks are a certain way and that they're inherently that way. What he said is that they have problems in their community that they're not addressing, and that's a real thing. Okay,
he said we were better. He said there was less crime in our neighborhood during slavery and Jim Crow. What the fuck is that?
Wait a minute, that sounds suspicious.
Like, look,
the other clip.
The quotes from Charlie Kirk. I used to have 2 pages. I still got one. I got one full because I've done so much homework for this shit. I keep it right here. But I mean, he said so many things. Of course, we pander to blacks. They're on every TV commercial. Why would he say that? Who gives a shit if they're doing commercials?
That makes sense. That's kind of true. It will, like, imagine. Oh, hold on. Imagine if I went to Africa and every other commercial was of a white guy in the Congo.
You could come to America probably before 1980, and that's exactly what you would have seen. And I didn't see.
No, hold on a minute. Don't change the goalpost here. I said if I was in the Congo,
the Congo's not diverse,
and all of a sudden every other commercial was of a white guy. At some point, you'd be like, "Hold on, there's some bullshit going on."
You
here.
really think that black people are in every TV commercial? When the last time you watched TV?
Every other TV commercial.
That's crazy. That is crazy, by the way. Juneteenth shouldn't be a federal holiday. You agree with that? We shouldn't make a day to honor the day blacks gained freedom because July 4th ain't it. You agree with that? That's what he said.
I don't agree with it. I also don't think it's racist. He probably had a different reason for it.
Black culture has collapsed in the last 60 years. You agree with that? These are actual quotes. How the fuck did our culture collapse?
Your culture collapsed because it started glorifying gang culture and treating high achieving like good example black people as lames, as cornballs.
You think wait, hold on. You think if you went to
they made being a black accountant at H&R Block look like a cornball.
I think you're doing exactly what Charlie Kirk is doing. You're focusing on the worst. You think if you went to an average black church and grabbed grandma, 65 years old, coming out and said, "Do you worship gang members?" She would say, "Yeah, I like that, sonny boy." You really believe that?
An older, like Charlie Kirk has even said this before. I've heard him say this. Older black people are very, very different.
They're part of the culture, but they're part of the culture. You're judging black culture based on maybe the mindset of black males from 15 to 25, and saying everybody thinks like that. That's in itself is bad.
The predominant group that creates culture. Like young people make most of culture.
No, they
and
don't.
Then they usually hold on to it.
Young people ain't
not to be as involved.
That's bullshit. Too many
responsibilities.
Young white women ain't got shit to do with MAGA. And so you said young people make culture. Most young white women don't like MAGA. So the young people don't make the culture by themselves. Most MAGA.
Hold on a minute. Are you telling me that MAGA hasn't gone really, really unpopular lately?
Depends on what circle you in. I wouldn't blame MAGA on all white people. Like blaming glorifying gangs on the entire black race.
I wouldn't say that it's on the entire black race, but I'm saying it's something that the black community has to address in their own circles.
That would be
because they talk to each other.
What's the difference between some blacks idolizing gang members and some whites idolizing the mafia? What's the difference?
They're not idolizing them on the same level. In fact,
are you serious? All the movies, the mafia movies and stuff. What are you talking about? They don't idolize it.
See, no. See, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. Let me explain why. Let me
Please
explain
do.
why. I don't care if the black community had like 38 to 50 movies in the last 20 years that showed gang culture, or because showing something doesn't mean you glorify it. But the thing is, look at gangster rap. Look at how a lot of the black community is programming on television and movie. It doesn't just simply show it. Showing something can be really
That's
great way.
so. If I make a movie about the mafia, I'm not glorifying it. But if I make a rap,
depends on how you do it.
But if I make a hip hop album about gang culture, I'm glorifying that. But you got a whole fucking movie with them shooting people up, and that ain't glorifying.
What are the lyrics?
What's in the movie?
Seriously, like think about NWA's biggest song. What is their biggest song?
I don't know anything worse about NWA than watching The Godfather. The guy comes back from the toilet and shoots a cop in the head. In The Godfather. So what's the difference? What's the difference between that and Ice-T's Cop Killer or Funk the Police by NWA? What is the difference?
What I'm saying is, in most gangster movies, usually hold on. In most mafia movies, usually the point of the movie is to show that the lifestyle, no matter how glamorous it might look on the outside, ultimately destroys families and people. At least the ones that are remembered. Look at Goodfellas.
Okay, but the gang, you're telling me gang movies don't do the same shit? You ever see New Jack City or you ever see Menace to Society? The ending was horrible. The people, it's the same shit. It's breaking up families. The guys got killed. It's the same thing. I don't think you realize what you're talking about. The people got killed in the same manner. What are you talking about? Black Lives Matter equals burn, loot, and murder. You agree with that?
Well, the way the organization has become, yeah.
So everywhere they go, shit is burning, looting, and murdering. Everywhere they go, every protest.
Not every protest.
What percentage? What percentage?
But not. I'd say about 70.
It's less than 5. It's less than 5
based on what metrics?
Every single city in America that has a population of 50,000 or more has had at least one Black Lives Matter event. You think all those cities were burning down? Boise, Idaho? You think all them little towns was burning down?
Not
less than 5.
Black Lives Matter chapter.
No, we're talking about protests. We're talking about burning.
Not all of them had big protests either.
So it's a certain size? So it's got to be a certain size.
Yeah, and you want to know why?
He didn't say none of that. He said
behave when they know that they could get put down.
I'm going to repeat. He said BLM equals burn, loot, and murder. Over 95% of BLM protests in big cities too, by the way. Houston never burned to the ground. I mean, every big city in America, out of all the top 50 cities, most of them did not burn to the ground. The overwhelming majority of them, that did not happen. So even big protests, as you say, that ain't happening. This guy didn't like black people, dude. You're making me dizzy spinning it. This dude did not like black people.
He didn't hate black people.
Right. This sounds like nothing but love. I want to go find a motherfucker and hug him with all this good stuff he's saying about blacks. There's nothing good in this.
Your voice got so rumbly, I almost thought that was Uncle Ruckus for a second there.
Black America needs to get its act together and stop sleeping around all the time. The guy voted for Trump saying that. What the fuck is that?
Okay, so that was a lapse in his judgment, I think. But
I gotta go. Wrap it up. I'll give you the last word. I gotta go.
Okay, so I did want to mention one thing about the tariffs. I don't think that they were implemented correctly, but I do think that they needed to happen because we have a national security problem. China is not our friend, and we have too little manufacturing in the U.S. We need more domestic labor rather than labor from a foreign adversary.
All right, I got to move it on. Jeremy,
have a good one.
Thank you. I don't see any, like I said, I don't misplace it. I did so much research because people were saying you're taking Charlie Kirk out of context. I had several sheets of his quotes. I wish I only got the one there, and that one's full. But that dude didn't like African Americans, and I'm saying this from a person who watched like hours and hours of this shit. Because people, well, you're only seeing a snippet, you're taking them out of context. No, you watch the full debates. You either like the guy or you don't. Watching the full debate ain't gonna change your mind about Charlie Kirk one bit. That debate, like I said, BLM equals burn, loot, and murder. That's not listening to him say that for 10 minutes is not gonna put that into context. And most of the things he said are like that. It's a bad statement, and taking 10, 15 minutes to explain it is not going to make it sound any less bad. But I actually did watch many of his videos so that I could be able to have these conversations with you folks and talk to folks who say that, well, you need to listen to a lot more of it to understand it. It doesn't make a difference. Full context of Charlie Kirk showed how evil Charlie Kirk was. Yikes. Like him saying children in school shouldn't get free lunches. There's just, you're Christian talking like that? I got atheists that would look out for kids better than that. Good job on that, says Tora. What, I didn't get the annual fluffing degree or fluffing certificate. We are more concerned about who we are than who he is. Then you shouldn't have flown him to Arizona in Air Force Two. Sounds like you're really concerned with who he is. How did BLM benefit the black folks? It's a good question. Many ways. I've just like I've been to a couple of Trump rallies, I have also been to some BLM protests. And now, by the way, tap the screen, get us on up to 45,000. We'll take the next caller at 45. Tap the screen, smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. We don't block, ban, or censor. It's about free speech. Nobody gives a damn how you talk, what your political affiliation is. You have the right to speak. We will preserve that right. If you want to be live, Instagram, Substack, TikTok, Handsome Liberal. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow us to bring up callers, but we're MAGA friendly. We go left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. You can criticize anybody on this program, including yours truly. So that's how it works. What has BLM done for African Americans? Banning chokeholds. Banning chokeholds is one. To me, the biggest one, though, is the onslaught of justice. There's a whole lot of folks that were wronged by law enforcement that would never have received justice if it was not for BLM. We can start out with George Floyd, the most well-known one. That guy had been watched being slaughtered on television for 4 days before there was too much looting and burning in Minnesota. We got to do something. These motherfuckers ain't going to go away. It's kind of like the Epstein list. We got to give them something. They're going to keep asking. So had it not been for what BLM was doing, the family of George Floyd it would have been considered justified, and that would have been the end of that. You can talk about the same thing with Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, the guy down in Georgia who was jogging, and I think he apparently went and looked at a home that was under construction, and 3 guys jumped into a pickup in a car and chased him down and basically shot him in the street with a shotgun. Or they had wrapped that up, and once again, it was deemed as justified. Black Lives, Al Sharpton, Black Lives Matter come down there, and now those guys are doing the rest of their lives in prison. That was not going to happen without BLM. That was absolutely not going to happen. And that's happened in a lot of cases. So we can go with banning chokeholds in many departments, body cameras in many departments. Several officers are no longer on the force or are no longer where they were originally at because they've been disciplined and kicked off. There's been good stuff. There's been good things that has happened because of BLM. It ain't all just somebody getting their town burned down. And listen, I understand if you don't favor BLM, you're going to focus on the negative. You should do. That's what your job is. I don't give a shit about the civil rights, and I don't give a shit about who they're hurting. I just, I want BLM to go away. Or you can talk about people donated money to BLM and some of the founders misappropriated the money. But that ain't what BLM is about. Because if you go to a BLM protest, 99% of the time, nobody's collecting any money. Nobody's talking about fascism or any of this other shit that they tried to pin on BLM. There were some crooked folks that was involved in collecting money, and they misappropriated it. They should go to jail or whatever the case may be. But BLM is a movement. It's not about that. And like I said, they have done things for African Americans. There's some case. It's kind of like a firearm. if you about to go fuck with somebody, you know they're armed, and they come outside with a pistol on them, that might make you think twice about fucking with them. When BLM shows up, a lot of folks start correcting their ways. If you know you got an officer that is clearly guilty of something, and you're trying to sweep it under the rug, in Ben Crump or Sharpton or even Jackson, may he rest him. When them folks showed up, it made some folks come up off of it. We can either let this individual we trying to hide be held accountable for the fuck up he did, or we all may go down behind it. And yeah, they actually got shit accomplished. So, like I said, if you're on the right, you don't favor this group. So what they accomplished ain't gonna mean shit to you. Anyway, looking in the comments, I love when people try to act serious about politics and they don't even know how to speak. Well, using the words ain't that. Here's what I don't get. Joe Biden stutters or missteps a word, criticized. African American like me, these, that, those, them, acts instead of ask, criticize. Trump gets up there, he's the greatest president we've ever had. Mispronunciating how did he pronunciate acetaminophen? Can anybody even remember what he said? But you hear the ain't, the that, the these, the those, but you just skip all over President Trump mispronunciating words all the damn time. Biden get up there and do it. Oh, see, that shows he don't know where he's at. Trump, well, he's been awake for a while. Like, he hasn't. Look, make up any excuse you want. Let's not even talk about the corrupt courts. The courts have always been corrupt. Do you agree that Dems and Republicans are in bed together? Some issues. I think that would be more prevalent. You guys got us up to 135. I'll take the next caller. More prevalent during the era of Clinton, George W. I think there was more, in bed together stuff you're talking about. Under the era, since Obama, Biden, and absolutely Trump, both sides are so far to the right and left, they're not in bed together anymore. The hatred, the division is too strong. Under George W. Bush, there was some, left and right, Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton, or when Bill Clinton was in office, I think Newt Gingrich and Biden, I think they were balancing the budget and working together. That stuff don't happen now. You start working with Democrats, you're considered a rhino. You start working with Republicans, you're a sellout. So I don't think they're in bed together as much as they used to be. I think that time is gone. Let's talk about how him and Elon Musk, America PAC just caught sending in fake ballots. I haven't heard about that. Let me go back to the box, though. We'll continue on with MAGA Reacts. The video of Trump, what did I say? The video of Trump says black people are the reason that white people can't get anywhere in the world. Go ahead and lick his ass, you idiot. Did he say that? I ain't a stick. Good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
Hey, Trump, you haven't heard anything like that. Trump saying that black people are the reason that white people can't get anywhere in the world. Have you heard anything like that?
Well, I haven't heard it, but it shows. I feel it though. I feel like that's
considering that blacks are only like, what they always say, 1350. Blacks are only like 13% of the population. A hell of a lot of them incarcerated. How could blacks? There are so many areas in America you can go where there's nobody black that even lives in the whole town. How could blacks be holding white people back?
Man, listen, that's his dog whistle, man. That's a dog whistle.
Yeah, that one's, I can hear that shit. That ain't just dogs. I'm a human. I hear that. Like, who the fuck is blowing the whistle?
Exactly, but it's in the world of playing, the two-timing. So I don't like that Jesse ain't with us no more. But it saved Trump, and he was happy. He was happy about it because he could come out and say, "Oh, that was my friend, and he was a heck of a person," and he say all that shit only because at the time we were still talking about that Obama and Michelle Obama picture, So it saved it. It saved him. It gave him plausible deniability.
I would agree with you, and I brought this up earlier in the program. I would agree with the exception of once Trump said a lot of positive things about, well, he said a little bit positive about Jesse Jackson in his passing, but once they refused to let him lie in state, and to me, that was a softball that President Trump could have knocked out of the park.
So that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
that was the next part, right? Like it looked like, okay, yeah, he ain't racist, right? But then he gonna let Charlie Kirk fly on Air Force Two and all that, and then lay him in state and have a big old thing, and get up there and say he hate Democrats, like as if we did, And again, I'm beginning to think just like orange is the new black. I think that the Democrats now are the new black. Just anything, once you say liberal or Democrat, we talking about black women and black men as well as
I don't know if I would agree with that, Chris, because there's a ton of Democrats up in Minnesota protesting ICE, and most of them are not black. I would say, to me, the new black is DEI.
Nah, the new black is liberal women, liberal white liberal men, white liberal women, and black people. That's the new liberal, and that's the new Democrats. That's all they see. That's all they want to see. And then quick to tell us, well, they're gonna stab you in the back. The white liberals stab you in the back every time. I don't know why, but you ain't doing nothing to help progress our plight. So what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah, I think that worked very well for Trump in the 2024 election. I don't think it'll work as well this time, because the 2024 election, we had the perception that Biden was failing America, and we also had the idea that under Trump, most of his term, the economy was good and things like that. Trump 2.0, he's done so many things that are unpopular to people of color, whether we're talking blacks or we're talking Hispanic, that I don't believe just simply telling people of color that the Democrat Party is going to put you into socialism. I mean, he has a record now that he got to answer for that is nowhere near as positive in his second term as it was in his first term. So just telling people something ain't going to work this time.
Tim, the thing about it, I'm hearing you, right? Mm-hmm. But just how you was about the Miss Harris being the next president and what they need, I feel this is how hard-headed MAGA is. Number one, as long as somebody that's named handsome liberal is complaining, they're happy.
Well, they love. Listen, MAGA loves liberal tears. It's their favorite meal. I get that. They love liberal tears.
Number two, as long as we can keep telling ourselves Trump is right and Trump is doing the right thing for this country, he can rob us blind. Number three, which really brings in all number 1, 2, and 3. They're a cult, Tim. No matter what he does, no matter how wrong he is, they're going to still say he's doing good for us, and he's fucking not.
Well, I mean, the code thing, I don't like to respond to that, but I do believe that he does have the unique ability or the unique position of MAGA generally does see anything Trump does as favorable. I don't know how that happens, but you call it a code if you want or whatever the case may be. I'll leave that up to you. But yeah, MAGA doesn't really criticize Trump for it. Even the Epstein files. I mean, as bad as that's been handled, the go-to statement, well, Biden did it too. Like, that's it. I mean, you pointed out Biden being the worst president we've ever had. So when Trump gets in there, why would you compare him, anything he does, to somebody that you thought was the worst president we've ever had? He shouldn't be doing anything like that, dude.
Exactly. But not only that, this goes to show you too. Now, he's the president of the United States, right?
Okay.
But yet, somehow, some way, he did something that was against the law. Somehow, some way, the president doesn't understand that. I broke the law. Okay, I'm going to do it a different way then. My bad. But guess what they didn't say? What I got to do with the money. He worried about what can and can't he do. I can't charge anything, but I got all this money over here.
Well, I think the issue is President Trump believes he has the best vision for America in recent history. And unfortunately, some of our laws, and particularly our judicial system, is getting in the way of what could be an awesome America. And I think that's the way he sees it.
So basically, breaking the law is making it so he can get what he wants. Like basically, like when they came over here and took all the land and everything, as long as I'm able to do this shit, America would be a lot better. No,
some people do believe it. Some people do believe that since we took the country from the Native Americans, it is much better than it would have been under them.
I'm gonna say it like this, Tim. That's only because they thinking backwards as hell. I'll just say this. My thing is, you got a president that you elected because you said he was a businessman, not a politician.
Right.
Number one, he's bad business. He broke the law. Then on top of that, for all the people that don't understand, he owes the importers that money back. Yeah. Then on top of that, they're talking about he may have to pay some citizens too, because we're helping them pay it by them raising the fucking prices. So he's a bad businessman that y'all elected as president that y'all thought was a good businessman. Because if a judge has to tell you did some illegal ass shit and you got to pay people back, and your response is, I'll find another way to keep charging.
Bro, but you say he's a bad businessman, but the MAGA side is going to believe Trump is that he did the right thing, and the judges just were activist judges and prevented him from making America great.
It was 3 of his picks.
Hey, they've been corrupted. The liberals got to him.
How? Who and when?
You know them liberals can be sneaky. Somebody made him a deal behind the scenes.
Hey. So we that sneaky. Why the hell he ain't the president? He shouldn't be the president if we that damn sneaky. Ms. Harris should be the president. Hell, Joe Biden should be the vice president with cancer in some hospital somewhere. I don't know.
Well,
no, my bad. Mr. Waltz, he should be the vice president. And everything would be fine, hunky and dory. Iran would be not messed with. Greenland wouldn't be messed with. Canada wouldn't be messed with. Panama wouldn't have nothing to worry about. Venezuela would be Venezuela, as they always be. And Argentina would be Argentina. Now, mind you, do I think that Ms. Harris wouldn't have helped any of those countries? I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is we wouldn't be in the conundrum that we're in right now.
Well, everybody don't view it as a conundrum. Some people view it as making America great, more respected on the world stage. People now respect us that they didn't under Biden. That's, what did Trump say? America's the hottest country on the planet.
Yeah, now everybody talking about Trump, telling them fuck off. Yeah, right. We're respected. I ain't never heard.
Well, they ain't exactly yelling, but they're not exactly yelling, "Let's go, Brandon," when he comes out.
I'd rather not say nothing than to be getting told fuck off on the world stage. Now, mind you, they wasn't just in their country. This was a couple of countries, and one country just was bold to tell the world, hey, somebody please tell President Trump to fuck off. That's big.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that. But how about this one, though? Zozo, I think it says, the liberals are sneaky. Watch your buttholes. Hide your kid, hide your wife.
Oh, no, that sounds like, that Republican that was down south, I think in Alabama, and he got found out. And when he got found out, because he was supposed to be like a Christian, what happened was he unalived himself because, he had all of those tendencies. Because we say on the left or the Democratic side, which should be the right side, by the way, we say every MAGA accusation is a MAGA confession. So, my man, if you like people playing in your little butthole, stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. Stop coming up here giving us MAGA accusations that sound like MAGA confessions. Please stop doing that. Hey, stop crashing Grindr. Stop crashing Grindr. when y'all have y'all conventions, just have y'all convention. Grindr should not match up with when a whole bunch of y'all come into town, that part of Grindr crashes. I don't think you're listening to yourself, sir.
What are you suggesting, that MAGA has a lot of LGBTQ among its ranks?
Hey, they do, but guess what? It ain't me, so it ain't nothing wrong. Just do your thing. Don't what y'all say, tread on me. Don't tread on me about something you doing.
I thought you, for a minute there, I'm looking at my cup and saying, does it say don't trend on me?
No, I'm just saying, Tim, like they throw it all the way out there, and then next thing you know, we find out that they doing everything that they just said that they don't like people be doing. And then on top of that, y'all biggest fan was hanging with Epstein, but y'all love the kids. Like, what are we talking about? And I ain't talking about Trick Daddy either.
All right. Don't trend on me. I might have to keep that one in mind as well. So you heard me earlier talking about Jasmine versus what is the guy's name again? I forgot his fucking name again, down there in Texas. Tallarico, James Tallarico. I'm suggesting that right now in a blood red state like Texas, the Democrats, if they have any chance, they need to put up somebody who's straight, white, Christian, and male. Am I getting that wrong?
No. I don't believe you are, because I at this moment, I'm asking, not really God, but I'm asking for a favor from God, though. Could they actually just go ahead and give it to Gavin Newsom? Because at this point, what you just said is on point. That's why Ms. Harris lost, because we have a lot of racist, misogynist folks when it comes to women, especially black women. As far as the racist part,
there's a lot of even black people that don't believe a woman should be at the helm. It's everywhere.
So my point is, I agree with the caller that kept telling you stop saying that. You got to have a better, idea of how we got to pass the torch or how it goes. I get that, but what Hanson was saying, Mr. Tim, what he was saying was actually correct, and that's how a lot of us think. Like right now, it's not about trying to force a color or a gender in there. What we know is what people like. We really do, regardless of whether they see politics or not. When they look up there and they see Gavin Newsom's hair and that big old white teeth, and then he can give it to Trump just as well as Trump can give it to him, but he look better than Trump. Even if they Republican, a lot of them, just because he's a white tee, straight male Christian, is gonna vote for him. Yep. Tim is right. I agree. So, what I would also agree is they would be fine with a Jasmine Crockett as a vice president, because the white tee man is in charge, just like Joe.
Woohoo! You think Jasmine Crockett could go all the way right now where we're at right now as a running mate of VP?
Oh yeah. I believe that she can get the seat where she's at, because I know that was the first question you was going to ask me. And I think in Texas, he's probably got a better chance of winning, but I believe she can get that seat. But the seat I want her to have, which she will definitely get it if she team up with Gavin Newsom, because he's going to win the presidency. Regardless of what I think if I don't know about Gavin Newsom. I mean, I think he would be competitive, but I will say this: I don't believe I may get torn apart for what I'm about to say, but I don't think Jasmine Crockett would be helpful to Gavin Newsom on that ticket. I do not think she would help that out. Just like Tim Walz was getting hammered for being on Kamala Harris's ticket about the tampons and his military service. Listen what I'm saying, Tim. It's all about optics.
Right.
The optics. Okay, so let me finish. The optics that Joe Biden had would be the same optics that Gavin Newsom would have. But the difference is you would have a younger, even over Joe Biden, more handsome, right?
Yeah.
Even more handsome than probably at this point Bill Clinton, right? Because they always talk about Bill Clinton. Even with John F. Kennedy, as far as looks, right? So got the hair, got the big smile, He's a white straight male.
I'm fine with the Gavin. It's the Crockett. Here's the difference. You mentioned it would be similar to Biden and Kamala Harris. The difference is the Biden-Harris team going into 2020 had a lot more than Gavin and Crockett. Well, first of all, Biden has like 50 years in DC, so he was considered. I mean, not only he had 8 years under Obama, which was incredibly favorable to Democrats. I don't know if Gavin is as favorable to Democrats as Biden coming off of the Obama's term. You got that, and Kamala Harris was an unknown. Jasmine Crockett is far more known, I think, nationally at this point because she is so outspoken. She's more known than Kamala Harris was. I don't know. Look, I'm okay with Crockett. I don't have any issues with her. I just think she don't fit what America's looking for.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
You already giving me pushback.
Yeah.
What you said about Miss Harris. Oh, she was a bad candidate. She was this, she was that. Now, mind you, I hear you. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say something real quick because I see folks in the comments agreeing, saying I hate black women. I was big on Michelle Obama. Hold on. I was big on Michelle Obama, suggesting that if she runs, she would be very competitive, if not able to beat Trump. I said that for about a year. These are different women. These women don't have the same love.
Well, I would say that they do, but listen, so going back to Miss Harris, used to say she was a bad candidate.
Still
now, do. What we know now, I would % of what she said that if Trump got in office, what he would do. It is true, correct?
She ran a lot of accurate positions, yes. Or predictions, yeah.
So let's say you was a time traveler, and at first, that's a bad damn candidate. But hold up. I got this time machine. Let me go ahead and jump in there and go about 4 years in the future. Let me see what you're talking about.
She would win.
I guarantee you come back and be like, man, hey, get this motherfucker right now.
But I'll tell you something. I think any Democrat, if they could go up into the future and then back like that, I think many of them would beat Trump. In fact, I think some of the folks that tried to primary Trump, the Nikki Haley's and some of them would probably win because Trump has done so many things that are controversial that even some folks on the right are like many folks on the right. I think the polls suggest that even majority folks on the right believe that Trump has went overboard using ICE. Trump has went overboard with the tariffs. There's a lot of people. This is on the right. People on the right. Trump has went overboard not being transparent with the Epstein stuff. Folks on the right don't agree with that stuff. So I don't think Nikki Haley would have hit that.
Hold on, Tim. They don't agree with the shit now. Yeah. Now that he done went fucking overboard. But the point I'm trying to put out there, if you would have been listening, if you wouldn't have been hardhead, I'm not talking about you, I'm just telling the MAGA voters, if you wouldn't have been hardhead, the ones that don't like the shit now because he went too far, if you would have fucking listened to Ms. Harris, your ass wouldn't be in this predicament and you would have voted for the right person. But your ass didn't. We're here now, so fix the shit. Tell his ass, MAGA needs to tell his ass what it is. Shut the fuck up. Do what Congress tell you to do and sign the fucking bills. And matter of fact, since you got so much pull, make their ass work.
But that's why I'm talking about folks like, look, imagine you got a chef. He makes 2 hamburgers for you. He's really good at making hamburgers. They taste great. Gordon Ramsay, the shit tastes good. But one of the hamburgers, before he comes and serves it to you, he just smushes it and flips it up and just makes it look undesirable. The other hamburger, nice and neat, the buns are flat. Now, when you bite into these, they taste the same. They don't taste any different. One of them just visually does not fit what you believe a hamburger should look like. Crockett, Tallarico. That's what I'm talking about. In fact, Crockett might taste better, but she don't fit the visuals.
Let me tell you something, Tim. I want you to look at it just like this. Where does pizza originate from?
Was it Italy or China somewhere?
Actually, I believe it was created in New York. But my whole point I'm trying to make
maybe I'm thinking something.
The idea of a pizza, you would think Italy. or Italian.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Okay. And that's like that with any food. A Philly cheesesteak, you're thinking Philly, North
Okay.
Philly. Guess what? When you go to Miami, a Philly cheesesteak ain't like a fucking Philly cheesesteak in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So,
some folks that laugh because I said China. You're right. That's a dumbass answer. I agree. China. Go ahead. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the whole point I'm trying to make. Is just because you think a motherfucker is supposed to look a certain way, that's what they're gonna vote for. So that's why I said Gavin Newsom, because there's a lot of stupid people that just like Reagan.
And that's why I'm saying Tallarico. Right. Yeah. I agree with that. There's a reason why you wear a suit to an interview. It ain't got shit to do with what you actually know. It's the image. It's the image.
You're missing the point that I'm trying to tell you. When you have a Gavin Newsom, and then now with Gavin Newsom alone, the white tea folks, they taken care of. They're happy. Regardless, the leader is going to be white tea. He's handsome. He's got those big smiles, those teeth. We're good, right? Even Nick Fuentes has said this shit, right?
I don't believe
so then
that.
When it comes to Miss Jasmine Crockett, now we know the minorities are straight. Just like it was with Miss Harris.
Let me tell you why I disagree with that. You're saying that as long as you put a white guy at the top, that'll satisfy the white folks. And then, of course, you got the minority as on the secondary place on the ticket. The reason why I disagree with that is because there's a whole lot of white folks that are questioning J.D. Vance simply because of who he's married to. And she ain't even in second place. She just happened to be his wife. And folks are really critical of her. Same thing with Vivek, he would have been at the top. So I can see why they don't like Vivek. But J.D. Vance is a white dude, and a lot of MAGA are critical just because he happens to be married to a woman. So the idea you could put one up as VP and they're going to be okay with it, I don't buy that.
But this is the thing, though. They only got J.D. Vance there because Trump agreed to the shit. They do anything Trump wants.
Yeah.
So if that's the dude Trump wants, okay, let him have it. Pence, Trump did I need a Christian base, right? I need whatever he was. I forgot what he was, but
evangelical,
Pence, right?
Yeah.
He need the evangelicals, right? So that was a smart move for Trump. But at the same time, too, I need that clean man over here because I got all this rubbish going on with Stormy Daniels and all this other shit, right? So again, he uses people just as well as I'm telling you, the Democratic Party need to use these two people for who they are and what they are. Again, you got the white tea out of the way and you got the minorities out of the way. It's a win-win for the Democrats because everybody's satisfied.
I'll say it like this. The only way it could even come possible to working is you got to find a way to tone down Jasmine Crockett because she almost is. J.D. Vance can sling mud. He's really good at it. Crockett can too. And I think they're okay with J.D. Vance doing it. You know, a black woman doing that shit. So if you can somewhat tone her down, it might work. I still think you'd have a really uphill battle. I'll give you the last word.
I'm going to say this. Ain't no toning Miss Jasmine Crockett down. Okay. You know it and I know it. She's going to go in there. She's going to be the Democratic. She's going to be the Democratic female Trump. But in a better way because she's going to follow the law and the Constitution and we're not going to have to worry about anything. Just as well as if Miss Harris had got it, we would have been all right and we wouldn't have to worry about anything. No tariffs. No getting separated families, no getting deported to another country illegally, like all of this illegal shit. But somehow, some way, Trump is right. But the law tells him he's fucking wrong. He needs to go to jail. Good night, Tim.
We'll leave it at that. Appreciate it, Stick. Thank you. And I wish I had because I donated money to get the bad built bleach blonde body. I actually have the t-shirt from donating money to her campaign for that shirt. I'm hearing it when he's saying that, but look, Crockett, I believe, is a very knowledgeable woman. I think she would be a knowledgeable politician, but I think that MAGA favors the rhetoric coming from Trump and the right. They don't favor it when it's thrown back at them. But obviously, MAGA's not going to vote for Jasmine Crockett no matter, or Gavin Newsom or Tallarico or any of them. But a lot of the independents that may have become disgruntled with MAGA that are kind of in the middle, I'm talking about those folks. Handsome Conservative says, white man here. I wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom because he's a Democrat. His skin color has nothing to do with it. Well, you're a white guy and Gavin Newsom is white also, so of course the skin color has nothing to do with it. But I'm not talking about you specifically, Handsome Conservative, but your party, black candidates don't do well. They do not do well. And I'll tell you, it ain't, well, we could talk about racism, I guess some people would bring up, but I'm not even going to talk about it from a standpoint of racism. I'll talk about it from a standpoint of the issues. Go get 10,000 African Americans. They can be African Americans from New York. They can be African Americans from Houston, African Americans from Mississippi, wherever they come from. Different people, different parts of the country think differently. But go get 10,000 African Americans, put them in a stadium somewhere like that, have a big town hall. We're going to ask you what 5 issues concern you the most. You're asking 10,000 African American voters this, like I said, from any part of the country. And then at the end of taking all 10,000 pamphlets, you take the 5 different issues that they have most in common. What are the 5 most popular issues concerning this 10,000 group of African Americans? The right are going to be on the other side of almost all those issues. No matter where you go, you can be in Los Angeles and do this. You can do this in Minnesota, wherever you at. For the most part, the 5 most pressing issues that African Americans are concerned with, chances are the right is on the other side of all of those issues. That's why you don't get a large portion of African Americans voting for the right. Now, racism is another thing that they bring up, but I'm not even going down that avenue. I'm saying just the simple issues of what they're concerned with. You're on the other side of all. When you go listen to Black MAGA, if you took the words of what Black MAGA is saying in regards to issues, you wouldn't even think that was a black person. You listen to Black MAGA, this don't sound like what most African Americans say. So that is why you don't get a lot of African Americans voting for the Republican Party. And by the way, this is the same that if you ask MAGA, why wouldn't you vote for Al Sharpton? Same reason. He's on the other side of all my issues. It's the same thing. It ain't that they stupid or they idiot. You're on the other side of all the issues they're concerned about. Why would you expect them to vote for you? Why won't they wake up and realize the Republican Party, get off the Democrat plantation? You hear what the guy is concerned with. You're not providing him any of that stuff. Why would he get off the Democrat plantation and go to somebody that don't believe any of his issues are legit or a reason to be concerned about? That's why they don't vote Republican. Thank you for the hat and mustache there. Body snatch already at the cap. Appreciate some of you folks still almost getting there. We're close to the TikTok cap goal, hat and mustache. Show your boy some love. Tap the screen, by the way. Get us on up to 160. Most MAGA can't vote due to the SAVE Act. Well, the SAVE Act is not officially here yet. I don't know. What do you say? Most MAGA could not prove they're an American citizen if they had to? I don't know, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of the way it's being done. And I don't like the notion that, well, you're against providing an ID to vote. Providing an ID and proving that you're a citizen are not the same. They're not. And the right is trying to make it sound like all you got to do is provide an ID and you can vote. No. The ID that you've been using to drive off of or cash checks or whatever, that ID is not guaranteed to work in terms of registering to vote. So it's not the same as just providing an ID, even though people are telling you that. It's not the same. But if they provided the ID for free, I'd be okay with that. They're not doing that, though. I don't favor making citizens bring in a whole bunch of documents and do all kinds of work when, goddamn it, you already know who was a citizen of this country or not. I use this example all the time. If the police stopped you on the side of the highway, they could find out if you're a citizen in less than 10 minutes. You already know. Why are you making this man go, bring in passports and reach out to the county to give him documents? Why are you making that man do all that shit? You already know if he's a citizen or not. You can ask him a few questions and you can tell immediately. You think the DMV don't know who citizens are not already? You got his license. You can run his license. You don't think that they know that already? Now, why are you making this man bring all that shit in? So yeah, to me, I don't favor it for that reason. That reason in itself is I believe it is an intentional hurdle that is unnecessary. I don't believe they need to. I don't believe they need to make you go through all of that. It's done intentionally. All you need with these proposed laws is a license, dude. That ain't true. That is absolutely not true. Your driver's license doesn't even allow you to fly. You got to go out and get a real ID. Everybody that has a driver's license don't even have one of those. No, your driver's license is not enough. It is not enough. And come closer to the midterms, you're going to find that out. And then it's going to go from your license is all you need to, well, you shouldn't have any problem going and getting this other stuff. Or if somebody told me, well, if you can't afford a passport, you shouldn't be able to vote. It's going to be some shit like that. But no, you shouldn't need to pay any money to vote. And I don't believe all this, you need to prove you're a citizen is anything other than a hurdle. If there was some real hardcore significant proof that we had widespread voter fraud among illegal aliens, I could work with it. But this is all just based on the accusations coming from Trump. That's all it is. He said it's happening, so we need to do something about it. That's all this is. And it's a poll tax, as one of my viewers is saying. That's kind of what it is. ICE will be there waiting for the gangbangers and illegals. And it's going to be just like it was in Minnesota. A lot of Americans getting caught up in that shit. That's exactly what's going to end up happening. A lot of Americans are going to be talking about, they were questioning whether I was a citizen or not and fucking with me. And they held me up for an hour while they checked my ID and things like that. So then, of course, person A is talking about how horrible their experience was going to vote with ICE fucking with them. And person B says, well, shit, I live in a blue city. It ain't worth dealing with all that. We're going to win anyway. So now you don't convince person B not to go down there and vote. That's what the goal of this stuff is. Just like with the lone lines to vote, they passed, the Republicans once again passed a law talking about you can't give a person a bottle of water if they're in line to vote, or it's a crime or something like that. Only places you see these long lines to vote are in Republican states, but Democrat cities. That's the only place you see where it takes you several hours to vote. It's a Democrat city that happens to be in a Republican state, because it could easily be alleviated by just opening up another polling place or something, expanding hours or something. They're deliberately compacting it, or some would say suppressing it, so that the long line is encouraged. We want the lines to be long, not just open up a couple more polling places. Simple as that. The line would go away. But you want the long. You don't see these long lines like that in liberal cities that are in liberal states. It's only in Republican states. It's done intentionally. That's what's being done. It's done. Anytime you hear somebody trying to make it easier to vote, it's usually Democrat. Making it easier to vote can lead to people being able to commit fraud. Anytime you see someone trying to make it harder to vote, it's usually folks on the right. That can make it harder to commit acts of fraud, but the end result usually is it makes it harder for people who legitimately can vote to vote. What it usually does is, as opposed to stopping fraudsters, it usually cuts off more legitimate voters. So the Democrats want to make it easier to vote, mail-in voting. The Democrats will make Election Day a holiday. Democrats would allow you to mail in votes, probably would even allow you to vote online. The Republican Party in Democrat areas, you got 2 hours to get down there. I mean, they want to make it as hard as possible. So it is what it is. I've never had a single issue voting. So what are you talking about? Could be your area. Could be. Listen, if you live in rural America, you're not going to have a hard time. It's in Democrat cities, in Republican states. That's where most of the issues are. Democrat cities in Republican states. Now, if you live in a town, 40, 50,000 people or less, it's not enough people in your town to make it a hard problem. It's going to be in big cities, Democrat cities, Republican states. Use the blockchain to vote. What is that? Real quick in the comments. Let's go, Jasmine. She ain't scared of Trump. No, I don't think Jasmine is scared of Trump at all, but it is a question of whether or not she can win. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
Yeah, what the fuck took so long?
Motherfuckers are calling in, goddammit.
No, I requested the first, like, you went live, I hit request first minute. There's no way, like, could you just not see me? Because
I didn't, when I go in there, I kind of just grab some. I mean, there's a lot of people in there. What's going on?
Like, is it first come, first serve? How does it look on your side?
No, I gotta say, some of my subscribers and stuff are going to get a little bit first digs. I mean, that does happen.
Bro, I requested the first fucking minute. Like,
All right.
you went live.
Well, you kind of killing your time arguing about. Okay, you kind of limiting your time discussing it. So,
well, I have a whole list of shit, so we gotta do like.
Well, let's get into the shit. Okay, talk to me. What you got?
Well, where do you want to start? With Jasmine Crockett, since you got her picture up?
Let's go with that.
Is she as good as Obama? Is she as good as politician as Obama? Is she on Obama's level?
It's a good question. The answer would simply be we don't know. I don't know.
The answer is no.
How do you know that?
Her like they liked Obama. Because I don't like her like I liked Obama. I'm a huge Obama fan. Like, he did an interview the other day. I watched every minute of it. I voted for Obama twice. She's not Obama. None of these people were. Harris was not Obama.
No, she is not as.
Even Biden wasn't Obama.
Yeah, she is not Trump. She's not as good as selling herself as Obama or Trump. Trump and Obama are the best political salesmen we've had in our lifetime. So no, she is not as good as. But in terms of policies, there's no way to know. We didn't know what Obama was going to be like because he was only a senator for 2 years.
As politicians, as people you want to vote for.
Okay.
Until she gets on that level, she ain't shit.
I can't imagine. Look. I'm not gonna deny the sexism part. As a country, finding a woman that equals Obama, I don't know if there is one. Or Trump. I mean, women don't get
Michelle
this.
Obama equals Obama pretty good. That's why you wanted her to run.
The only reason Michelle Obama equals Obama is because she is married to Obama. Most of her notoriety is coming from Obama.
You're right, but we see her that way, which is important.
She wouldn't be seen that way if she didn't have him as her husband.
Well, but she does. She is seen that way because she has him as her husband. So it does give her a few extra points.
Right.
But
can't give her a few. I would say probably 80% of the reason people love Michelle Obama is because of her husband. Take away the husband aspect and she's a nobody.
You're missing my point. We got to take it easy with the red herrings. The point is, if she was good as Obama and lost, then you say it was sexism. Same with Harris, same with Hillary, same with the rest. If they're as good as Obama and they lose, then yeah, you can say it's race or sexism.
I cannot imagine any
but
woman.
They're not.
I cannot imagine any woman being viewed as good as Obama or on the left or good as Trump on the right.
It's possible.
Because it's too many.
Before Obama, nobody imagined anyone like Obama ever existing.
Not in this era. I can see maybe as we become more of a progressive nation, but right now with the amount of sexism and people who don't believe a woman should be at the helm, there's not going to be a woman that's going to equal Trump on the right or a woman that's going to equal him.
By throwing sexism in there. Is she as good
That's
as
what the fuck is the problem.
If she was a man, would she be as good as Obama? If Obama was a 10, what would she be if she was a man?
In this environment, she would be pretty high because she's throwing it back at Trump the way Trump. She would be pretty high as a man doing that. If she was an attractive black man, she would be pretty high.
No, she doesn't have the charisma of Obama. She doesn't have the likability of Obama. She doesn't have any.
But that's outdated. That's outdated. We want.
No, it's not. No, he's still the best you guys ever produced.
No, but that's out. What Obama did is outdated. We want somebody that is countering Trump.
That's the last real winner you guys had.
But you're not hearing what I'm. Yeah, but he
beat Trump.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people want some like Gavin Newsom is his fame is coming from the fact that he's attacking Trump.
Newsom isn't Obama either. He's gonna lose just as bad. Nobody likes Newsom. People in California don't like Newsom.
I don't buy that. Then how the hell you win?
Because it's fucking California. Anybody could win in California. It's like you guys got an extra 5 million.
You just said nobody like him. Now all of a sudden it's California.
But still, nobody likes him. I mean, he's the best you got. That's the problem. These people are the best you got, and that's why they rose to the top. You know how the cream rises to the top or whatever that bullshit says? It's the best you got, and that's why they're on top. But
I don't honestly see any.
Compared to Obama, they're shit.
I don't honestly see any difference between Gavin Newsom and Trump at this point. I mean, what is so great about Trump? He made a bunch of promises, but what is so great about him that makes Gavin Newsom look so small and he looks so big?
Well, Trump is not about what. With Trump, it's how good he listens to his people and his voters. He's very good at listening to us, especially like during election time when he was out campaigning. I mean, you said yourself how like everybody was listening to him, like, you know, he knew exactly what they wanted him to say.
No, he knows what. Yeah, he knows what you want him to say. That don't look. I could talk to a chick and tell her what she want to hear. That don't mean I'm listening to her ass. I just want to get in the pants. I mean, he just wanted your vote. You think? Wait, when you say he was listening, you say he was listening to his people. You think he was actually listening to the Venezuelans and folks down in your area in Miami? The way he treating them, you think he was listening to them? He was tired of getting their pants.
They wanted Maduro gone. The people in Miami were all happy. They were dancing on the streets.
You think the people in Miami, the Venezuelans and Cubans, wanted to see all of them Venezuelans and Cubans getting deported?
I don't know about that.
You don't know. You do know.
That many were deported. I mean, that's just the game. He hasn't even deported more than Obama, so they shouldn't be mad at all. He's deporting the same amount, less than Obama, less than Biden. So why should they even be mad at his deportation? Just because the media makes it worse than it is. Anyway, we got more shit to talk about.
No, we can talk about other shit because that's exactly what you just gave me is a bunch of shit. The idea you're going to tell me the Venezuelans and Cubans are, well, he ain't doing no worse than Obama. They're taking people out of schools and out of their houses and shit. Obama wasn't doing all that.
I don't know.
You do know.
Like I used to. I talked to a bunch of Colombians that are happy. I talked to a bunch of Russians that are happy.
Russians. You ain't talked to no bunch of Venezuelans and Cubans that are happy.
I talked to Pakistan. I mean, I'm just talking to the people I work with every day.
I'm talking about the people that voted for him.
We gotta move on. I only got so much time, and I've been on the live the whole time.
Give me what you got. Give me something better than that.
Where do I go? You want to go with BLM? MAGA had what? 2 protests, 4 protests. How many of our protests had anyone murdered? 0. How many had fires? 0. How many had violence?
How many did you have?
We really only had 2.
Right. How many BLM protests? Wait. How many BLM protests were there? It's got to be thousands.
Okay, but how many had murders? How many had fires? How many had violence? A lot.
No, it wasn't no lot. Like I said,
a lot more than MAGA.
Well, they had a lot more protests.
Anybody else? Who had more murders than BLM in their protests? Who had more fires than BLM in their protests in history?
BLM
go back to like 1960 to get more fires.
BLM had like probably over 1,000 protests and probably.
Yeah, but how many had more fires? Even if they had like 10 fires, they
that
had the record.
Let's say for instance, MAGA only had 1 or 2, and BLM out of 1,000 protests had 15 fires. That don't mean BLM equals burn, loot, murder. It still don't make.
They had more fires than anybody else.
That don't.
Even at 15, they had more fires than anybody else in the last 20, 30 years.
But that still don't mean
murder than anybody else.
Okay, just because you got more don't mean you're burn, loot, and murder. It still don't mean. I mean, what is it? Less than 2%.
Tim, you have the BLM has the record, but that's all I wanted to say. Let's move on.
That made no sense again. Try to give me something that I can work with.
Well, these are all shit that you're not gonna be able to answer because there's no whatever. Let's just see what else. What else to have on here? We've talked about Biden's inflation and Trump's economy is pretty good. His inflation is like 2.4%. You know, prices are never really gonna go down, but 2.4% inflation, that's really good. His first 4 years, he only had like 7% inflation across the 4 years.
I'm trying to upgrade rather to a new SUV, and I don't even want to. And I got good credit. I don't even want to purchase one right now because
supposedly car prices are going down. Right now.
I've been looking, and they're not going down to any. I mean, I don't see it, and that's what I was going to say. It's just like when Biden was in office. And folks like me and the Democrats are saying that Biden could do another 4 years, and folks are like, I can see him. He ain't capable. The perception is reality. The point I'm making is Trump can tell us how great the economy is all he wants. Perception is reality. People can see. They can see what they're paying for groceries. You can tell us this shit.
The problem is they're not going to feel it until the next guy takes over. Even like his first 4 years didn't feel that great until Biden took over and we got 25% inflation. And because across 4 years, his inflation was like 22%. So until the next guy takes over and fucks up, you're not going to feel it. The next guy comes in and we get 7-10% inflation, you're going to feel it then, and you'll be like, we're going to miss Trump again.
Well, that's my point, though. Until people feel it, you can tell them the economy's doing well all you want. If they don't, perception is reality. The perception is the economy sucks. People go to the grocery store, they don't come back with a lot of groceries. The economy sucks.
But gas prices have gone down. A bunch of prices.
That ain't enough. I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you with the gas prices, and I would be more if gas prices went down and it had a trickle down effect. Usually, when gas prices go down, the price of shipping shit goes down as well because trucks and trains use gas, and it leads to cheaper price. That ain't happening though. So people just no, it ain't. No, it's not.
4%. You don't have no idea how good that is.
I'm saying the price of goods and services. If you go on Amazon or you go out and buy your kids Christmas toys, and that stuff is not going down. Groceries is not.
It's never going to go down, Tim.
Well, then people ain't never going to see it.
Wages going outpacing the inflation, and with inflation being so low, the wages have to be getting there, but it's going to take a little bit more time to get there.
And until that happens, people are not going to give Trump credit when he's actually championing things, talking about the stock market and the Dow and shit that the average American doesn't deal with. You got to give them what they're looking for.
To the next problem, which was what Bonnie was trying to say, that we're so distracted by Epstein that how are you gonna even notice if things are getting better if all everybody hears every day is Epstein? I mean, Epstein is Russian collusion 2.0.
No,
it's the same exact shit.
You could
just like there was no evidence of collusion, there's gonna be no evidence of Trump doing anything wrong.
Look, to me, it's just like with African Americans talking about racism and police brutality. If you actually just put your cards on the table, that's the best way to make it go away. When you're constantly in denial and you end up getting drip, 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 that's what makes it. With Epstein, if he had
it's hard to prove a negative.
If he had came into the White House and did what he campaigned on, which was put all that shit out there, we wouldn't be dealing with this. My friends might get hurt.
He released a bunch of shit, but
he didn't release. No, he got in there. A Democrat hoax.
What happened with all those cocksuckers in New York? Letitia James and the other guy, Malvin, whatever his name is.
What about him?
That's their fucking jurisdiction. Epstein was in New York for 50 years. Not a single case. They spent their entire 4 years going after Trump's fucking taxes and how big his apartment is. Why weren't they going after Epstein the last 4 years?
That's my. And I'm not disagreeing
all that
with.
Shit happened under their watch in their backyard.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. But that goes back to my point. I keep saying is that Trump campaigned on releasing the Epstein list. When you get in there, bringing up people before he didn't release it is not a defense. You said that Biden was the worst we've ever had. You're talking about Letitia James. He said all kinds of things about them being a loser. Okay, they're terrible. We put you in. Why the hell are we comparing you to them now? If they suck.
Who else are we going to compare them to? We're going to compare. First of all, Letitia James is still in office.
No, so you're not hearing what I'm saying. You were supposed to be the replacement, the better than these people. Now you're in there and you're failing. Now that you're in there, he's in office now, and now that he's failing to produce this shit, you're comparing him to Biden and all of them. You're supposed to have been better than them.
He produced enough, and
he didn't produce enough.
It's never going to be enough. No. It's never going to be enough
because it's supposed to be all. It's supposed to be all. It ain't supposed to be partial.
But it's impossible because shit in there can't be released.
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that.
I just want to make that quick point.
Wait. You're telling me the best he can do is not a single abuser being prosecuted? No one. England has done a better job than we have. No one. That's the best he can do.
Email of the guy breaking the law. We don't have anything concrete yet.
You don't.
They have an email of this guy sharing secrets with fucking Epstein. They're not going after Andrews for the SA. They're going after him for sharing trade secrets because they have an email sharing that shit.
You're telling me we have no arrests, and you're telling me Trump has done the best he can do with this with no arrests.
First of all, the arrest should have happened under Biden. Trump is just supposed to release the results.
But now that Biden is gone and Trump is in there, you're telling me this is the best he can do with this. No arrests.
Like, if we find that he has more evidence to go after these people, I'll be on your side.
Why did he say stop talking about Epstein?
Because he can see that it's going to be Russia collusion 2.0. I mean, look how much this derailed everything he's doing.
What does stop talking about Epstein do for the victims?
What does
You didn't answer that question. You're deflecting again. What does stop talking about Epstein do for the victims?
I hopefully get their justices.
How does that work? How if nobody's talking about it, how do they get justice? How does that work? Explain that.
Look, the DOJ going after these people has nothing to do with releasing the files. They could go after whoever they want.
The
They
girl
don't need to release the files to go after anybody.
Yeah,
So
but yet
people should get justice, and they should go after their abusers and all this shit. But I don't think that's what's happening.
So-
what's happening is they're using it to distract us.
No. So why would the girls who are victims or the women now, while Pam Bondi is sitting right in front of them, say that the Justice Department has never reached out to us, we've reached out to them, and they're ignoring us? You believe they're going to give them justice by doing that?
I mean, I don't know. Why
You don't know.
who these people are?
That
There's
makes-
a lot I don't know, and I'm waiting to find out. But all I
That-
see right now is a distraction, a big
That
distraction.
makes sense to you. Is if your daughter or son was abused and nobody had been arrested, so you reached out to the Department of Justice, they ignored you. They ignored you. They didn't even respond. You would be, well, they're gonna probably get me justice. You would believe that.
No, but I would have made a noise about it 4 years
That's
ago
what-
or 3 years ago. I'm not gonna wait 6 years and then complain. I mean, come on, Tim. Like the
That-
more you
you're-
wait,
you're
the
making-
less hard. The more you wait, the harder it is to get justice.
You're-
And they had 4 years to fucking go after these people, and now that it's Trump's turn, it's a big deal.
Now that it's Trump's turn, it don't look like he's doing any better than anybody else you're bringing up.
Because it's a lot harder to do it 6 years later. If you would have been able to do it.
Then why the hell would he campaign? If it's so hard to do, then why would he campaign on doing it?
He campaigned about releasing the files. He didn't campaign after going after these people.
He didn't-
And if there's something in the
You're not
files, tell me.
making. If he
I
can't.
still haven't seen any evidence, anyone that did anything.
I'm trying to figure out why he would say stop talking about it if he was campaigning on doing all this.
I'm not a fucking Trump mind reader. Let's just move on to the next
Oh, we
thing.
did.
I
Oh,
got
you
a whole long list.
you finally got to that now. You're not a Trump.
I can't waste too much time because that's what you're good at. You're good at red herrings. You're good at wasting my time.
You're the one that brought. Look, I gave you the microphone. You're the one that's bringing up the topics.
I only got so much time to spend on all this shit. We have to keep moving on.
I'm letting you direct the topic. Give me the next
so
one.
much shit to correct. Like the whole thing about no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, low
Okay.
gas prices not being significant.
Right.
I mean, it's never going to be significant because it's just you have to do it a little bit at a time until it all adds up. So if you look at it one piece at a time, of course, it's not being significant, but I'm surprised he actually fucking did anything. I'm surprised we even got a little bit of a no tax on overtime or any of this shit, and the oil prices are actually down. I mean, he's still working on more shit. Like his 4 years haven't ran out, and he's still working on it.
I agree with
until
that.
happens.
Yeah, here's the problem though, and I agree with you. He's still working on this stuff, and it's still early in his term. The reason he's getting criticized because he promised to do stuff fast, and all of a sudden when he's not delivering, well, it's only been a year. He said he could do stuff on day one. He could end wars in 24 hours. People are being hit. People are being criticized for simply taking him at his word. He made these promises.
But he's been working on it since
That
day
ain't
one.
what he.
and he's still
What do you want
working on
to? You
it.
want to
And he works
participate
every day on it.
You want a participation trophy? I got an F.
I want you to wait till the end. Wait till the 4 years are over. Then you could figure out what trophy he gets. You don't get a trophy in the second quarter, Tim.
Either
Did
you.
he pass out the Super
That
Bowl
doesn't
trophy
make
in the second quarter.
You said 24 hours. We got to wait to the whole 4 years before we judge you on it.
Yes, that's how presidents.
No,
terms
it's
work.
not
That's
how.
why we give
No,
them 4
it's
years.
not. So in other words, the
24 hours, and if they suck, we'll get rid of them on day 2. Then.
So if he
Why
say
give them 4
24,
years?
if he say 24 hours, but he delivers in 700 days, it's a success.
Yes, if he delivers, if he even works on it, is a success. I mean, even with Obama, there's so much shit he didn't even work on. The fact that he works on everything and he tries to deliver everything. I mean, he works on everything he promised. At the least, you could give him that, right?
Look,
He works on it.
Look,
Can
that
we
would
do
be like Biden saying, "I'm working on border security." No, you don't get credit for
But he
that.
did work on
No.
it. He waited till like the last minute, and then he changed one little thing.
According to you, if he waits to the last minute and makes the changes, it's a success.
Well, then he was successful in border security, but there
Ain't
was a lot of
nobody thinking like that. Ain't nobody thinking like we're gonna give you.
Biden some credit for like what he did at the end for border security.
Okay.
I mean, it went from being a free for all to being somewhat under control.
I'm just going to
back to Jesse Jackson.
Okay, before you go into Jesse Jackson, I'm just going to tell you, if you make a promise and you don't deliver on the way you said it, it's not a success. What's on Jesse Jackson?
I mean, as far as the rotunda, Charlie Kirk was never given a spot in the rotunda either. It was Mike Johnson, not Trump, who denied it. I think they passed a law not too long ago where it's only like presidents and certain people that could do it. What else? And then Trump rented, I keep telling you this, but you never mention it. Trump rented Jesse Jackson. He was there, a big part of his 84 and 88 presidential run.
Yeah, he identified as a Democrat back then. Trump was talking about gun control and it identified as a Democrat back in the 80s.
There's a speech that's like going viral on YouTube right now of Jesse Jackson basically telling how much Trump was helping black people and how involved he is.
I've seen it. What you guys don't want to
just never bring it up.
No, because what you guys are failing to give credit for is Trump evolves, just like Biden with the racial jungle and all that stuff. You guys are holding people accountable for what they felt and said 30 years ago. Trump has evolved. He obviously, you're not playing the video of Trump talking about you don't need an AR. There's a video of him floating around talking about you don't need high capacity magazines too. You're not playing that. So if you're going to hold him accountable
for his actual actions, things he actually did. He actually worked with Jesse Jackson. He actually gave him a place on 40 Wall Street. You know how expensive 40 Wall Street is? Even in the 80s, it's expensive.
Okay, that's fine. But see, that's where you and I disagree is that you say actually did. You don't hold Trump accountable for what comes out of his mouth, like the Epstein stuff. I do hold him accountable.
I mean, we had a choice between a guy that could speak well, like Obama. Obama is a very good speaker, but the results were shit. Or Trump, who's a shitty speaker, but the results are good. I was talking to one of my friends. The first, the thing he passed got him out of prison quicker, and he was just telling me how fucking Trump helped him get out of prison quicker, and he was glad for it.
No, he's also incarcerating a lot of people too through ICE. But my point is, I believe as a president, what you do and what you say matters. I don't separate either one of them. If you do some great stuff but say some fucked up shit, don't mean I'm gonna skip over the shit you're saying. Trump, what he said matters. What a president says matters. You don't have to care. I do. I care about what he says too.
I care about the results. That's why a lot of these like programs that the Democrats pass to help people, they end up just making things worse. Every time they do a program that subsidizes something, all that does is make shit expensive for certain people and makes it okay for others. I mean, when you got to work at making things cheap. The second you subsidize them, you're just going to make it more expensive. That's what we learnn with colleges.
I don't see a whole lot. I don't see this stuff becoming more affordable under Trump. I don't see where purchasing a car, purchasing a home. I don't see where he's making this stuff cheaper, getting a loan. I don't see him doing any of that. You can criticize the Democrats. I don't see him improving any of that stuff.
I'm hoping you get what you want and you get a Democrat in 4 years, so we get Biden 2.0 and you see how much things are going to get worse once a Democrat takes over.
You're hoping. You're hoping. I would say keep hope alive, but that guy just died. I got to move it on. MAGA.
One last thing.
Real quick.
Church and state has to do with the church. When this country was founded, the Roman Catholic Church was basically the puppet masters of every country in Europe. So when they said separate church and state, that means just keep the church, keep the priests, keep the Pope out of controlling the country. It's not about keeping the religion out of the state. It's keeping fucking priests and these people from controlling your country. So you guys
that's your I'm going to tell you, that is your interpretation. If you're on the Supreme Court and you rule on it, then that's that. But you're not on the Supreme Court. That is your interpretation of what that meant. Other people have a different interpretation.
Keeping the people, the church people.
Everybody has a different interpretation
of what church in our laws.
Everybody has a different interpretation that is not the same as yours. So that would have to go up before the courts or something like that, and that's where that would go. But your interpretation of separation of church and state is different than mine and many others. Now I got to go. MAGA, thank you.
I think I actually got through my whole list. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Got through there was some crazy ones in there, though. But anyway, looking at the comments, Eric Crystal says the guest was right, so he favors that. Look, to me, separation of church and state, I just view it this way. Don't pass any laws that are religious based, that is based on what's in the Bible. Like, banning abortion. Well, you ask most people why they are against abortion, they start naming Bible verses. If you're against it because you think it's taking a life, that's one thing. But when you start talking about what God said, then you're throwing religion in it. That's all I'm saying, Pat. You don't throw religion into the way you're governing the country. Absolutely, when you start talking about they got to have the 10 Commandments in school. So what if a school doesn't have the 10 Commandments, they get some sort of punishment? That shouldn't be. In Oklahoma, they were trying to make it so that the schools had to have Bibles in them or something like that. You don't want the Quran in there, do you? So now you're making winners and losers out of religion. So now that some Christian kid can make fun of a Jehovah's Witness or make fun of a Muslim kid. See, we reading our Bibles. We don't read your stuff. So your religion's fake. You notice we only doing homework from our Bible. Where your stuff at? You can make fun of them. You're making winners and losers out of religion. So I really believe that that's the way I view it, is that you shouldn't pass any law that's solely based on religion. But as my last call, I had a different interpretation of it. That's why I said it would have to be something that would go up to the Supreme Court, because everybody's apparently going to interpret separation of church and state differently. No laws based on religion. That's what I say. We don't want the Quran in there because it's fake. That's exactly what I'm saying. That viewer is exactly what I'm saying. He says we don't want the Quran in schools because it's fake. So my Bible is real. What I read from is real. What your religion has you reading from is fake. I don't want the kids arguing over that shit, because none of that makes you a more productive member of society upon graduation. It's not reading, writing, or as they say, arithmetic. That's a fight that kids are now having in schools that's unnecessary. They're fighting over their gods and shit like that. Don't need that. Don't need that. And then, of course, some people take it to a higher level in violence and all kinds. There hasn't been anything that has probably led to more violence among men than religion. Don't put that in schools. I just don't see any need for that to be in schools. It ain't necessary. You want to be a carpenter or a doctor or whatever the hell you want to be when you graduate. You don't need this unless you want to be in, a theologist or something. Other than that, you don't need this in school. Anyway, looking in the comments though, Trump is a mystery cult member. He's a member or a leader. I don't understand why Republicans try to put religion in schools and their party. I thought Jesus and God is above all that. Why put God and Jesus on a lower level like man or party or power? That's my take on it. Is that I was somebody on TikTok, just a regular average Joe, talked about. He said the same people that are on the Epstein list wrote the Bible, and he gave a long spiel about how it's all about control and power. He actually orated it pretty well, and it's certainly a lot of power, because he was talking about it's all about fear, sacrifice, do this or less bad things will happen to you, and I mean the Bible is kind of like that. Either you do this or you're going to burn in hell eternally. I mean it's all punishment. Either do what we're telling you or something bad is going to happen to you. It is fairly violent. If you really think about it, it is fairly violent. You get your morals from the Bible. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't. I mean, most of the people, like I mentioned earlier, most of the countries in the bad shit, it's mostly religious people that commit atrocities and shit like that. Hitler was Christian. I mean, you see what's happening in the Middle East and stuff like that. Atheists ain't known for doing all that shit. It's mostly religion. Religion don't give you morals. I mean, you don't need God to know that taking the life of another human being is wrong, or stealing, or taking somebody's wife. They said, thou shalt not covet. You don't need religion to do. And by the way, putting the 10 Commandments in schools, you talk about putting in transgender stuff is, giving kids the wrong message. Why does a kid need to know thou shalt not covet another woman's wife or another guy's wife? And why does an elementary school kid need to be told some shit like that? Some of the 10 Commandments are not even appropriate for kids. Why do they need to be told something like that? You shouldn't covet somebody's wife. I'm in 3rd grade. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in nobody's wife. Girls are yucky. Like, why is that being taught in elementary schools? So, like I said, I don't think it's relevant. I just think, I agree with what Arlita is saying. Common sense is your moral. You don't need the Bible to teach you common sense. It's already in you. Doing that shit is bad because the other human being you're doing it to will tell you it's bad. You don't need a Bible or some kind of pastor to tell you that it's wrong to steal and all that stuff. So yeah, I totally disagree with that. And I'll tell you something. Most of the most peaceful, non-violent countries on earth are not very religious. They're not very religious. So, I mean, you go to Western Europe, for instance. A lot of those countries are nowhere near as the most religious places on earth. Middle East, places like here, we still got 70% of Americans still believe in Christianity. In fact, it used to be higher. It's coming down. But most of the most violent places on earth are hardcore religious. Now, in our day and age, folks are going to cite that it's mostly Middle Eastern countries. But the Christians had their turn. The Christians did have their turn as well. They just have calmed down somewhat. But Christian-based countries has a very violent history in the name of God. So I totally disagree that religion gives you morals or any of that. I mean, it's madness when you look at what was going on throughout Western Europe, Christian countries. Come with the Christian countries, what was going on throughout Western Europe, and of course, what they brought here when they came here. Just violent as hell in the name of religion, a lot of that shit was. So I don't buy that Christianity or religion in general, not just Christianity, but religion in general, sets you morally straight. Because if you're going to state that, you got a lot of explaining to do about the history. Just the Catholic Church alone, what they did to children and shit. You think that was morally right? And that stuff expanded a large portion of that church's history. In fact, most Christian churches, that stuff has happened in. It ain't just Catholics. Anyway, let me go back to the box. We'll go to Travelman, one of my subs. Good evening. Genocide, slavery, torture, dehumanization, domination, that is practice evil, not spiritual symbol. But the people that are part of that, they're using religion as a result. All of that's religious based. It might be a different religion, but it's still religion. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, another day I'm in the trenches, man. So we're talking about what MAGA reacts with my other guests as well. The Biden administration, known as the Vote for Me or You Ain't Black and the crime bill in the 90s, and folks are suggesting that shows that Biden was racist and, Trump, the least racist person Why? I guess I would ask this because, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson refused to let Jesse Jackson lie in state after passing away last week. If Biden was president when that happened, would Nancy Pelosi being in Speaker of the House Johnson's place, do you think the outcome would have been the same?
Well, they also didn't let Dick Cheney lie in state either.
Yeah, that's really bad. Oh my God! Yeah, I forgot about that. That's really bad. He's a vice president for 8 years. That's really bad.
The problem I have is how they lost their mind. I think then they lowered the flags for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Okay, but they didn't lower it not even one day for Jesse Jackson.
Not even one day. Not even one day.
You know what, man? Now correct me if I'm wrong. Why do people always bring up the '94 crime bill?
It's something to bash Biden over, but I agree with you because it ain't like the Republicans were against it.
Okay, but that wasn't the first crime bill. Let's not forget now. The first crime bill came under Reagan in '86. What was it called? That's when they came up with differentiating between powder and rock.
Oh.
That's also when they came up with the sentencing guidelines and stuff. That was in '86. And then they came up with the second part of the crime bill in '88.
Oh. Well, I know the disparity in sentencing for crack and cocaine. That was probably one of the most racist. And Jesse Jackson, by the way, he was part of changing that. He was part of that.
Everybody was, man, because in the 80s and the 90s, bro, it was out of control.
Yeah.
If you grew up during that time in Chicago, East St. Louis, where I'm from, St. Louis, Detroit, all the cities, that's where it was. That's where the concentration was at. But you had just as many white people using that stuff as you did black folks. But black folks are the ones that went to prison and went to jail.
Well, the over policing in black neighborhoods, and the more likely to get stuff. Kind of like what's going on with the immigrants right now. I was watching a video the other day where they've been able to show that when ICE stops a car full of, or better yet, it was in Tennessee, when the Tennessee police stops a car full of, let's say, white people for speeding, they only ask the driver for their license or whatever. But when they stop a car full of Hispanics, they want the passenger's license, and they've been able to show that they're racial profiling.
Welcome to our world.
Yeah,
that's not new to us. That happens all the time. Hey, but also let's not forget now, because the war. Who started the war on drugs?
Was
Nixon.
I'm about to say Nixon. But it became popular, even more popular under Nancy Reagan. But yeah, Nixon.
Under Reagan. So you got Nixon started it, and the two groups of people he was going after was, number one, the hippies and the anti-war people, and the other group he was going after was black folks.
Yeah.
And that was even mentioned by the people in his, I think his chief of staff. That to use that to discredit the black leadership, and then also to infiltrate, during the civil rights movement and soon thereafter. So let's not get it twisted now.
Yeah.
Okay. They have a very, very broad record as far as their involvement in the criminalization or the excessive criminalization in the industrial prison complex that has transpired over the last 30 years. Now, the same time Reagan was passing those laws, okay, they were also cutting these social safety programs. So let's not forget that.
Yeah, Reagan was the one that was talking about the welfare queens, right?
That was a myth.
Yeah.
But he did. See, Trump wasn't the first one to constantly repeat things over and over again. That was Reagan. He constantly brought up the welfare.
Hold on. One of my devices just chimed in, and I just checked this the other day, but it was a text message. You get the thing. It said, "We need you to confirm your voter status." What the fuck? My phone, one of my phones just did that. It popped up. I don't know if it was somebody soliciting for money or just trying to warn people or whatever, but it did say, "We need you to confirm your voter status." So I got to check that out. But I just checked it last week.
So so these people kill me, man. They always want to bring that up, and then they always want to bring up the "you don't vote for me, I'm black." You know what I'm saying? You can go back through and find different statements or different actions by just as many people on the left or the right. They all make stupid statements. You know why? Because they're human.
That's a good point.
And they talk all the time.
I think though the bar, like when African Americans and people of color are yelling racism, I think the bar is different for either party. Like, for instance, if Biden vote for me or you ain't black, and the right says that's right. If Trump had said that, it would have been comedy or something.
Also, remember the basket of deplorables?
Yeah.
They still talking about that today. And that was what? 2016?
Yeah. Hillary Clinton.
But how many times are they talking about Trump trashing the country? Or Trump saying, "I hate Democrats"? Remember, he just said that last year.
Well,
I hate my opponents.
Yeah, but they also too, when Trump says things like that, the belief is that Trump has been attacked by the Democrats so much that he has a right to do it. I mean, they're going to look. Trump's comments are going to get defended no matter what. I mean, up to and including even him posting Obama as monkeys. Well, he did it to Biden as well. It's just, I mean, no matter what he does, the sombrero, it don't matter.
That's total bullshit. But let me ask you this, okay? How many days Since Trump was elected the first time, up until today, how many days have went by, I mean, just generally speaking, where he hasn't attacked somebody?
Ooh. I know he came up missing around September because people were trying to say he had a stroke or something. So you didn't hear from, but no, if he put a microphone in his face, somebody getting attacked. So it's not often because he has the State of the Union on Tuesday. And it's gonna be some attack. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of attack.
He cannot send out a birthday message for a holiday message. Nothing. He attacks people every day. So therefore, if you attack people every day, then you're open to attack.
Yeah. And that's
he attack reporters all the time.
And that's what I said, because there was allegedly another attempt on his life or something today at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, he wasn't there, so they weren't going to get to him. But apparently, there were some 21-year-old showed up to Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun. They ended up taking his life. And I said that in regards to what you're talking about, is that Trump makes enemies for breakfast. If somebody did try to take a hit out of him, because the right likes to say it's liberals, like, this dude got enemies all across the spectrum. He got MAGA enemies, farmers and shit. He got immigrants. I mean, this dude got enemies everywhere. It could be anybody. It ain't always just liberals trying to get to him.
No, you're right. And once again, once you disagree with him, he goes on the attack. Yeah. But what he also does is people that stand up to him, he'll attack him at first, and then he'll back up. He's a bully. He's a bully, man. That's all he is.
It's worked. Okay. I guess somebody in the comments said the difference is that this is coming from William. He says the difference is Trump is winning. I mean, some people like the bully.
Trump is winning. He's winning what? I mean, he's losing all. He's won some cases in the Supreme Court.
He's doing for the most part. Court or no court.
Everybody else is starting to turn against him.
Well, court or no court, Trump is, for the most part, doing whatever he wants. That's where the winning is coming from.
You know why? Because the Congress, the Republican House of Representatives, has been denutted. They are eunuchs. They have not done anything in 2 years. Let me rephrase that. They haven't done anything in 3 years, because this was the same situation when he was in office the first time. The first 2 years, the dude ran amok. He did whatever the hell he wanted to do. They never brought anybody up for any kind of committee hearings or anything. And when they did, they lied, or they attacked not as much as they do now, but they attacked whoever was on the committee, Democrat-wise. Now, the last year since he came into office, what has the Republican Congress, the Senate, and the House what type of pushback have they put on this dude?
Well, he took the advice that was said, I think, right after was it Charlottesville? Stand back and stand by. Congress stood back and denutted. What the hell is that? I've never heard of that term.
They have no balls. Their balls have been taken. Okay? They're eunuchs. They have been neutered. God. Any term you want to apply to it. Spineless. Okay? Yellow cowards. Whatever you want to apply to this particular Congress with Mike Johnson in charge applies to them, because they haven't done anything. They've been there for over a year. They have been in control of the House for 3 years. 3 years they've been in control of the House. They're constantly bitching and moaning about illegal immigration. They've been in there for 13, going on 14 months, and nobody has heard a peep about a freaking immigration bill.
Well, the thing is, they've kind of decided Trump has what is in the country's best interest, so we just gonna go with whatever he does. That's kind of what they're doing.
So in the country's best interest, let me see. Canada is doing deals with India and China. The European Union is doing deals with India and China. Okay. Other countries are swinging deals on their own. Yeah. It's in the best interest of the country.
Well, MAGA believes all those countries are irrelevant. MAGA believes all those countries.
China is South America's largest trading partner. They're right there in the backyard.
Yeah, but MAGA believes those countries are irrelevant. We don't need Canada. We don't need NATO.
MAGA.
We don't.
last time we practiced any kind of isolationism, we ended up in World War II.
Ooh. Well, yeah, but there is no Hitler out there. We are the aggressive country right now.
Yeah, and we're being isolated. Countries are going off doing their own thing. And not only that, they do stupid shit to appease him. Oh, we're going to give you this crazy ass medal that don't mean a damn thing. You know, anything to kiss his ass. This is not leadership. It's not leadership. He's not a fucking leader.
I mean, if I'm correct, I know when Hitler was rising to power, some countries bowed down to him too. Not thinking that they wouldn't be next. I think Poland, some of the countries just bowed down to him. And they boom. I mean, even Russia for the most part was like, as long as you ain't fucking with us, you good. Until he started fucking with Russia.
Look, this dude, he has went off to private companies. Right now, he's talking about Netflix need to fire Susan Rice off the board because she's on the board or some shit. He's digging down into the private sector.
Yeah, that's bad.
The U.S. government making money off of NVIDIA, off of all these other companies. He's attacked law firms that all they did was do their job. Okay, he gutted the freaking DOJ and the FBI because they did their job. And plus you got, not even to mention the brain drain, all the competent lawyers that have left DOJ. Come on, man.
Well, this is 3 more years.
He's winning.
This is our guy.
He's winning.
Let me ask you this way. What do you think do you think the midterms are going to be successful for the Democrat Party?
I think it's going to be successful, but I think they're going to kind of blow it out their ass because they don't know how to go hard. You got to go hard. Okay.
Explain.
Let me put it like this. When you got a motherfucker on the ground and you got your foot on his neck, you don't let it up. Okay?
Last guy that done that sparked riots all over Minnesota. Are you sure? Sound like Chauvin.
So, yeah, who? Yeah, well, that's not, you know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean.
Sound like Derek Chauvin with that one.
I'm old school. I'm competitive. If I got you down, I'm going to keep your ass down. The Democrats should have been on that tack from day one. It's a way to do it without alienating everybody. They are writing the freaking commercials for them. Look what he just did to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but do you think it can lead to the Supreme Court getting pissed off like he would normally do and vote against him in the future on something?
No, because you got Clarence Thomas and you got Gore.
Where do you find a brother like Clarence Thomas from? Where do you find that?
I don't know, but they're on there.
Are we going to find out upon his death that man spent his whole life in blackface and he happened to be named Todd or something? Where do you find a dude like that from? Like, you ain't never even drove through the hood the way you act.
But see, remember what you said earlier? How you said that MAGA say that Trump is constantly being attacked.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's doing the attacking? Who's constantly on the offensive? It's Trump. He's constantly attacking. He just attacked the Supreme Court over something that, number one, it wasn't a freaking emergency.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where the Congress comes in at, because the shit that he's doing, Congress needs to say, hey, wait a minute, dude. That's out of your realm. That's our stuff here you messing around with. But they ain't got no balls. He want to get it done. They want to get as much done because it is, he's not lying. He's correct. If the Democrats get in there, like one of the senators told one of them assholes, you need to keep all your documentation because you're going to be coming back here again if we get the House back. You're going to be spending a lot of time up here.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't doubt President Trump is correct in saying that if the Democrats win the midterms, they're going to try to impeach him. I absolutely believe they're going to try to impeach him. But
has he been out of control?
Yeah, I was going to say I don't see it as just fucking with him. He has. I mean, I need to know. Like, you got your own cryptocurrency. That shouldn't be allowed to begin with. That's the first thing. Like, I mean, all of a sudden you're being friendly to people, and then they're giving you free shit. And your kids got business deals and shit going on. There's no way a president, while actually in office, should have his own crypto. He just wanted to trademark his name because they're naming an airport in Florida after him. And like, dude, you making money in the office. Like, there's room to be impeached.
Hey, look here. They went after Hunter Biden for the entire time Biden was in president. He was the president. They went after Hunter Biden, a private citizen, over $2 million. Okay. But they went after him for they making it 60 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, I'm telling you, man. And then the damage that has been done, not only to our country, not only to the institutions, but what about internationally? The countries that cannot look at us now and say, hey, we can depend on the United States. That shit is gone.
Yeah, that right there, we may never get that back because we've shown them that even if you get, let's say you get an Obama in there who was they said he was on an apology tour, whatever the case may be.
Bullshit.
Well, I'm just saying that's what they said he was on.
Yeah,
The point is, even if the next president goes to a country and says, like the beginning of The Hangover, we fucked up. That leader can say, even though you are trying to atone for what your nation did, how do we know that the next guy after you may not be like the one before you? I mean, you've shown us that you guys can take wide swings in how your country is ran. So even though you're representing the United States in a friendly manner to us, there is nothing stopping your nation from electing another guy like him that thinks we're the enemy again all of a sudden. So we can only trust you so far.
But look here, bro. This is what happened, right? He got in there the first time. Everybody like, okay, he got there the first time. But then we turned around and we re-elected him. Yeah. Okay, but the rest of the world already thought he was a nutcase when he was in the first time. And then we turned around and re-elected him. And now he's totally freaking out of control. He's not trying to just take over what's going on in the United States, dude. He's trying to run the whole freaking world. That's how he looks at it. And and they're looking at it like, y'all out of no.
Some of his
what is this border peace bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Look.
He's gonna be he would be the head of the Board of Peace for the rest of his life, and you got to pay $1 billion to join, and he gets to determine where the money goes.
And you know what though? I used to drive by that building. every day. It's right across from the Lincoln Monument. Okay, the Lincoln Memorial is right down the street from it. Right across, actually, it's down by a foggy bottle right over by the State Department. I used to drive by it every day. Nice building. I look at that building every time I stopped at the stop sign or the red light. I would look at that building, you know, and I'd be like, "Oh, the first I was like, what the hell is that?" And then Doge went in there and trashed the freaking building, smoking dope in it and all kind of shit.
Were they really doing that?
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what they said when they finally got Doge out of there and they just scrapped. Well, I live in D.C., so we get the shit in the paper that I'm right out there, you know. But that's the kind of stuff that he doing, man. And now he wants to put in that freaking arch at the
the tribunal that's bigger than wants it to be much bigger than what's in France.
Okay, so when you looking when you standing, say you're standing at the Lincoln Memorial and you're looking straight ahead on the backside of the Lincoln Memorial, you're looking straight ahead, you're looking at Arlington. Okay, that roundabout is what they call Memorial Circle, I think. And then you go across the Memorial Bridge and you get ready to go into Arlington. And on the right side, if you're going into it, is a big memorial to the Seabees. Okay, and then you go a little further down, and that's when you start going actually to get into the visitor area to go into Arlington Cemetery. And he wants to put something there. Yeah. He has no freaking First of all, Commander Bone Spurs, you out here trying to commit every freaking body. You got an aircraft carrier that's been out to sea for 8 months on a deployment.
Damn.
And now he's sending them back to the Mediterranean. The Gerald Ford went from the Med down to the Caribbean, and now it's going back to the Med. They're on their 8th month right now. By the time they get home, they will probably be gone 10 to 11 months.
Wow.
Okay. That causes retention to go down. That causes divorce rates to go up You know how I know?
Yeah, being away from your spouse for almost a year. Yeah, being away from your spouse for almost a continuous year is bad.
I served on 3 aircraft carriers. Okay, so I know. We came in one time. We came in off a cruise in March. We went into the yards for 3 months, and by November we was back headed to the Mediterranean. 60 straight days at sea before we finally pulled into a port. All right. So when you have an operational tempo like that, not only do you mess with the morale on the ship, but you also, the ship 6 months at sea, it is damaged, wear and tear on the ship. That's why you go into what they call the SRA. All this shit he's doing is detrimental. Detrimental to the military, detrimental to the country, detrimental to the... He's a freaking wasted hunk of protoplasm. He's a blight on the world.
I'm assuming you don't like the guy. I gotta move it on, Travel Man. Wow.
And you know what? I'll leave you with this.
Go ahead.
All these people running around here, they disregard all this bullshit that he says and does, or they agree with it, or they try to rationalize it and twist themselves in pretzels. They have a severe case of head up Trump's ass syndrome. That's what they're suffering from. And we need to exercise that bullshit come 2028.
We'll see.
And I'm not even a Democrat.
I don't know if you're going to get that bam now. Travelman, thank you. Appreciate it. And I will say this. When he talked about being on those long deployments can hurt, can hurt the divorce rate and things like that. I see in the comments, Billy Buckeye saying that's bullshit. No, why would you think that's bullshit? The longer you're away from your spouse, the more it tests your relationship. If you're in jail, I don't care if you're on some type of sabbatical as a priest or whatever, or you Peace Corps, whatever. The longer you're away from your spouse, that's going to test your relationship. It is what it is. I mean, people need togetherness or whatever it is. I mean, you've gone from her for a year. Let's say you left and you thought it was going to be a typical, I don't know what the deployments are, 3, 6 months, whatever it is. And they keep extending it, and it is what it is. People get lonely. People get a lot of spouses think when men go down and do a bid, you about to get locked up. I got your back, boo. I'll put money on your back, on your books. I mean, after a while, shit happens. You get lonely. So I used to know a girl who was a manager of an apartment complex that was loaded with naval soldiers from Great Lakes. And she used to, Great Lakes up in Illinois. And she used to tell me how much cheating and infidelity goes on when people on deployments. I mean, the husband goes out and his buddy is coming back, and she's like, they was fucking each other all over the damn place. She's like, it's terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, if you're going on an extended deployment, I would assume, that probably does hurt. That tests your relationship more. That absolutely tests your relationship more. So the idea that would be BS, it makes no sense. And I see your comment, Billy Buckeye, which makes it clear it makes no sense. But talking about did you get married and all. But anyway, I mean, if he's sending you on these crazy deployments, here, as opposed to talking about it from that aspect, though, I'll take it from this other aspect, just like with the Iraq War. You get backlash from U.S. citizens when people feel like, what the hell is this? Like two the same shape or something. You get backlash from U.S. citizens when people believe that you're getting us in an unnecessary war, and what we're doing in Iran is absolutely something that a lot of folks believe is an unnecessary war. To the point where I believe the UK is not even allowing us to use their airspace because they believe what we're doing may be a violation of international law with Iran. So we don't even have the support of our allies in what we're doing, other than Israel, which many people believe that Israel is the reason we're going to war with Iran to begin with. We don't have any support from our NATO member nations on what we're doing with Iran. They don't believe it's even necessary. So the Trump administration, and I'm not talking about President Trump because he don't have to run again, but if the Trump administration, I'm talking the Rubios, I'm talking Hegseths, I'm talking the J.D. Vance types. their political careers going forward, they will have to answer for this. Just like going forward after the Iraq War, members of the Bush administration had to answer for, your administration supported this shit. Just like Kamala Harris, when she ran for president, you got to answer for what Joe Biden did. And if we're getting involved, same thing with the Venezuelan drug boats. Trump's not running again. But you best believe future debates that may involve Hegseth or Vance, or they're going to have to answer for that stuff. That's going to come up. That you guys blew up boats and you never proved that the people on the boats were bad people. That's going to come up in their future. All of the stuff that they're supporting from President Trump, whether it's ICE going in homes without warrants or just simply roaming the streets with no mask, with no identification on them. That stuff's going to come up. It's absolutely going to come. Yeah, Billy Buckeye, they never proved that the folks on those boats were carrying drugs. They never even, it's a bunch of things they didn't prove. Not only did they not prove that drugs are on those boats, they didn't prove the boats were coming to America. Those boats were blown up hundreds, in some cases over 1,000 miles from America. How do you get to automatically assume they're on their way to the U.S.? If the boat is leaving Venezuela and going to Guatemala with drugs, let's say it does have fentanyl on it, but they're doing something that does not involve America at all. America don't get the right to go blow them up. So all of that. So yeah, you can say they don't have to prove for any of that shit, but that's your opinion. If that's the case, we can go around and murder anybody, as you say. We don't have to prove it to anybody. You can just go blow up anything you want. I don't have to prove. No, that's not gonna. Like I said, when it comes time for other members of the Trump administration to run for office, those questions are going to come up. Why did you support this? And not only that, but I do believe that once the power of Trump starts to subside, people are going to come forward and start talking. There was an African-American admiral that resigned right at that, as that Venezuelan mission started developing. I think after the first or second boat was bombed, he resigned. I expect that guy to be called to testify before Congress eventually. He resigned for a reason. We don't know what it is, but I don't think it was because he thought America was doing a really good job off the coast of Venezuela. He resigned well before the end of his post and took a demotion in the process. So you're probably going to have people come forward and make claims like, I'm the one that pushed the button and I didn't see any drugs on the boat. Stuff like that. You're probably going to have people come forward, but the idea that you don't have to prove it to nobody, which essentially says the president can murder anybody at all without any accountability, is crazy. So I do believe that if you're running for office from the Trump administration, just like any administration, it's not just Trump, any administration, you got to prove, or better yet, you got to answer for what your administration was doing. So, if Biden is in there and thousands of folks are being let into the country from insane asylums, Kamala Harris got to answer for that. Just like other members of Biden's administration, if they ever run for president, they would have to answer for the border debacle that happened under Biden's watch. They would have to answer for all of that. Trump's administration gets no pass on it either. Looking in the comments, he resigned because he has integrity. Something Pete Hegseth or Keg's breath and Trump never had. Well, we'll see how that happens. He resigned to not be a part of a crime. Yeah. And like I said, the nation, the UK, the United Kingdom, is not letting America use its airspace for this issue in Iran because they've stated that they believe what we're doing may violate international law. I don't know if the world views Iran as such a bad nation that they shouldn't be able to obtain nuclear weapons. I know America obviously does, and Israel does. I believe it's because America and Israel is in Iran's business to a much greater level than any other country. So if Iran did get a nuclear weapon, those would be the two countries that would be at highest risk for them using it. I don't think Australia or Germany is that concerned with Iran. They don't fuck with Iran. They're not worried about Iran. It's we're concerned about it because we're in their region telling them what to do and interfering with them all the time. Same thing with Israel. Israel's trying to dominate them. So yeah, you don't want them to get it because you wouldn't be able to do what you're doing to them. But the other countries don't think they care. I look at it like this. Mutually assured destruction is something we dealt with during the Cold War. We felt confident Russia's not going to fire a nuke to us because they know we'll fire one back and vice versa. I don't know why all of a sudden we think that doesn't apply to Iran or some of these other countries. We think that the people in Iran would fire a nuclear weapon at a country like America that has thousands of them and just be okay with us just literally turning their country to a sheet of glass. For some reason, unlike the Russians, they're just idiots. They would just do something that stupid. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. If Iran obtained a nuclear weapon, they would just be a nuclear power. Just like North Korea has a nuclear weapon. They're a nuclear power. And if North Korea did not have nuclear weapons, we would be fucking with them just like Iran. The only thing stopping them from getting fucked with is they got an atomic weapon now. So having said that, it's in Iran's best interest if they ever want to get from under the thumb of the United States to get a nuclear weapon. Once they get a nuclear weapon, they'll probably be able to maintain better trade. They'll be able to ship their oil and move products better. I mean, their country will probably do better. They'll probably start doing better as a country once they get their hands on a nuclear weapon because they won't have to answer to the West. We're not operating in the best interest of Iran. We're not doing anything that's in their best interest. Even if Trump gets the go ahead to, well, if he goes in there allegedly to save protesters or whatever, that country's not going to benefit from that. So it is in their best interest, in my opinion. What happened to an armed society is a polite society? Isn't that what the 2A people think? Why doesn't that apply globally? An armed planet is a polite planet. All of a sudden, globally, now we should be the only ones with the weapons. Okay. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 180. Wow. Some of you guys showed the program some love. Only thing whites in the West respect is big red button, says sub 5. Well, I think that if Iran had a nuclear weapon, we would leave them alone. I really believe that. I think that we're bullying them over and over again because at the end of the day, they have resources and they can only fight back so much. But if they got a nuclear weapon, just like North Korea does all kinds of wild shit. They be wilding out, firing missiles over our allies. They don't fire missiles over Japan and every damn thing. If they didn't have a nuke, they would have been struck by the United States. The only thing stopping them is the fact they got nuclear weapons. And I'm sure Iran sees that. Like, man, look what they letting them get away with. All we got to do is say some shit and they over here blowing us up. Look what they letting them get away with. So, yeah, if I'm Iran, I'm going to continue until the day I die to try to get my hands on a nuke. Otherwise, you're just going to keep getting bullied by the United States. It's going to be a never-ending thing. That's the only way you're going to stop them. If Iran gets their hands on nuclear weapons, then Israel or the U.S. would be safe. Like I said, I don't buy that. I don't buy that the Iranians as a people are so stupid that if they get their hands on a few bombs, they're going to launch a nuclear strike or an attack against a nation that's got thousands of them. That's crazy. I don't believe that. I don't think that the leadership in Iran is suicidal. I do not buy that. That's something I think that America is just throwing out as propaganda. Just like Billy Buckeye says, they're terrorists. How can we not be? Most of the language that we use to denote who's a terrorist, we do all of that stuff. We just come up with excuses for why when we do it is justified and why when they do it is wrong. We do all of that stuff. So I absolutely, I mean, the CIA has been in countries secretively, everything from experiments to explosions. How is that any different? We do all of that stuff. You don't think we in countries behind the scenes, assassinating people, destroying structures and science programs and all of that stuff? How is that any different than coming in and taking down the World Trade Center or something like that? We're blowing up shit behind the scenes. We're doing the same stuff. We just believe when we do it, it's justified. When they do it, it's an act of terrorism. That's all it is. Our shit don't stink. That's all it is. Hey Tim, been a while. How can I call it? Well, Foster, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube is where we normally take calls. And unfortunately, TikTok, Instagram, and Substack. But YouTube, unfortunately, we're not allowed to do it here. At least not yet. Hopefully, YouTube gets their act together. Anyhow, I appreciate the 190. I do got to step away. Follow the program if you're watching on TikTok. Give us a sub if you're watching on YouTube. And support the program by smashing that like button. It helps out the algorithm on YouTube. We will remain MAGA friendly as always. Always have been MAGA friendly. Always will be MAGA friendly. Let me make it clear for folks who wonder what the hell that means. Why the hell you got a MAGA hat? Being MAGA friendly means that I believe that MAGA is entitled to free speech. I don't think the media always gives Republicans, conservatives, and MAGA a fair shake. A lot of times you hear folks on the right cancel, programs cancel and things like that. We don't do that here. We let you speak freely. Being MAGA friendly don't mean being MAGA. So understand that. I believe that there are reasons to criticize MAGA as well. There's reasons to criticize the left. I know MAGA don't believe in criticizing Trump. A lot of them feel like that's unpatriotic. I don't buy into that. But we do believe that when you're on the program, you will be allowed to speak. I always have defended that, always will. You are allowed to criticize, and we don't silence you for your opinion. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. You guys take care. Thank you. And same on TikTok. There goes the music, but thank you. Catch you later.